Chapter 1086. It's not all about money. It's also about escaping. Many stars take drugs. Some of them are very rich, but the more they take, the worse their health becomes. The main problem is that they have no faith. When they are on the stage, they think they are superior. But once they are off the stage, they find that they are actually small figures, and they are the kind of small figures that are casually played by others. No matter male or female stars, they have to accompany the guests. In that industry, no one is clean unless they just act a few times or sing a few songs and then immediately quit. But just like in the underworld, how many people can quit? They know what they are like, but they still want to pursue a kind of purity in the soul. So they choose to take drugs to numb themselves. It's that simple. In fact, there was a time when I almost fell into it. But just as I was about to sink in, I passed an orphanage, not in our country, but outside. It was a choir, and as I listened to them sing with the overtones of the church, I remembered that I used to sing with other people. Then I thought that there were still many things that I hadn't done. I couldn't let go of the things that Grandpa Dean wanted to do. If I really wanted to escape, it was better to end my life. So I survived. Isn't it amazing? Zhang Xiaobao thought about the past, looked at Wang Wan, and said with a smile. Wang Wan saw a lot from Zhang Xiaobao's smile. She nodded and said, "It seems that Tang Empire needs to make a special attitude in this area in the future. Anyone who is caught selling drugs, no matter how much he sells, will be beheaded. Anyone who knows that he is selling drugs but doesn't report him will be punished the same. Anyone who takes drugs will be killed. I really can't think of a better way. I admit that some people can quit drugs, but there are more people who can't challenge themselves. Those who can quit drugs can be said to be heroes. In the future, no one is allowed to produce drugs. It can only be used in medical treatment. This time we will open a shop. If we meet people who used drugs before, we must catch them. If people who didn't use drugs want to try, we must catch them and let them see how we tie them up and struggle. Let's see if they dare to try again. Others can do that. I know the history. Since others can fight the opium war, why can't we do the same? This thing was local, and the profits were high. Furthermore, it could make people unable to stop themselves. In the future, we need to plant and produce a lot of crops, and then we can set out on ships to benefit all the people of God other than the Great Tang. Amitabha. Amen. Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan with a smile. You only know how to criticize other people's religions. At least their teachings are not bad, especially the rulers. When religions are used against outsiders, they are used for war. When they are used against outsiders, they are used for peace. In some cases, it is still beneficial to the people. Have you really decided to investigate the ship yourself? I'm worried that you'll be caught by them. You're a big fish. If they catch you, they'll never let you go. Even our family's intelligence system couldn't catch them. They're very powerful. Wang Wan said worriedly. She had already discussed with Zhang Xiaobao. She would be in charge of opening a shop and selling opium, while Zhang Xiaobao would follow the officials of the other party. After that, he would find the other party's ship and come back to get people to catch them. She was afraid that there would be powerful people on the other side. If Xiaobao was caught, it would be over. Everyone knew what would happen to the Great Tang without Xiaobao. The current economic development of the Great Tang had always been out of the control of the Great Tang people. She knew a little about it, but Xiaobao was the most knowledgeable. If the development wasn't like this, it wouldn't matter if Xiaobao wasn't around. But at the critical moment of development, it was the period when there were all kinds of loopholes. If Xiaobao was gone, the system would collapse. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, Back then, there were even more people who wanted to catch me. I didn't say that I was caught. The equipment was so advanced, and there was even a dog to help. I never fought back. What equipment do they have now? At the same time, I won't not fight back like before. If I go with a gun, they won't be able to find me. If they really know of my existence, I will make them shut up forever. All right then, don't try to be brave. People say that a gentleman doesn't stand on a collapsing wall, but you insist on doing it yourself. Have you ever seen a leader who always puts himself in a dangerous situation? Wang Wan said as she rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao. I don't know if it's dangerous or not, but I know that the president and the prime minister, no matter how much they protect them, they will still be assassinated when it's time to die. Even a superpower can't escape this fate. Get ready. I'll go to the government office to take a look. Zhang Xiaobao got up and began to pack his things. He said that he didn't care, but when he really did it, he was very cautious. He brought his small bag, and at the same time he also brought his gun, intending to personally investigate. As for the plan to trick the other party to come over, it could only be temporarily put on hold. A lot of energy had been wasted. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and sighed. He said, if I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have let Ning Tian scold me so much. When I turn around, I'll deal with him personally. He actually dared to scold me. Who says it's useless? At least we know about Ning Tian and his style of setting up things in Hangzhou. I'll stay in the city and imitate his style. After the other party's people see it, they will definitely find a way to contact me. If, other than that shit, there are other forces lurking around, I can follow the clues and investigate. Wang Wan also had her own ideas. She planned to imitate Zhang Xiaobao's style while he was investigating. From there, she could establish a connection with the other party. Not only would she sell opium, but she would also bring in religious things. This way, it would be easier for the other party to take the bait. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it for a while and nodded. He said, that's good. You also pay attention to your safety. Don't put yourself in a dangerous position. If you meet someone who might be a threat to you, just kill him directly. But this way, you won't be able to catch every drug addict you meet. Maybe the other party's people will also play the role and come over to investigate. Wang Wan helped Zhang Xiaobao tidy up his clothes. She waved her hand and said, I won't catch him. I won't catch him for the time being. Go ahead. If you see Hu Liang and the others, ask them to cooperate with you. I know, but where exactly are they? Sigh. Zhang Xiaobao sighed again and turned to leave. Pengli Lake. In a patch of reeds, 3 medium-sized boats were hiding here. Hu Liang, whom Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan mentioned, was currently staying on one of the boats. There were also 7 of his brothers with him. The 8 of them were very bored as they looked at the endless reeds. They also looked at the white clouds in the sky and the various birds that occasionally flew by. However, no one spoke. After waiting for another quarter of an hour, Hu Liang yawned and walked into the cabin. There were many people in the cabin. Some were listening to music, and some were dancing with a girl who had just entered the small cabin to have sex. There were also people who were half leaning on the recliner and then leaning sideways. From time to time, they would take a puff of smoke and squint their eyes, looking like they were enjoying themselves. After Hu Liang came in, he directly found the position of a servant who specialized in lighting cigarettes for others. He ordered, prepare enough for 8 people. Give it to me. I'll take it out to smoke. Yes, Steward Hu. Please wait a moment. When the servant heard Hu Liang's voice, he deftly prepared the things Hu Liang wanted and handed them over. After receiving the things, Hu Liang yawned again. His gaze blurred as he looked around the cabin. He smiled and said, Tell Peony to come to my place tonight. It's going to be dark soon. The scenery of this sunset is really not bad. Understood. Don't worry, Steward Hu. This servant will definitely tell her. The servant, who was lighting cigarettes for others, obediently responded. He turned around and continued to light the black thing for the impatient person who was waiting. Although the other person wasn't very happy, he didn't dare to become hostile. He knew how much power Steward Hu had here. If he wasn't careful, he might not be allowed to come here in the future. When Steward Hu was very powerful in his heart, came outside, he had a gloomy expression. He gave each of the 7 brothers an opium pipe. Then they sat facing each other and lit each other's cigarettes. When the smoke came out, the 8 of them almost simultaneously slowly exhaled the smoke. They appeared to be much more energetic. After lighting a few times in a row, The 8 of them huddled together and leaned against each other. They appeared to be enjoying themselves. They let us be stewards, but they don't allow us to leave. This shows that they still don't completely trust us. How long has it been? They are too cautious. We've smoked and become addicted. We've even cried and snot. In addition, in order to be able to take a puff, we even begged them to give us some. They also used this as a threat to make us tell them what we've experienced. We've all done it, so we can be considered to have passed the test. However, they still don't allow us to leave the boat. All day long, we hide in the reeds. The news can't be spread. The spies of the Zhang family and Wang family might not be able to find this place. It's too hidden. Hu Liang seemed to be in a special state after smoking a big cigarette. He spoke to the 7 people in a delirious manner. The leader of the 8 sighed and didn't say anything. In his heart, he was as aggrieved as Hu Liang. When he first came here, he almost lost his life. As soon as he got in touch with the other party's people, he was caught and locked in a small dark room before he could even see the leader. They were locked up for 5 days. On the 6th day, the door opened and a group of people came in. They carried the 8 of them out. As they walked, they said that they had already investigated the 8 of them. They said that the 8 of them were lying. They were sent here by the Zhang family and Wang family. After everything was clear, they wanted to kill the 8 of them. At that time, if they hadn't firmly believed that the Zhang family and Wang family would never reveal their secrets, they would have been easily tricked by the other party. For example, when they were about to die, they would have begged for mercy or scolded them for going against the Tang Empire. If they had really done that, they definitely wouldn't have lived to this day. Fortunately, the 8 of them tacitly said that they were wronged. They didn't betray the organization, surrender, or become spies. Even when the knife was about to land on his neck, he didn't change his words. Only then did he manage to escape death. Then he met the real boss and received his praise. Under the company of the boss, he drank some wine to calm his nerves. The opium pipe was also kept by the leader. At that time, the 8 of them became stewards and were in charge of everything on the ship. On the 8th day, the leader called them over again and asked them to smoke with the opium pipe. Although they knew that they would get addicted, they still pretended to smoke according to Xiaobei's instructions. However, there were many people around watching. If they pretended to smoke, there would definitely be flaws. They had no choice but to risk it and really smoke it. When it reached their stomachs, it didn't feel as good as they imagined. Instead, it was disgusting and confused. They wanted to vomit, but couldn't. They just lay there and felt that the world was spinning. When they felt a little better, the leader explained to the 8 of them that it was like this for the first time. If they didn't smoke it, they definitely wouldn't feel this way. At that time, the 8 of them were so stupid that they broke out in a cold sweat. The leader was really too cautious. He was still testing them. After that, they saw the others on the ship using up all their money. Their families couldn't take out any more money. Their snot and tears kept flowing down their faces as they begged for a mouthful. They knew that the boss would probably give them an even more difficult test. So they discussed for a while. They had to smoke. They had to smoke it. They had to smoke it into their stomachs. This way, they would know the real feeling of discomfort. If they didn't pretend well, they would lose their lives. In order to not be completely controlled by the drug in Xiaobei's mouth, the 8 of them came up with another method. That was to eat garlic. They had to eat garlic every day. Without garlic, they wouldn't be able to eat. They didn't brush their teeth. They always had the smell of garlic on their bodies. At the same time, they sewed a few cloves of garlic into their sleeves to prepare for the test that might come. Sure enough, after a few days, when normal people could get addicted to smoking and couldn't get rid of their addiction, the leader suddenly stopped the drug supply for the 8 of them. Fortunately, the 8 of them were prepared in advance. After estimating how long others would feel uncomfortable, they cried and begged the leader to give them some cream. In the process, they crushed the garlic in their sleeves and rubbed it on their eyes. It burned and turned into snot and tears like the others. In order to win them over, the leader didn't ask them personally. Instead, he sent another person to ask them. He threatened them by not giving them anything and asked them to admit that they were spies sent by the Zhang family and Wang family. He said that if they admitted, they would give them the drugs. They would change in the future and wouldn't pursue their crimes. This was because the guns that the 8 of them sent were very good. It could be considered a meritorious service. In the end, they persevered again. The leader pretended to be a good person and reprimanded that person. He said that they had to believe in their brothers. He also explained to the 8 of them that he didn't know and that the person did it himself. Now that the test was over, the 8 of them still didn't know their specific location and weren't allowed to leave. The leader of the 8 of them recalled and said with a belly full of sorrow, "Persevere. Don't give up. Maybe the opportunity will come soon. Smoke. This time really smoke. Take a puff. There might be people watching us nearby." Chapter 1087. After removing Ning Tian's disguise, Zhang Xiaobao changed his appearance again. He combed his hair and fixed his eyes and eyebrows. He didn't change much, but people who weren't familiar with him definitely wouldn't be able to recognize him. In fact, even if Zhang Xiaobao were to compete in disguise, people wouldn't be able to recognize him even if they saw him and Wang Wan's portraits. It was just like how he and Wang were national leaders at the time. People would recognize who they were on TV. If a leader didn't have many followers and walked alone on the streets, even if people saw him, they wouldn't recognize him as a national leader. After leaving the courtyard he had bought, Zhang Xiaobao walked aimlessly on the streets of Tang County. He hadn't thought of a specific place to start. The best place to start was probably the officials in the government. However, Zhang Xiaobao also considered that officials were usually allowed to smoke at home. The laws of the Great Tang that banned smoking had yet to be fully implemented, so smoking a little was a very normal thing. What if the organization behind the scenes wasn't in a hurry to send officials over? Since the situation was tense right now, he couldn't just grab an official and interrogate him. Once he did, he probably wouldn't be able to get anything out of him, and at the same time the other party would also know. Since he couldn't immediately find an official, Zhang Xiaobao considered the masters of wealthy families to see if they went to specific places for entertainment. Unlike Xuanyang, Tang wasn't completely under martial law. The shops on both sides of the street were still open, and there was an endless stream of people hawking their wares. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't in a hurry. He strolled along one street after another, touring the county seat of Tang County. At noon, Zhang Xiaobao ate a bowl of rice noodles at a roadside stall. He couldn't say whether it was delicious or not, but it filled his stomach. Next to the rice noodles was a tea stall. Calling it a stall wasn't accurate. It was just a large, open space far from the main street. It could be considered a relatively remote place. Someone had set up a shed in the open space. Under the shed was a place where water was boiled and snacks and melon seeds were served. The people drinking tea were not under the shed, but around it. Some were sitting at the table, some were holding stools, and some were squatting there. There were also people standing under the shade of the trees. Zhang Xiaobao saw that there were quite a lot of people. He guessed that it was probably because the checks were too strict recently. Many of the jobs were not convenient, so there were a lot of idle people. Since they had nowhere else to go, the weather was hot, so they came to drink tea, play chess, and chat. In any case, tea was cheap. 1 copper coin was enough for the shop owner to drink the tea for an entire afternoon. He would not change the tea and would only add water. Even if the taste of the tea was gone, the shop owner would still add water. That was the rules. It was like drinking mutton soup in the capital. A bowl of mutton soup was not expensive, only 2 or 3 copper coins. If one couldn't afford to eat meat, one would have to eat the mutton and cut it into pieces. Sitting there, one would not eat anything dry and would only drink the soup made from mutton bones and mutton oil. Free sweet garlic and pepper, plus vinegar. One would drink the soup for the whole day. At night, one would ask for a cake, break it into pieces, soak it in the soup, and eat it together with the mutton oil. When one was full, one would have enough meat and fish. The mutton oil soup was also very nutritious. As such, the shop owner would also accept it. Zhang Xiaobao saw that the people drinking tea at the tea stall had such a posture. The shop owner rarely collected money, and most of the time he was busy adding water for the people. He was so tired that he was sweating. Fortunately, water did not cost money. He just needed to get some dry branches to boil the water. The water was water from the river, so he could take it as exercise. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it and also asked for a pot of tea. He chose the most expensive one and spent 5 copper coins. The shop owner also gave him a plate of fried soybeans and 2 dried fish. Feeling a few different gazes looking at him, Zhang Xiaobao straightened his chest and put on the posture of a rich man. Then he heard someone whispering under a tree stump about 6 meters away. "This person is sick. I haven't seen him before. He's probably new and doesn't know that Old Huang's stall only sells one kind of tea." There's no difference between spending 1 copper coin and 5 copper coins. The only difference is that the pot is nicer and the tea bowl is newer. Everything else is the same. How much are the beans and dried fish worth? He's probably here to show off. He thinks he's rich. If he's rich, why doesn't he go to the tea house? Why would he come to the tea stall? The poorer he is, the more pretentious he is. If you go to the tea house for 5 copper coins, you won't be able to drink the cheapest one. If I were Old Huang and met someone like him, I would ask him for 10 copper coins. Hearing the voices of others, Zhang Xiaobao also admitted that it was his fault. Why did he ask for 5 copper coins of tea? He was clearly looking for trouble. It didn't feel good to be rich. So he said to Old Huang, who opened the tea stall, "Old Huang, do you still have cheap tea? I don't want beans and fish anymore. Can you give me a refund?" "Refund? No. Beans and fish are useless. If you don't want to eat them, I'll take them back." Old Huang straightforwardly refused Zhang Xiaobao's request. More people looked at him with different gazes. Zhang Xiaobao gritted his teeth and decided to go all out. No matter what, he had to get back his face. He then said to Old Huang, "I'm not short of money. I'm just asking. Don't believe me? If you don't believe me, I'll give everyone a new cup of tea. My treat." While speaking, Zhang Xiaobao took out a large banknote with the words 50 copper coins written on it. Immediately, people around cheered. No one said that the poorer he was, the more pretentious he was. They all thanked him. The 2 people who had just whispered about him came over and sat next to him. As if they were acquaintances, they reached out and pinched a few beans from the plate in front of him. They threw them into their mouths and chewed. It sounded very delicious. "Little brother, you're not a local, right?" a man in his 30s asked kindly after eating Zhang Xiaobao's beans. Zhang Xiaobao didn't touch the beans himself. He didn't want to drink tea and eat beans. He didn't want to have a chemical reaction in his body to create flammable gas. It would be very uncomfortable to eat them. After hearing the question, Zhang Xiaobao nodded shyly. He was very different from his previous bold attitude when he asked people to drink tea. "I just came here yesterday. I was originally from Hangzhou." When Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he deliberately added a bit of Hangzhou's local accent. "What are you doing here?" The man didn't regard Zhang Xiaobao as an outsider and directly asked him why he was here. Zhang Xiaobao smiled shyly again and said, "Look at the lake. Everyone says that the scenery of Pengli Lake is good, so I came to have a look." "You came at the wrong time. If it were in the past, it would be fine to come now. Now that something has happened, the investigation is very strict. If you're not a local, you will be specially questioned if you want to take a boat. The boat on the lake is also watched by other boats." "What a pity." The man shook his head and looked like he felt sorry for Zhang Xiaobao. He pinched a few more beans and threw them into his mouth to chew. Zhang Xiaobao simply pushed the plate in front of the man and showed a regretful expression. He said, "I heard that the children of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family were almost blown up by someone. I didn't know before I came here. I just want to look at the lake. If others are watching, then so be it. What other interesting places are there in the county?" "No, there used to be, but now there is no more. The most interesting place is the place where you drink tea. Although the tea sold in the tea house is expensive, it is not easy to do business now. Also, let me tell you, if you want to find someone to do something or ask for information, this is the best place. Other places can't compare. As the man spoke, he picked out the beans from the plate and ate them first. He probably intended to save the good beans for last. Although they were the same in his stomach, the taste was different. Zhang Xiaobao finally understood why there were so many people at the tea stall. It turned out that it was not only to chat, but also to take jobs. It was also a good place, just like the labor market. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaobao pushed the dried fish over and asked, "Brother, don't you know how to spend money?" "What do you mean by spend money?" "Oh, you said that if you want to find someone to do something, of course you have to pay. If you don't pay, who will do it for you? If you really want to find someone to do it, don't negotiate the price and don't plan to ask for the full price. You can ask someone else if they can give you a lower price, but it's useless. As long as one person says that they can give you a lower price, others can only ask for more." The man understood the meaning of Zhang Xiaobao's question and patiently explained the rules. Perhaps he felt that he had drunk Zhang Xiaobao's tea and eaten something, so he kindly added, "If you really want to find someone to do something for you, we can give you the cheapest price." "Who asked you to be pleasing to the eye?" Zhang Xiaobao felt that the beans and fish were more pleasing to the eye, so he nodded to show that he understood and asked, "What if I ask for information? For example, where is the fun place? How do you calculate the money? You have already paid, inquired about things, and invited people to drink tea. You are generous and invited all of us at once. If you want to ask something, you can ask. If I don't know, I will ask someone to come and tell you." The man pointed to his tea and said to Zhang Xiaobao with a smile. Zhang Xiaobao also laughed and drank a cup of unknown tea, so that's how it is. "Actually, I don't have anything to ask. I just want to take a night boat to see the scenery of Pengli Lake at night. I think it will be good. Big brother, you can tell me about the fun things in the county. Just say whatever you want. I don't have to know anything. Just treat it as a normal chat. Since I am staying here, why don't we talk? Old Huang, if there is anything to eat, you can help deliver it to whoever wants to eat." Zhang Xiaobao took out another banknote, but immediately took it back and took out another one. This time he took out the right one. The large denomination was 100 coins. The small denomination he took out was 100 strings of coins. This kind of money was usually not taken out in small stalls. It was easy to be scolded. It was like taking out $100 to buy something that was worth a few $100s. It was purely playing with people. Zhang Xiaobao was very fast. The person who spoke did not see the 100 strings of coins clearly. Even if he saw it, he probably would not recognize it. Banknotes with more than 50 strings of coins were generally not circulated among ordinary people. When they heard that someone was treating them to food, there were cheers and thanks again. Old Huang was also glowing. He could make a lot of money today. The person who spoke to Zhang Xiaobao looked at the few things on the table, and then looked at Zhang Xiaobao. After looking back and forth for a long time, he finally spoke. "I didn't expect that I would be wrong. Brother, you do have some money. Thank you. If we want to talk about the county, then we have to talk about a few rich families. They have more things to do than ordinary people. For example, the Liang family in the east of the county is not ordinary." As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao drank his tea and listened. He talked about which big family held a banquet, what deserted house was haunted, someone cried in the middle of the night, etc. It was like listening to a fairy tale. He was not the only one who spoke. A few people came over and helped to fill in the gaps. When someone was tired, someone immediately took over and continued to speak. It seemed that they were sharing their resources. After listening for an hour, Zhang Xiaobao finally heard what he wanted to know. He nodded to the person who had just finished telling the story of finding a shoe in the well and said, "Thank you. It's really interesting. It's not early. I'll go to the water and have a look. It will be dark when I reach the place, so I can take a boat." After he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaobao got up and left. He didn't even ask for the 11 copper coins that Huang found for him. He left in a carefree manner, and the person who drank his tea, ate his food, and told him a story from today onwards had another story. Perhaps it could develop into a different version of the story. After leaving the tea stall, Zhang Xiaobao walked for half an hour. He turned around and did not go out of the city. Instead, he went to the east of the county. When he was listening to the story, he heard a person say that the Su family in the east was also a big family. In the past, they had a lot of fields and business. However, in the past 6 months, almost half of the business had been closed, and a lot of fields had been sold. Moreover, he often heard the head of the Su family say crazy things, saying that he had become an immortal or something. Many people thought that he had been bewitched. However, Zhang Xiaobao believed that the head of the Su family was not bewitched. Instead, he smoked a lot of cigarettes. Smoking a lot of cigarettes required money. After smoking too much, he began to hallucinate. Since that was the case, he should go and see if the Su family had run out of cigarettes and who provided them. By the time he found the Su family's courtyard, the sky was still not dark. Zhang Xiaobao could only find a nearby inn and ask for a room. He also asked the waiter to send him some food and wine. He ate while waiting. He drank a lot of tea, and his stomach was already empty. When night fell, Zhang Xiaobao also finished eating. He lay down with his clothes on and went to sleep. At this time, the people in the courtyard probably had not eaten dinner, let alone other entertainment. After about 2 hours passed, Zhang Xiaobao finally got up, pushed open the door, and left the inn. He had bet 5 days' worth of money, and he didn't know if he would be able to get anything tonight. If he couldn't, he would have to come back. What if there was no more space left? The wall outside the Su family's courtyard was not short. It was as tall as a person. To be precise, it was more than 2 meters tall. There was also a small eave above to prevent people from jumping over the wall. However, this wall had no effect on Zhang Xiaobao. He found a corner and saw that there was no one around. He jumped and directly jumped over. There was almost no movement when he landed. In the courtyard, Zhang Xiaobao did not care if there was a light in the next room. If there was, it would only be the servants of the Su family. The head of the family would not live in the front room. Following the path in the courtyard, Zhang Xiaobao easily found the room where the head of the Su family lived. There was no one patrolling the road, let alone a guard every 3 steps. The lights in the owner's house were on, and there was a faint sound coming from inside, but it was too far away to be heard clearly. Xiaobao flipped over and put his ear to the roof to listen, but he still couldn't hear clearly. It seemed that the owner's house was better built. After coming down from the corner of the house, Zhang Xiaobao finally chose to listen to the window. He hid in the shadows and listened with his ears. He did not wet the window with his saliva and wet a hole to look inside. It was not because Zhang Xiaobao was afraid of being discovered. If there was a hole in a paper window, most people would think that it was caused by something. The main thing was that the window was made of glass. Zhang Xiaobao did not bring a glass knife. If he wanted to look, he would have to cut a hole in the glass and then pull up the curtains. If he really did that, unless the person was a fool, they would definitely find that the glass was not normal. Zhang Xiaobao listened. There was someone talking inside. To be precise, it was singing. He did not know who wrote the poem. It was sung by a woman. There was also a man's voice occasionally echoing. There was no end to it. There was one song after another. Zhang Xiaobao had never heard of any of them before. He did not know who wrote so many lousy poems. When Zhang Xiaobao was about to fall asleep, the singing inside finally stopped. It turned into humming sounds again. Zhang Xiaobao could tell that the woman was pretending. After about 3 minutes, the humming sounds became sharp. Then, there was only the sound of panting. It seemed that the long battle was over. Zhang Xiaobao cursed in his heart. Why was it like the Japanese in the movies he watched before? There was a total of 10 minutes in the movie. In the beginning, it was a mess using hands and other things. In the end, there was only 30 seconds left. It was left for the male lead in the movie. Before he could watch it to his heart's content, everything was over. Could it be that there was a Japanese spy in the house who cooperated with the locals? It did not seem like it. Judging from the sounds, it was a local. Zhang Xiaobao, who was using this method to wake himself up, was about to think about other things when the sound inside changed. Master, 60% of the family property has been sold. There is only 40% left. It is not easy to sell it. Even if we sell it, we will not be able to get a good price. We are not afraid of the officials in the county, who are strict. The main thing is that there are outsiders who are constantly looking for people to ask. You have to think of a solution. A woman's voice. It was the woman who sang 2 songs just now. Even if we can't sell it, we still have to sell it. We are going to leave soon. Who are we going to leave this place for? Others think that my family is bankrupt and say that I am possessed by a ghost. In fact, what do they know? Not only did my wealth not decrease, but it has more than doubled. If they were not strict, I would not be in a hurry to sell it. You don't have to worry about the officials. When the time comes, the ones who will leave with me will not only be you all. There will also be officials in the county. We cannot stay in Tang Dynasty anymore. If we continue to stay here, they might come looking for us. Another man's voice rang out. Zhang Xiaobao understood why it had only been 3 minutes. From the sound of the voice, the man was not young. He was clearly lacking in confidence. Perhaps he was also a heavy smoker. At the same time, he understood that the other party's fixed assets had decreased. It was not because they bought the big tobacco cream, but because they wanted to leave Tang Dynasty. As for whether they wanted to go to Japan or somewhere else, he did not know. Master, let me light a cigarette for you. This cigarette is good stuff, but it is a pity that there are few people who can recognize it. It is also expensive. Ordinary people can't afford to smoke it even if they want to. Master, do you think that the Zhang family and Wang family will not let us go after we leave Tang Dynasty after they find out? Right now, Xunyang is still sealed. I am really worried that the people there who know about us will sell us out. If it really doesn't work, we can just give up on the rest of the family property. If it is too late and they catch us, won't they skin us alive? The sound of a match being struck could be heard in the room, followed by the woman speaking. The sound of smoking and the slow exhalation of enjoyment could be heard again, following which the old man spoke. Don't be afraid. If they caught us, we would have been caught long ago. We haven't decided on the route yet. Tomorrow I will ask again and see how to get there. We will try our best to avoid others. Furthermore, this house cannot be sold, and the servants in the house cannot be dismissed in order to prevent others from finding out. In the last few days, they'll make even more moves. In the future, our good days will follow. Rather than being an ordinary rich man in the Great Tang, it's better to be a rich man outside. Don't you think so? Yes. Master said that it will definitely be so. However, I am still afraid that the Zhang family and Wang family will not be satisfied. Back then, that Wang Wan killed all the way to Tufan. What if we run outside and she kills us too? The woman seemed to be still afraid. Kill who? It is easy for her to kill her way to Tufan, but can she kill her way to a place thousands of li away? It will take us half a year to travel there. She won't do anything else but kill us. After a few days, they won't have the time to care about us. They can just worry about themselves. Everyone says that Zhang Xiaobao is good at scheming and nothing can escape his eyes. Let's see how he plans to scheme this time. This is what they mean by, there is always someone better than you. His ability is far from that of the deity. It is a pity that the deity hasn't fully recovered. Otherwise, she would be able to destroy the imperial palace of Tang Dynasty with a single slap. I will leave early tomorrow morning and will only be back in 3 days. Try to sell as much as you can, even if it is cheaper. When I return, I might have to leave. You should prepare the things that I will need along the way. The old man seemed to be more confident when he spoke. It was probably the effect of the medicine that made him more spirited for a short period of time. After that, They started to talk about other things. Zhang Xiaobao listened for a while and felt that there was no need for him to listen anymore. He found a corner and climbed out. He returned to the inn and lay down to rest. As for what the Su family said about the involvement of the government officials, Zhang Xiaobao didn't care. It wasn't as easy to enter the government office as it was outside. Under normal circumstances, the head of the local government office had to live in the back room, where there were people patrolling. Also, if one entered the government office, they wouldn't be able to hear the voices of others. There was also a separate room in the house. The government offices were built like this because they were afraid that others would eavesdrop. It wasn't difficult to enter, but if he really entered, would he have to open the door and enter the inner room? If he was discovered and came out, the other party would be afraid. This line might be cut off. He decided to follow the Su family's old man tomorrow and see where he was going. He was probably going to the hidden cruise ship that even the spy system couldn't find. The next morning, when the sun was about to rise, Zhang Xiaobao got up and asked the waiter to prepare some food. He hurriedly finished eating and left. When he arrived outside the Su family's courtyard, Zhang Xiaobao was worried again. The Su family didn't only have a front door. There was also a back door. Where did the other party leave from? It was reasonable to say that the Su family's old man was doing things secretly, so he should have left through the back door. However, the other party felt that he wasn't in danger, so it didn't matter if he left through the front door. Just as Zhang Xiaobao was hesitating, the front door opened. A carriage came out and headed west. It kept going west until it reached Poyang Lake. Zhang Xiaobao immediately followed it out. After a while, he realized that something was wrong. The carriage only had one driver and no guards. At the same time, there was a curtain blocking the carriage. Normally, if the Su family's head went out, there would be a servant following him. Could it be that there was only one driver? Moreover, since they weren't afraid of others, why did they block the curtains so early in the morning? When the sun shone in the morning, it was comfortable. As long as it was a normal person, they would usually open the curtain and look at the morning scenery outside. More importantly, Zhang Xiaobao believed that since the other party knew that the investigation was strict and there were people from his family questioning him, it was impossible for him to directly go to the place he wanted to go. With the caution of the person behind this, how could he let the people who came in contact with him go? What a joke! With this thought, Zhang Xiaobao jumped across the street and quickened his pace. He arrived at the back of the Su family's courtyard. When he was still 100 meters away, he saw an old man come out from the back. He was alone and wore a bamboo hat on his head. He looked like he was afraid of the morning sun. His legs were still nimble as he walked towards the east. Zhang Xiaobao stood in place and wondered. The Su family's courtyard was very close to the east. Why did the old man go out from the east? Was he going to take a long detour? With doubts in his heart, Zhang Xiaobao began to follow the old man. Not only did he have to follow the old man, but he also had to guard against whether someone was also watching the old man in the dark. Of course, he was not watching the old man, but seeing if anyone was following the old man. It was a very common method, and Zhang Xiaobao was very familiar with it. He had always used it before. When he was not sure whether someone was following him, he would arrange for someone to follow him. Moving forward carefully, Zhang Xiaobao tried to make himself look normal. From time to time, he would stop to look at the door of the shop that had just opened for business. Occasionally, he would go in and take a look. Rushi and old man Zhao were about to leave the city gate. Sure enough, Zhang Xiaobao found that someone was staring at them. It was a stall owner. This person's eyes were not looking at the things on the stall, but always looking at others. The stall sold the 4 treasures of the study. It was pure stupidity. Who would spread out the paper in the morning when the dew was not completely gone and wait for it to get wet? Zhang Xiaobao pretended to go out and walked in front of the stall owner. At the same time, he muttered, "It's easy to get wet if you sell paper in the morning. There are really fools." His voice was not loud, just enough for the stall owner to hear. Originally, the stall owner was still suspicious of everyone, But when he heard Zhang Xiaobao's voice, he forgot to suspect Zhang Xiaobao. Instead, he looked down at his stall and found that he had indeed made a mistake. When he came back to his senses and saw that he could not change the stall owner, he could only brace himself and set it up. When he stared at others again, he had already classified Zhang Xiaobao as a normal person and no longer thought about it. Zhang Xiaobao, on the other hand, continued to follow. He did not think that the stall owner would suspect him. That was how human psychology was. When one thought that everyone had their suspicions, if someone suddenly approached and took the initiative to speak, then this person would be the easiest to ignore. Of course, if it were Zhang Xiaobao setting up the stall, then it would be a different matter. After following him for half an hour, the old man exited the city gates. Zhang Xiaobao followed him out as well. Outside the city was a mountain which was quite a distance away. After exiting the city, there was an official road. After circling around, there was no outer ring. If they continued, they would go up the mountain. There were also woodsmen going up the mountain to gather firewood, and there were also people going around this place in the morning. The terrain of Jiangzhou and the provinces around Poyang Lake was like this. Mount Lu was also in Jiangzhou, but on the other side it was closer to Xuanyang. It was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, a river on one side, and a lake in the middle. It was not bad to travel here, but following people was not a good idea. This was because the old man really wanted to go up the mountain, which was different from what Zhang Xiaobao thought. Seeing the old man walking up the mountain, Zhang Xiaobao was about to continue following him, but suddenly changed his route and walked to the side. At the same time, he cursed inwardly. The people of that organization were too disgusting. Did they have to be so cautious? There was already a stall owner in front, and behind him was a woodcutter. There was nothing wrong with the woodcutter. What was wrong was that the axe was too new. It looked like it had not been used at all. With one look, one could tell that it had just been bought. Zhang Xiaobao definitely did not believe that the woodcutter was a real woodcutter. It was too fake. Which woodcutter would change a new axe for no reason? Fine. Let's just say that your old axe was broken, and you changed it, but why was your rope old? Moreover, there was a sailor's knot on the rope that had not been untied. It was clearly used on ships. Who would go up the mountain to gather firewood and tie a sailor's knot on the rope? The biggest loophole was that the woodcutter did not bend his back. People who often gathered firewood had to carry firewood. No matter how they usually took care of it, there would be traces left. Therefore, Zhang Xiaobao believed that the other party was someone arranged by the organization to sabotage him. He absolutely could not follow the original route. After walking over, Zhang Xiaobao sped up and ran up the mountain from the side. He had to follow. Since he could not take the original route, he could only go through the forest. Zhang Xiaobao tried his best to control his footsteps so as not to make too much noise. He finally saw the old man from the Su family again. He also saw the woodcutter. The man was casually looking for a tree to live in. He waved his axe and chopped it down, but he didn't use much strength. He just happened to be standing on the path that the old man took to go up the mountain. He was probably still worried and continued to monitor to see if anyone was following behind. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and continued to walk in the forest. At the same time, he observed the old man and maintained a relatively parallel posture. After walking for another quarter of an hour, just when Zhang Xiaobao was worried that the old man would die of exhaustion, the old man met up with the other people. The 3 people waited on the mountain, and there was also a slide pole on the side. We finally arrived. I'm so tired. You guys are too careful. The old man took 2 deep breaths, sat on the pole, and said to the 3 of them, "Don't worry, I'll be back soon." However, none of the 3 people responded. 2 of them picked up their poles one after the other and sped up their pace. The other person stood in place and looked around. Zhang Xiaobao began to admire the other party. He was a good opponent. No wonder the spies at home could not find him. This time, if he did not follow, he estimated that he would not know until the other party took action. After sighing, Zhang Xiaobao also quickened his pace. Now he was not worried because there was the sound of the slide pole. There was a person sitting on it. When the two people walked, the slide pole trembled and inevitably made a sound. As they walked, an hour passed. Zhang Xiaobao took out a bottle of water from his bag and took a sip. After adjusting his breathing, he cursed under his breath and continued to follow the group. After another quarter of an hour, the people carrying the slide pole entered the fork in the road. If Zhang Xiaobao directly walked forward, he would be able to pass through the small path. Seeing that the other people were going down the mountain, he could only continue to shuttle through the forest and go down the mountain. It was not easy to reach the foot of the mountain. When Zhang Xiaobao thought that the people carrying the slide pole would continue to carry the old man and take another detour, a cart stopped at the foot of the mountain. It was a two-wheeled cart loaded with firewood. Next to it were two people dressed as woodcutters. He did not know when the old man was blindfolded. It was not the kind of blindfold that used a cloth, but a hood. The slide pole stopped. The two people carrying the slide pole put down the old man and turned to go up the mountain. The old man was led to the cart. One of them lifted the firewood at the top of the cart, revealing a coffin-like box underneath. The old man was put inside the box. Then the two of them, one in front and one behind, one pulling and one pushing, walked towards the southwest road. At this time it was not a forest. Next to them was a terraced field. There were two people standing in the field who were obviously not farmers. "Damn it, who do you do that?" Zhang Xiaobao was dumbfounded. He could not continue to follow them. If he continued, the two people who were obviously not farmers would definitely suspect why he came here and went out through the forest. At this time, there was no cover at all. How could he hide? The leader of the opposite organization was too. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know how to describe it. Seeing the cart gradually disappear into the distance, Zhang Xiaobao smacked his lips and took out a bottle of water from his bag. As he slowly drank, he thought of a solution. He really did not expect that the other party was so cautious. If it were him, he estimated that he could not do more. Of course, if it were him, he would not use such an idea. It was too tiring. He could think of a better way, such as digging a tunnel under the house. There was no need to run around. Indeed, he could not follow them now. But the more the communication, the easier it was to leave a loophole. For example, if he wanted to kill someone, he could directly control the other party and ask them where the next place was. Then he would go to the next place and chase again. He did not believe that he could not catch up. Of course, he could not do it now. The two people in the terraced field were standing very far away. When they could see each other, there was also a chance to spread the news after someone was attacked, such as setting off fireworks or something. At that time, the two people pushing the cart would also set off fireworks and commit suicide at the same time. Before they committed suicide, they would kill the old man and the clues would be lost. Zhang Xiaobao drank a few mouthfuls of water and muttered, "Okay, I have seen it today. You are good. When I see you, I will tell you that you are far from being good at this. I almost got fooled by you. Humph." After muttering, Zhang Xiaobao once again shuttled through the forest and walked back. When he was out of the sight of the two people in the terraced field, Zhang Xiaobao did not follow them in a big circle. Instead, he ran directly in the direction of the lake. When he reached the lake, he looked around and saw that there was no one around. He took out his binoculars to observe the road. There were a total of several paths down from the terraced field. He remembered all of them. When he looked at the lake again, he finally found a small boat in the grass by the lake. It was very far away, but he could vaguely see it. It was really that the person who rowed the boat was too careless. Since they were hiding, why did they hide in the same place every time? The grass was too obvious. Zhang Xiaobao was relieved when he saw the boat. He already knew what the other party was doing. It was just running around the mountain. But the old man did not know where the boat was. He also did not know whether the boat was in the river or in the lake. At the same time, the people who wanted to follow them would not be able to follow them. They would suspect that the old man had entered the mountain and thus lose their judgment. After all, there were many mountains and terraced fields. If the other party was hiding in the mountains, it would be troublesome to find them. When the time came, they would invest a lot of manpower and material resources, but in the end they would get nothing. He believed that they would be very depressed. Zhang Xiaobao calculated for a moment and found a bush to enter. He opened his backpack and took out a water mirror and diving clothes, as well as a balloon. He blew up the balloon and took out 2 iron blocks from his backpack. He tied them to his waist and buckled them. Then he took out a bamboo tube and put rubber on his backpack before diving into the water. As soon as he entered the water, Zhang Xiaobao sank straight down. Although there was a balloon, if he did not swim, he would not float up. The iron blocks were heavy enough. He was able to make such preparations because he heard that the other party was on the boat. Zhang Xiaobao, who was wearing the water mirror, swam towards the boat. He also pulled open the bamboo tube, which had a length of 3 meters. He gradually approached the boat underwater. When Zhang Xiaobao saw a faint shadow on the surface of the water, he stopped in the bushes by the lake. He was very close to the boat, only about 10 meters away. The bamboo pipe was only slightly above the surface of the water, hidden by the bushes. Not long after, the shadow of the boat moved. Zhang Xiaobao guessed that the other party had already boarded the boat. As for hearing the sound, it was absolutely impossible. Now his ears were plugged with earplugs, and his nose was also clipped with a nose clip. After a few breaths, he saw the shadow of the boat moving away from the water. Zhang Xiaobao quickly followed. He also kept a certain distance. Occasionally he would shorten the bamboo tube. Wei Wei peeked out to observe. The speed of the boat was not slow. Zhang Xiaobao could only expend more energy. After following for a long time, Zhang Xiaobao was already tired. The boat finally stopped. In front of the boat, another big boat appeared. The boat gradually approached. Zhang Xiaobao finally did not dare to peek out. He could only take out the periscope and secretly watch. He watched as the old man, who was still wearing the hood, was taken to the big boat. Zhang Xiaobao began to swim with the ship again. This time it didn't take too long. After about a quarter of an hour, a vast expanse of reeds appeared in front of him. The big boat stopped, and a small boat came out of the reed and handed the old man over. The small boat moved towards the reed. Zhang Xiaobao gritted his teeth and had no choice but to continue chasing. In his heart he thought that if it was someone else, they would have died of exhaustion. Even if there was such a fun thing, swimming underwater was still pressurizing. The water pressure of 3 meters was still pressurizing. After waiting for another 15 minutes, Zhang Xiaobao cursed in his heart. "Fuck your mother." He put away the bamboo tube and sank with all his strength. This was because he saw the big boat. Not only did he see the big boat, but he also saw more than 10 people jump down from the big boat hidden in the reed. These people directly dived down. 2 of them were actually wearing diving goggles. He did not see the workmanship of the goggles, but Zhang Xiaobao definitely knew what the other party's purpose was. It was to guard against people like him. They used something like a bamboo tube to follow behind the boat. It should be the last line of defense. Zhang Xiaobao suspected that the other party had nothing to do all day and specially thought about this. Otherwise, how could they be on guard again and again? Well, he really wronged the intelligence personnel. Thinking about this in his heart, Zhang Xiaobao sank more than 20 meters. When he looked up, there was only a little bit of light above, and it was not obvious. The rest was pitch black. The people who jumped down from the boat were just as Zhang Xiaobao had guessed. They were afraid that someone would follow them in the water. Even if this situation was obviously impossible, they still seriously carried out the task of searching. However, they did not dive more than 20 meters, because if they dived this far, even if there was someone, they would not be able to see it. It was too dark. Zhang Xiaobao swam forward with all his strength. At this time, he did not intend to give up. He was prepared to tangle with the other party to the end. It would be best if he could find out some information. He wanted to swim out of the surveillance range of the people on the boat and then think of a way. After swimming for a minute, Zhang Xiaobao put the balloon to his mouth. After taking a breath, he continued to move forward. He did not even exhale directly. After taking a breath, he blew into the balloon again. He was worried that the other party was so cautious that they would notice if a series of bubbles suddenly appeared on the surface of the water. Even though the more than 10 people who jumped down knew that there was a person below them who had passed through a deeper part of the water, they were still so relaxed and comfortable. It was so unbelievable. The more than 10 people went up and down in the water a few times. One after another, they poked their heads out of the water. After taking a breath, a few people stayed behind to observe the water surface. The others sank down again. This happened 5 times. Each time it took about a minute. Finally, one of them said, "Okay, let's go back. There is no one in the water. Otherwise, we would have suffocated to death. I don't believe that anyone can hold their breath for so long. Even Xiao Bei, who is very good at swimming, can't do it." The more than 10 people swam to the side of the boat and were pulled up by the people above. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao also found that the air in the balloon did not feel comfortable when it entered his lungs. He removed the 2 iron blocks from his waist, hugged the balloon, and moved his feet continuously. His body quickly rose up. When he saw that he had reached the top, he stopped for a while to observe. When he saw that there was no one above, he poked his head out. He breathed in the air in the balloon while panting. He was out of breath just now. After a few breaths, Zhang Xiaobao finally felt a little better. He cursed, "Damn, you guys are good, but you don't know that there is another person called Zhang Xiaobao." Chapter 1088. Zhang Xiaobao now admired the other party from the bottom of his heart, but along the way, he had a sense of accomplishment. In such a situation, the other party did not leave him behind. It seemed that the other party still needed to be strengthened. After catching his breath, Zhang Xiaobao blew up the balloon again and hung it on his body. This way, he did not have to step on water. He was exhausted from swimming all the way. The main reason was that the boat was rowing fast, so he had to follow suit. If the boat was rowing slowly, he would not be afraid of swimming for a few more hours. Zhang Xiaobao, who had almost no strength, relied on the buoyancy of the balloon to float on the water. He also took out the food in his bag and ate it to replenish his strength. As he ate, he looked at the sky. It was already afternoon, so Zhang Xiaobao did not plan to stick to the boat now. He would wait until night so he could have a good rest. He chewed bit by bit, trying his best to chew the food in his mouth. At the same time, he swallowed more saliva so that the food would first be decomposed by his saliva. In this way, the absorption rate of the body would increase because the food that was eaten into the stomach was decomposed by the stomach acid. The stomach acid did not directly penetrate, but decomposed bit by bit from the outside. The most intuitive way was to eat cold noodles and swallow them directly without chewing. After an hour, he would spit them out. He would find that the cold noodles had become thinner, and after chewing them into pieces, the surface area of the food that came into contact with the stomach acid would also be larger. After eating, Zhang Xiaobao took out a small bottle of white wine. He looked at the direction of the wind, opened the lid, and took a sip. He immediately screwed the lid back to prevent the smell of the wine from floating over if the wind suddenly changed direction. Although Zhang Xiaobao had already guessed that the people who boarded the boat would not only smoke on the boat, but also drink and look for women on the boat. However, Zhang Xiaobao did not want any possible mistakes to appear. Sometimes, details determine success or failure. If the other party could have made a more detailed arrangement, he would not have followed them. Unfortunately, the other party had left a loophole. The biggest loophole was that the other party did not expect that there would be people who could stay underwater for a long time. With something like a balloon, people could dive. That was what Zhang Xiaobao thought, but he did not consider it. His expectations for the other party were too high. Who would be able to think of such a problem when there were so many layers of defenses? After taking a sip of the wine, Zhang Xiaobao felt much more comfortable and not so cold anymore. Even though it was summer, one couldn't swim in water without direct sunlight. Just now he had been staying under the water. Now that he had entered the reed thicket, it would not be so cold if it was outside. The sun was blocked by the thicket of reeds, and there were also silt and other things under the thicket, which were distributed in patches or patches. Moreover, it was almost evening. Once the sky turned dark, the temperature of the water would drop rapidly. Zhang Xiaobao had to adjust his body to its best condition before that happened. Otherwise, he could only rush forward with his gun. This was not what he wanted. He had a gun, and he was sure that once he used it, there would be no enemy in front of him. However, he could not be sure that the other party would stupidly rush towards him and not jump into the water to escape. There were many people on the boat, and it was not the same boat. If he really opened fire, the other party would easily scatter and jump into the water. At that time, who would he hit? To chase or not to chase? Which one should he chase? He did not know the other party, and he did not know who was the leader. Perhaps there were more than 2 leaders, and it would be difficult to catch them. Thinking about this, Zhang Xiaobao closed his eyes and began to sleep. He planned to take a nap and listen to the news on the boat when the sky turned dark. As for leaving after listening to the news, he did not have to worry about leaving. Pengli Lake was indeed very big, but the other party would definitely go around other people's boats. If he did not choose the same route and swam in a straight line, he would encounter fishing boats at night. After going up, he could pay the fishermen and take the boat back. He did not even need to reveal his identity. While Zhang Xiaobao was waiting, the sky gradually darkened and the water became colder. When the last ray of light from the sun disappeared, the stars and the moon, which should also be the sun, lit up. Zhang Xiaobao began to approach the big boat. Previously, he came out from below, but now he could only go around from above. Otherwise, he would have to go back down because there were reeds in the way. Below the reeds was mud. Now was not the same as during the day. Zhang Xiaobao estimated that if he went down, it would be very easy for his head to stick into the mud that was fixed by the roots of the reeds. After going around and around, Zhang Xiaobao even chased away a water snake. Finally, he heard the faint sound of a song. At such a close distance, the sound was not loud. Zhang Xiaobao was very impressed by the other party. It seemed that the boat was equipped with soundproofing and silencing. Otherwise, the sound would not be so quiet. Zhang Xiaobao found the nearest big boat and went up. There were no lanterns on the boat, but Zhang Xiaobao could still see a few figures at the bow of the boat with the help of the light from the stars and the moon. Now he was not afraid of others seeing him. The water was dark and he was wearing a wet suit. Only his head was exposed, unless the other party had night vision goggles or a pair of cat and mouse faces. Zhang Xiaobao slowly approached until he was under the bow of the boat. The people on the boat still did not see him. They probably had nothing to do and specially stared at the water at night to play. Moreover, Zhang Xiaobao came from the side of the boat. After reaching the side of the boat, Zhang Xiaobao did not take out the receiver to listen. He guessed that he could not hear the sound inside. Now he could only listen to what the people on the bow of the boat were saying. "Big brother, what should we do? They are probably going to do something soon. I don't know what they are doing. They said that as long as it is poured into the lake, people who drink the water will get sick. If it is poured into the river, people who drink the river water will also feel uncomfortable. Moreover, the fish will die in groups." A voice reached Zhang Xiaobao's ears. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. Weren't they together? Why did it sound like the people on the bow were worried about what the other party was going to do? And from what he heard, the other party wanted to pour something into the Yangtze River or Pengli Lake. What kind of thing could affect such a big lake, let alone the Yangtze River? The speed and volume of the water were not a joke. Ordinary people would not be able to see it after entering. Even if they poured mercury into it, it would be useless. It would be gone soon. Could it be that there was something more powerful? Nuclear pollution? What a joke! If anyone could get that thing, the Tang Empire would be rich. No, the Tang Empire would be finished. If they could get that thing and know how to use it and purify it, they could even make an atomic bomb. Would they need to play all kinds of tricks? They would be invincible. Zhang Xiaobao thought it was funny. Then he heard another person say, "I can't do anything. They won't let us leave. It seems like they are worried about us. They are very cautious. They might even take care of us in the end. I think they are not taking care of us now because they are afraid of disappointing their subordinates. Or maybe they want to treat us like a cat playing with a mouse. In short, I don't think they have good intentions. We can't think of anything now. If we jump, only 2 people will be able to swim out. You and Old 8. The others won't be able to. Our swimming skills are far worse. Moreover, they will chase us from behind. We don't even know where we are now. How can we find help? Sigh, we listened to Xiaobei's orders and came in, but we can't provide any useful help to Xiaobei. It's so frustrating. When Zhang Xiaobao heard this, he immediately understood who the other party was. It was definitely Hu Liang and the others who had been captured by Xiaobei. They had successfully entered the other party's system, but the other party did not completely trust them and still did not allow them to leave. They even received the same treatment as the old man from the Su family. They did not know the specific location. Seeing that they were on the same side, Zhang Xiaobao felt more at ease. He continued to listen, wanting to hear what they had to say. He was very satisfied. At least it meant that the 8 of them did not betray him. After this matter was over, he would reward them well. Boss, if there is no other way, let's fight out with them. We can't let them take the thing into the lake or the Yangtze River. Old 5, you only know how to talk nonsense. Fight? What do we have to fight? Even if all 8 of us die here, it won't affect them in the slightest. If we could succeed in this fight, even if I had to give up my life, I would have done it long ago. Look at how guarded they are against us. A few days ago, we weren't even allowed to stay a little longer at the bow of the boat. Now, I reckon that they're more or less done with their preparations, or perhaps they believe that we won't betray them, so they've relaxed their guard against us. But that's not necessarily the case. Perhaps they're also watching us. Keep your voice down. What if there's someone under the water? Right now, we can only watch and wait. We can only hope that Xiaobei's group can move faster and find this place. When the time comes, we can coordinate with them from the inside and outside. When Zhang Xiaobao heard them say that there was someone under the water, he was given a fright. He was afraid that they really would poke their heads out and look down. If that happened, he would be exposed. Don't count on Xiaobei's group either. Didn't you hear the people that came over say that when Xiaobei's group was in Xunyang City, they were almost successfully ambushed? In the end, it was that boat loaded with gunpowder that got into the water. Otherwise, there would definitely have been people out of luck. Fortunately, Xiaobei's group managed to avoid it. Oh, the heavens protect us. Punli Lake is truly too big, and Xiaobei's group doesn't know that their leader is on the boat. Moreover, they're hiding in the reed marsh. That's not necessarily true. Xiaobei's group might also be investigating the reed marsh in Punli Lake, but it's too big and hard to find. And there's also that place on the mountain. It's surrounded by mountains, so even if the Zhang family and Wang family have a lot of people, they won't be able to investigate too much, and they won't be able to search the mountain. I suddenly thought of a good method that has a very high chance of letting the Zhang family and Wang family discover us. But once we use this method, we can forget about continuing to live. They definitely won't let us go. What method? If I die, I die. For the great Tang, I'll accept it. In another 20 years, I'll still be a good man. Moreover, we won't be the ones to die. Not a single one of them will have a good ending, including those wealthy clans who clearly know that what they're doing is detrimental to the great Tang, but still support them. My method is to set the reed marsh ablaze. When the time comes, there will definitely be a very thick plume of smoke rising. Whether it's them or the surrounding fishermen and pleasure boats that discover it, they'll all spread the news. I'm confident that the Zhang family and Wang family have placed quite a few intelligence agents in Jiangzhou. They can't possibly let go of this information. After asking around, they'll definitely dispatch a large number of soldiers. Don't they have soldiers patrolling the lake? It'll be fine if they come. Even if they kill us, I won't regret it. Third brother, it's a good idea. In fact, if we really set the reed marsh ablaze, there's no need for the Zhang family and Wang family to come. We'll be burned to death along with them. None of us will be able to escape. Let's use this method as our last resort." Zhang Xiaobao listened from below and nodded inwardly. This was indeed a good method. Although the reeds were still green, there were still reeds from last year. Although there weren't many of them, they could still be set ablaze. Once they were set ablaze, the green reeds would also burn. In addition, there was a lot of silt below. If the reeds were set ablaze, the methane inside would also be burned out. Once the silt dried, it would crack and the methane would naturally come out. Coupled with the wind, no one would be able to escape. Just suffocation alone was enough to kill. At the same time, Zhang Xiaobao had a better impression of these 8 people. At the critical moment, there were still people who would block the bullet holes. However, they were not needed anymore. He had come himself. The people above did not know that they had obtained Zhang Xiaobao's approval. They were still mustering their courage to perish together with the enemy. Of course, they did not want to die, so the boss said, "It's not yet time. It's better to live. We also have families. Although we're dead, the Zhang family and Wang family will treat our families well. It's better to be treated like that than to live. Wait a little longer. We have to believe in Xiao Bei and the others. We have to believe in the Zhang family and the Wang family. We don't think that the Zhang family and Wang family can't beat them, especially Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. They're like gods. Perhaps they've already found this place, but they haven't made a move yet. Yes, they're the most powerful. No one can avoid them. Big brother, that's impossible. If they've found this place, how could they not make a move? Right now, they can't wait to find everyone and kill them all. In any case, I don't believe it. We can only risk our lives. For the great Tang. For the great Tang, the other 4 people said together. There were still 3 people who did not come over. They were responsible for keeping watch. Come quickly. We're about to die. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, where are you? If we die, we must tell our families. We're dying for the great Tang. We're heroes. Why haven't you found this place and captured them all? Because I just arrived, Zhang Xiaobao said in his mind. Chapter 1089. The people on the boat were both looking forward to the arrival of the Zhang family and the Wang family, but they also felt that there was no hope. All of them were clearly afraid of death, but at the last moment, they had decided to ignite the reed marsh. With this mentality, their voices grew quieter and quieter, their mood gradually sinking. Occasionally, some of them would even sigh. Zhang Xiaobao stood below the boat, feeling admiration for these people. Calmly facing death and generously sacrificing their lives for justice were easy to say, but extremely difficult to do. At the very least, Hu Liang and his 8 sworn brothers could not do such a thing. They very much wanted to live and see their families, but when faced with the most important choice in life, they chose to die together. At this moment, the radiance of humanity illuminated Zhang Xiaobao's heart. Zhang Xiaobao was keenly aware that although these people were speaking softly and sighing, it was precisely because of this state that they had chosen to act at the last moment. When a person had already lost all hope, they would stake everything on a single throw. Just like some of the murders in his and Wang Wan's time. Murders were usually bullied by others. Every time they were bullied, they had to endure it. When they finally realized that no matter what, they would not be able to do it, they would have to take a different path. Thus, Zhang Xiaobao was worried that when he returned to find his family, his 8 brothers would not be able to hold themselves back and act first. Although the results were good, and his family would definitely discover the situation here, the price of 8 people willing to sacrifice their lives for the great Tang was simply too great. After some consideration, Zhang Xiaobao decided to reveal his identity and put his 8 brothers at ease. However, he had to think of a good plan. Otherwise, if the people above suddenly discovered him, it would be easy for them to cry out in alarm. If that was the case, he could only choose to take out his gun and act, thus alerting the enemy and allowing them to escape. He would not be able to grasp anything useful, and he would not even be able to see the face of the enemy's leader. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaobao finally made his move. Diving back into the water, under the cover of darkness, he left the boat and ran to a place where there was no one. He took out a small knife and began to cut the reeds. He cut them one by one and tied them all together. It didn't take too long for a mat made of reeds to appear. Zhang Xiaobao didn't expect the green reed cushion to be very comfortable to sit on, and it was impossible for him to sell it. He just wanted to use it now. He placed the cushion on top of the mud and climbed up. This way, he didn't have to worry about sinking into the mud. He then took out a silk thread from his backpack. The silk thread was very strong and was a common item in the Special Forces. If a few strands of silk were entangled together, it could support the weight of a person. This was because the craftsmanship was not good enough. If it were him, one strand would be enough. At the same time, the silk thread could also be used to sew up wounds. When there was an external injury, using this kind of thread would not help even if there were bacteria. It was better than directly dying from excessive bleeding. The third function was to tie up the enemy and kill people. It could be used as a normal rope or to strangle the enemy's neck. If the neck was strangled by the silk thread, not only would it be impossible to make a sound from the mouth, but it would also not be as easy to resist as if it was strangled by a rope. The thread was too thin, and the hand of the person who was strangled would not be able to exert any strength at all. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to use another function, and that was fishing. Catching fish in the water in the reed marsh with his bare hands required luck. He might not be able to catch it in a short time, and he couldn't wait. Soon, Zhang Xiaobao hooked the fishing line. The hook was connected to the line. It was a needle used to sew wounds. Of course, this needle could also be used as a weapon to stab into the spinal cord of the enemy's neck. One needle could directly destroy a person's life system. The prerequisite was that the needle had to be able to pierce into the body, and accurately. He hung the earthworm that he found in the mud, tied a small bead that emitted a night light not far from the hook, threw it into the water, and began to wait patiently. With the attraction of the fluorescent column, the fish would naturally come over. After a while, Zhang Xiaobao felt a pulling force from the line. He pulled the line fiercely, and a fish that weighed 1 catty was pulled out by Zhang Xiaobao. He smashed the fish's head twice, and the fish died directly. Zhang Xiaobao took out the rice seedling symbol from his bag, firmly tied the fish with the line, cut the line, and swam towards the previous boat. When he was about 10 meters away from the boat, Xiaobao threw the fish out. The fish flew in an arc and landed in front of the boat, making splashing sounds as it hit the water. The sound startled several people at the bow, and they suddenly stopped talking. One by one, they vigilantly looked in the direction of the sound. Zhang Xiaobao dived into the water and swam over to fish the fish out of the water. Once again, he came to a place where no one could see and repeated the action just now. When the fish fell into the water, under the moonlight and the reflection of the water, several people at the bow found the village of the fish. The fish is tired of staying in the water, so it jumped up to take a breath. Lao Wu said with a prescient look. The others also thought so and calmed down. Zhang Xiaobao dived over again and repeated the action just now. The splashing sound was still the same, but this time it was closer to the bow, making the people on the bow startled again. This happened several times, and each time it was closer than the previous time. The people at the bow began to become interested, and their eyes stared at the place where the fish might fall into the water. If it jumps again, maybe it will jump to the boat. Just catch it and eat it. Lao Wu said with a smile. The others also thought it was fun. It was late at night, and the fish was not idle. They had been bored for many days, so it was interesting to see if the fish had a bad idea and jumped up. When Xiaobao threw the fish again, they finally realized that something was wrong. The fish didn't seem to have jumped out from the water. At least, it didn't jump out from the water in front of them. It seemed to have come from somewhere else. Fish can fly. I heard that there are several kinds of fish in the sea that can fly out of the water, but I haven't seen any in the lake. Let's see where it came from. Lao Wu still said, heartlessly. Hu Liang, who was relatively smart, realized that something was wrong. He whispered to the others, "Pay attention, there's a situation. Look again." After Hu Liang's reminder, several people became alert and stared at the water suspiciously. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao swam over again and reached out to catch the fish. The fish was still faintly floating on the water, and Hu Liang and the others' eyes instantly widened. They saw a vague shadow under the water. If it were not for the previous few times when fish fell into the water, they would definitely cry out in surprise when they suddenly saw the shadow. However, this time they watched attentively, wanting to know what the shadow was. At the same time, they even softened their breathing and stared without blinking. Zhang Xiaobao dove down, and finally his figure could not be seen on the water surface. At the same time, the fish was gone. What was that? Lao Wu shivered and asked softly. The others shook their heads, indicating that they did not know, but their eyes widened even more. Just as they were still looking at the water and paying attention to the place where the fish might have flown out, the fish appeared in front of them under the moonlight. However, it did not fall into the water, but flew towards where they were. With a bang, the fish landed on the deck. Several people looked at each other, and no one made a sound. Their eyes swept over the fish, and then looked at the place where the fish seemed to have flown from. They found that it flew out from a place under the boat that could not be seen, and they were all very surprised. "Let me see, you guys don't move. There's probably a problem," Hu Liang whispered, slowly moved 2 steps, squatted down, and looked down at the fish. At this time, he could finally see that something was tied to the fish. He was usually very smart, but the first thing he thought of was who tied something to the fish, what was the purpose, and why did they throw it on the boat? After thinking for a while, he immediately became excited because he had already guessed a little, but he was still not sure. If it was someone from the organization on the boat, why would they spend so much effort to play with people? Then it seemed that only the omnipotent Zhang family and Wang family's intelligence system could do such a thing. Holding back the surprise and expectation in his heart, Hu Liang reached out and picked up the fish. He looked at it under the moonlight and saw a piece of iron with the word "Bao" written in the middle of it. Seeing this word, even if he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Hiss! Suddenly, he used one hand to cover his mouth, and his eyes widened. "Old 8, how is it? What fish?" Old 5's voice came. When Hu Liangfang came over to cover his mouth, he gasped for breath. He pulled the tag off the fish and cut the fish. After all, he couldn't untie the string, and he didn't want to let the tag stay on the fish. If someone came over and saw it, it would be exposed. After a few breaths, Hu Liang calmed himself down and looked at the side of the boat that couldn't be seen. He took the fish and turned back to the few people and said to them, "I'll tell you something. Now shut up. No matter what I say, you are not allowed to make any noise. Otherwise, we will kill someone or we will alert the enemy." When they heard Hu Liang's words, they were shocked. Under the moonlight, they observed Hu Liang's expression. Seeing Hu Liang's serious expression, they nodded one after another. They stretched out their hands and covered their mouths one by one. They also took deep breaths to let themselves be in a nervous state. Seeing that the brothers were ready, Hu Liang said, "Let me tell you a piece of good news. The people from the Zhang family and Wang family have found us. The fish just now had their mark on it." As expected, the expressions of the few people tensed up, but because they were already prepared, they were still able to control themselves. Hu Liang nodded and said, "There is another piece of news that is even more shocking," so the few people covered their mouths and nodded at the same time, meaning that they understood. "Just say it, we can handle it." The person who came was none other than Zhang Xiaobao. Hu Liang dragged out the last 3 words. Ugh! Lao Wu almost couldn't catch his breath, and it was stuck in his throat. It was so painful that he covered his mouth with one hand and pinched his throat with the other. His face was red, just like when you sneezed but didn't let the air out. Instead, you held it in your mouth. The other people's expressions were also different. They looked at Hu Liang in disbelief. Was it possible? Hu Liang didn't continue to speak this time. Instead, He picked up the mark on the fish, put it in his palm, and spread it out for everyone to see. The people who were blocking the moonlight moved aside. When the light shone on the mark, the clear pattern of the rice seedlings and the word treasure in the middle appeared in front of their eyes. The few people were stunned for a moment. After a while, Lao Wu released the hand that was covering his mouth and gasped for breath. He was surprised and tried to suppress his voice as he said, "Zhang Xiaobao came in person? He is really awesome. How did he find us?" Lao Wu said the word advance that was spread by Zhang Xiaobao. The surprise on his face didn't change. Indeed, when we came here, we were blindfolded. Then, we changed many times before we got on the boat. We also saw how the others looked when they got on the boat. It was so troublesome. How did Xiaobao follow them? Most importantly, when the boat carried people here, many people jumped into the water to look for people who were following them underwater. Today, during the day, there was indeed a person who came. I remember that his surname was Su. Could it be that Xiaobao followed him here? That's too awesome. It seems that Xiaobao felt that his family spies were always useless, so he personally took action. I have learned something new. In the past, I always heard people say that the two of them are so awesome. Anything that they personally do, there is nothing that they can't do. Today, I finally know what it means to have a good reputation. Lao Wu also nodded. He was surprised and happy. No matter how Zhang Xiaobao came, he definitely came. Then, did that mean that they didn't have to set the reed marsh on fire and die? Lao Qi also said at this time, "Xiaobao should be in the water now, right? Don't just talk by yourself. The two of you go and look at him. The water is very cold now. Is he hungry? Is that why he asked us to find a way to get him something to eat?" Hu Liang glanced at Lao Qi and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How can he be hungry? He can eat the fish. If he is thirsty, there is the water in the lake. This water is fresh water, unlike the seawater in the sea, which can't be drunk. I will go and look at him. You guys stay here and don't move. After saying that, Hu Liang glanced at the entrance of the cabin. Some of his brothers were standing guard there. They were fine for the time being, so he was relieved. He squatted down and moved to the side of the boat where the fish flew out from. Lao Wu, who was behind him, didn't forget to chime in. That's right. Lao Qi, you are wrong. Fish can be eaten raw. Their training includes eating raw things. How can Xiaobao not eat raw fish? I don't believe it. Xiaobao is the best. Otherwise, he wouldn't have found us. Hu Liang did not care about what Xiaobao said. He came to the side of the boat and poked his head out to look down. Xiaobao, on the other hand, was looking up. He had done everything he could. If the other party was still not calm enough, then there was nothing he could do. Hu Liang had already told himself not to be nervous, but when he saw the face looking up at him, he still gasped in surprise. Then he asked softly, "Are you young Master Xiaobao?" "I am Hu Liang." "I know who you are. I am Zhang Xiaobao. Today, I just came here with a person surnamed Su. I heard you guys talking about setting the reed marshes on fire. I was afraid that you guys wouldn't be able to take it and would take action in advance. I gave you guys a heads up. Don't do anything. Wait for me. I will come back with you guys. Early tomorrow morning. I promise that we will be there. Look at the signal. There will be a hot air balloon floating in the sky. When the time comes, don't worry about the camouflage on the boat. Pretend that nothing happened. Wait for the hot air balloon to release a dazzling light. Then you guys will jump into the water together. Got it?" Zhang Xiaobao didn't have much time to exchange pleasantries with others. He directly explained his plan. Hu Liang nodded repeatedly. "Got it. Young Master Xiaobao, why you can still swim back? Why don't we think of a way to let you rest?" When he asked this question, he knew that it was useless. Zhang Xiaobao couldn't possibly rest. Moreover, it would be very difficult for them to find a place for Zhang Xiaobao to rest. Sure enough, Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and said no need. "I will leave immediately. You guys must remember that you are not allowed to set the reed marshes on fire." After saying this, Zhang Xiaobao's head sank and disappeared from Hu Liang's sight. Hu Liang stared at the place where Zhang Xiaobao disappeared for a while. He didn't see which direction Zhang Xiaobao had left in. He only knew that he had left. So he stood up again and returned to his brothers with a happy expression. Did you see that? Old 8. Did Zhang Xiaobao transform into a fish-like body? Old 5 saw Hu Liang come over and whispered to him. Transform what? Transform into a fish? Why don't you say he turned into a bird? Birds can fly, but fish can only swim. Hu Liang was in a good mood, so he also joked. Hee hee. Birds are fine as long as they can come over. That's great. We don't have to worry about dying now. Did he bring soldiers? Oh, he definitely didn't. If he did, they would have already surrounded this place. Why would he be so careful like now? Sigh. I didn't expect that the person who came to save us would be Xiaobao. He is so precious, but he personally came. Just based on his ability to come, I won't even frown if he wants me to die in the future. Old 5 happily said, and also guaranteed that he would face death with equanimity. If you don't believe me, you won't frown. Old 7 said, why wouldn't I believe it? Because my eyes were closed the entire time. I wouldn't know when I died. Old 5 retorted. Zhang Xiaobao had no time to think about how Hu Liang and the others felt. He was still swimming in the water. He had to find a boat quickly, and then let the people on the boat take him back so that he could arrange for people to help him. There were not many people fishing in the lake at night. Even if there were, they generally wanted to catch prawns. In the past, it was not bad to have someone fishing for prawns at night because they needed light to catch prawns at night. The light from the ignition could illuminate a large area, but there were also many insects. Generally, the cold light had the best effect. However, the technology in the past was not good enough to get so many fluorescent stones. Fluorescent stones were not very valuable now. They could not be used to light up the area, but it was absolutely no problem to use them to lure prawns. Put them in a net, then sink them into the water or put them in a basket of prawns. Put something inside that could emit a smell of oil, and the prawns would be attracted. Therefore, if people wanted prawns at night, they would come out. However, who would go so far? There were many better places beside the reed marsh. It was not like Zhang Xiaobao's time now. The lake was almost empty, not to mention the fish and prawns inside. Right now, whether it was Poyang Lake or Dongting Lake, both were very good. If there was a strong wind, the waves would not be worse than the sea. If it was not calm at night, even boats would not dare to go there. Zhang Xiaobao now wanted to see how his luck was. He hoped that he could meet a fishing boat. Otherwise, he could only swim back. His body could bear it, but once he went back, he would not be able to recover for 2 or 3 days. In the night, Zhang Xiaobao still swam towards the shore in a straight line. As for whether he could meet a boat on the way, it depended on whether the boat was good enough. When he came here, Zhang Xiaobao swam for a long time, but if he went back in a straight line, it would definitely not take so much time. This was because Zhang Xiaobao knew that the other party took a long detour to get there. Otherwise, it would be easy to be discovered. Therefore, Zhang Xiaobao adjusted his physical state and breathing. His speed was not the fastest, but it was not slow either. He moved forward towards the dark place in front of him. After swimming for about half an hour, Zhang Xiaobao was about to stop. When he took out something from his backpack to eat and recover his strength, a faint flame appeared in front of him. After seeing the flame, Zhang Xiaobao gave up the idea of eating. He estimated that it would take about a quarter of an hour to swim there, so he took a deep breath and swam towards the flame with all his strength, regardless of the consumption of his physical strength. Su Shan was in a good mood tonight. Since it was dark until now, he had already caught 20 pounds of prawns, and the smallest one was 1.5 inches long. When dawn came, he should be able to get 50 pounds of prawns. Then he would row the boat to the shore and send it to the children in the school. 2 days ago, there were children who said that they wanted to eat braised prawns. However, the 2 days before and yesterday, he also needed to live, so he did not catch many prawns. Today he finally had some free time and could give the children a good meal. As for the other spices, they would be prepared by the people who were also responsible for providing food for the children in the school. He could not bear all the food for all the children in the school, so he could only send food back every few days. Other times, other people would be responsible for it. Just like him, when they were busy with their daily needs, they would free up time to find food for the children. At noon tomorrow, all the children in the school, including the 2 in his family, would be able to eat fragrant and fresh prawns. Every time he saw the smiles on the children's faces, he would be very happy. When he was young, he didn't do much in the morning. Not to mention that there were people who provided all kinds of things. He could not even find anyone to teach him how to read. Children these days could be called happy. Of course, at that time he did not have the Zhang family and the Wang family, nor did he have Xiaobao and Cuckoo, who were officials in the county. It was the 2 of them who proposed the morning activities, and then the whole Tang Empire immediately followed suit and built schools one after another. When the children grew up and learned, the Tang Empire would stand tall between the heavens and the earth, and the small countries around it would not be able to shake it. Although a lot of mosquitoes were attracted by the lanterns at night, he had applied medicine on his body, so he was not afraid. Occasionally a few would fly over, and even if they bit him, it would be fine. Su Shan thought to himself, the net that was put into the water did not seem to be catching the prawns, but rather hope. Thinking of this, he could not help but hum a little song that he thought was very pleasant to hear. It was a song that he had heard outside the brothel. The girls sang it well, and the scholars sang along as well. Learned, Humph, who is not learned now. His 2 children were also learned. During the examination, they could rank in the top 10 in the school. The people in the future would definitely be learned, but the most capable ones could only be Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. They were the top civil and military scholars. Come, all the prawns come. You are helping the children of the Tang Empire. Huh, what is that on the water in the distance? It was sinking and floating. If not for his good eyesight, he would not have noticed it. It was coming towards his boat. Fish? It did not look like it. Such a big fish swimming in the water at night? A water monster? It should be. Oh my God, is the water monster coming to eat people? He was a good person, and it could not eat him. If he was not a good person, he could not smoothly come out to catch prawns. Now, the county was strict. If he did not have the certificate to provide things to the school, he would not be allowed to come out in the same boat at night. When Su Shan was thinking about the good thing, he found that there was something in the water that was quickly approaching the boat. He could not help but worry. He thought over and over again that he was a good person, and that water monsters should not eat good people. After waiting for the undulating thing to continue to approach for a while, Su Shan finally realized that he could not wait foolishly. He had to run. So he put away the net and the cage as fast as he could, ran to the back of the boat, and rowed to run in the other direction. Zhang Xiaobao increased his speed to the maximum. As he was getting closer, he could even see the outline of the person's face under the lantern. Just as he was feeling happy, he suddenly found that the person began to put away the things and was about to leave. Zhang Xiaobao immediately understood why the person did that. Maybe the person did not see him clearly and thought that he was a dangerous creature. The idea of leaving was right, but if he left, what should he do? He had already used all his strength. Should he float, adjust, and then swim back? In a hurry, Zhang Xiaobao did not care too much. He shouted toward that direction, "Wait, don't go." "Wait? If I wait, you will catch up with me. If I don't go, do you think I will still be alive?" When Su Shan heard the voice, the first thing that came to his mind was this. So he rowed the boat harder and shouted at Zhang Xiaobao, "I am not a monster. Stop, give me a ride." Zhang Xiaobao saw that the other party had no intention of stopping, so he shouted again. How can a water monster say that he is a water monster? Give you a ride? If I give you a ride, you will kill me. Su Shan shouted back again. You stop. Your water monster can speak human language? If I am a real water monster, I will let you see it. Are you stupid? The water monster will attack you in the water. I am a human. Only humans can't stay in the water all the time. I am swimming. Okay, I will tell you my identity. I am Zhang Xiaobao from the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family of Sanshui County. Zhang Xiaobao was really helpless. It was not easy to find a boat, but the person rowing it was actually timid and stupid. Who knows if a water monster like you can attack me in the water? You are Xiaobao. Even if you are cuckoo, I will not stop. Don't lie to me. I am very smart. Su Shan continued to shout. His hands were not idle, and the oar was being rowed by him. Zhang Xiaobao was about to cry. Fortunately, the speed of the boat was not as fast as his speed of swimming. This was a fishing boat, not a boat race. Otherwise, he would have no hope at all. As he continued chasing, Zhang Xiaobao shouted, I'm really Zhang Xiaobao. I'm here to find out who's causing trouble. If you don't stop now and delay Great Tang's matters, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. If you stop now, you'll just be cheated and eaten by the water monster. Choose between Great Tang's luck and your life. Hearing this shout, Su Shan paused and hesitated. He knew that he was indeed investigating the people who were causing trouble for Tang recently. Those people even wanted to kill Xiao Bei and the other children. Maybe it was really the people from the Zhang family and Wang family. But why would Xiao Bao come out personally? Choice. Tang's luck and my life. If I have to choose, how should I choose? If it is true, I will regret it for the rest of my life if I delay the other party's matter. If it is false, I will lose my life. Su Shan began to think, and his hand movements slowed down. A matter of stopping the boat to get people out had become a matter of life and death between Tang and himself. Zhang Xiaobao saw that he slowed down and continued, I am right? Think about it carefully. Which water monster knows about the affairs of the human world? Then the water monster will become a spirit. Why would it care about eating you, right? Yes, you are really not a water monster. Su Shan asked again. No, definitely not. I am a human. I am Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao clenched his teeth and said, Then why did you come out personally? Tell me, what is your sister's name? Su Shan continued to ask. Zhang Bei. If I don't come out, how can I find the enemy? My subordinates are not doing their job well. Zhang Xiaobao could only answer. Otherwise, they would not have stopped the boat. Then you are really Xiaobao. Then tell me again. 5 plus 6 plus 3 plus 2 plus 7, what is it? Let me tell you. Xiaobao is very good at calculating. He will definitely be able to calculate it. Su Shan thought hard and thought of a profound mathematical problem. At least the water monster should not be able to solve it. It is 23. Zhang Xiaobao was so angry that he almost sank down. Is it 23? Why am I 22? Su Shan did not understand it himself just now. It is 23 really. Look, 5 plus 6 is 11. 3 is 14 and 2 is 16. 16 plus 7 is 23, right? Yes, that's right. Then you are Xiaobao. Haha. Xiaobao can actually meet me at night? God, you're too good to me. Xiaobao, I believe you. Tell me, have you made any progress on the matter you're investigating? Yes, I found their place and I'm rushing back. I will call someone to deal with them together. Then you've really worked hard. Xiaobao, let me tell you, the 2 children in my family admire you the most. Really, I also admire you. I don't think much of others. Thank you. I will work harder in the future. Xiaobao, where are they? Can your people rush over? Yes, they are in a reed marsh. There is a reed marsh. I remember the place. Xiaobao, you are so good. How did you find them? Can you stop the boat and let me go up? I will tell you while resting. You are exhausting me. The boat began to move towards the shore. Zhang Xiaobao had changed into his original clothes and was now wearing a cloth that gave off an unknown smell. He was holding a chipped bowl in his hand, and inside it was boiling hot ginger water. Lil, Bao, I really didn't expect it to be you at first. I'm sorry. If I had known, I would have gone to pick you up. I wouldn't have let you swim over. If you blame me, I'll accept it. I'm a person. Zhang Xiaobao drank the water while Su Shan was apologizing to Zhang Xiaobao while he was rowing the boat. Zhang Xiaobao listened to Su Shan helplessly. He had already said many times that he did not blame him, but he still apologized. After a few words, he changed the topic. Zhang Xiaobao did not say that he did not need to apologize. He was exhausted just now. Not only did he have to swim, but he also had to shout. If it was a normal person, he would have drowned. Now that he had time to rest, Zhang Xiaobao began to think about how to deal with the situation there. The reed marsh was a good place to hide. Not only was it hidden, but the reed marsh in the lake was also very large. Even if he specially arranged for people to investigate, they would not be able to find it under normal circumstances. Moreover, the lake was not very strict. It was not that his family did not do their best, but the terrain of the entire Jiangzhou was too complicated. Not only was there a lake, but it was also surrounded by mountains, especially Mount Lu. It should be the focus of his family's investigation. If the enemy was hiding in Mount Lu, it would be very difficult to find them. Who would guess that the enemy was right under their nose? Now that they had found the location, did it mean that the enemy was there? What if the enemy had a hiding place elsewhere? Once this place was cleaned up, the people elsewhere would notice and move away. It seemed that they had to take action, but the area affected had to be small. It was best not to let others notice. They also could not send out too many hot air balloons in the sky. They had to pretend that they were just passing by. There was also a fleet that was not in the lake. There were only a few armed ships at Dongting Lake. They were probably targeted by the enemy, so they could not be mobilized. As such, the only way was to send people over and take action on the water and underwater at the same time to not give the enemy a chance to escape. As for the ships used, a fishing boat like Su Shan's would be good. Zhang Xiaobao had a plan in mind. He interrupted Su Shan, who was still apologizing, and asked, "Su Shan, let me ask you something. How many fishing boats do you know?" "Ah, Xiaobao, there are many. Look at how big the lake is. There are many people who live by the lake. It's just that the inspection is very strict recently. Ordinary boats can't come out easily. If they want to come out, they are not allowed to come out alone. They have to listen to the arrangements of your people and temporarily form a team with other boats. I am only allowed to come out alone because I am delivering things to the school. I can guarantee that. Your people can rest assured." "Xiaobao, what happened before?" After Su Shan answered a few words, he began to apologize again. "Then do you know who can be trusted? We need to use your fishing boats to send people to the place. Otherwise, if armed ships and a large number of hot air balloons appear, the enemy hiding elsewhere may notice and escape." Zhang Xiaobao did not wait for Su Shan to finish apologizing and asked again. Su Shan's hand movements slowed down. He looked up at the sky and rolled his eyes. He seemed to be thinking about who he knew as a fisherman and who he didn't. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, "There are many differences. Anyway, if they are not reliable, don't look for them. I know a lot of people. How many people do you want to send? I will call a boat for you. Just say that you need their help to catch a school of big fish. Whether they believe it or not, just let them come out first. No, if it is a school of fish, if you don't follow them in the lake, no one will believe that you can find it. You can change the reason. Say that the Zhang family and the Wang family want to eat a certain kind of fish. That kind of fish is rare in the lake. You can ask them to catch that kind of fish. As for my people, each ship can hold 10 people. If we squeeze together, we can squeeze 13 people without being discovered. You can get 60 ships. I estimate that it should be enough for 700 people." Zhang Xiaobao came up with a new excuse and said the number of boats he needed. "Okay, 60 boats. Your people need to find a place first. After we come out, we will pick you up there. Don't let the bad guys find you." Su Shan agreed without hesitation. It seemed that he was quite popular among the fishermen. He was able to find 60 boats just like that. Zhang Xiaobao naturally agreed. He discussed with Su Shan where to get on the boats. Then he talked with Su Shan about the situation of his family, especially about his children. It was not that Zhang Xiaobao wanted to chat. He did not want to hear Su Shan continue to apologize. He had to change the topic, otherwise his ears would ring. With the boats, Zhang Xiaobao returned quickly. In short sprints, the speed of a fishing boat was not as fast as his swimming speed. But for long distances, he could not maintain the same speed. When it was 1:45 in the morning, Zhang Xiaobao stood on the shore and found a family with a horse. Su Shan knew them. He knocked on the door and asked Su Shan to be his guarantor. At the same time, he left money as a deposit. Zhang Xiaobao rode his horse to Wang Wan's courtyard. He did not dare to borrow a horse from the local government. Once his identity was exposed, there would be people in the local government. It was estimated that from the county magistrate to the registrar, no one was a good person. They were all frightened by the tricks of the other party. For example, the appearance of the shadow of the immortal and other deceptive things. In addition, smoking made people hallucinate. A little psychological suggestion could achieve a good effect. Ignorance, this was ignorance, but it had nothing to do with knowledge. Not to mention the people now, even the officials of that time were still fooled. Zhang Xiaobao also used this method to deceive people. He played it better than the other party. The other party probably played a long distance, but he played a short distance. It was like magic. After this time, when he was done, no one in the local government would be safe, including the family surnamed Su. It was fine to take drugs, and it was fine to be deceived, but the crime of going against the Tang Empire could not be avoided, no matter what the reason was. Zhang Xiaobao made up his mind and sped up. Su Shan did not rest and went to find people he knew. He told them one by one that they would set off the boat tomorrow morning. He said that the mission was given by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Those who were found by him readily agreed. No one refused. They were not only giving him face, but also willing to help Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan improve their diet. If Su Shan did not use the name of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, but the name of the local government, saying that the county magistrate wanted to eat whatever fish, the result would definitely not be like this. Those who were found by him would definitely blame him for finding them. Even if they had to go fishing in the end, they would curse in their hearts. They could not treat the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan the same way. Chapter 1090. Yes, the other party is indeed not ordinary. Fortunately, you did it yourself. Compared to the shock in Wang Gang's heart, Wang Wan appeared to be calm. She only acknowledged Zhang Xiaobao's ability, but didn't say anything else. Wang Wan was very clear about Zhang Xiaobao's tracking and anti-tracking abilities. Unless there were no clues, otherwise, no matter how the other party hid, it would be useless. Otherwise, they wouldn't have mobilized so many police officers and still couldn't do anything to him. Now, Zhang Xiaobao was even more powerful than he was at that time. At that time, he didn't have the same conditions as now. He began to exercise from a young age, and his strength, flexibility, and reaction were far better than before. The other party's little tricks could fool others, but they were useless against Zhang Xiaobao or herself. If it were her, she could also track the other party, but because it was a woman's body, it would be more tiring. Fortunately, we came. Otherwise, we would have lost 8 heroes. I would rather they never be martyrs. Tomorrow's arrangement is like this. Zhang Xiaobao didn't continue to talk about the tracking. It was normal for him to know the person. It would be a problem if he couldn't find the person. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, Wang Wan added from time to time. Wang Gang listened but didn't say anything. He didn't know what to say. He was still shocked by his young master's ability. He secretly told himself that he had to work harder. His ability was far inferior to his young master's. If it were him, even if he followed the other party, he would be discovered or drowned in the water. Of course, the biggest possibility was that he couldn't even get the information that his young master had before. By the time Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan decided on the specific action plan, the sky was already bright. Zhang Xiaobao, who didn't sleep the whole night, didn't sleep. It was the same when he got on the boat. He got up and made a hot and sour soup to replenish his strength. The hot soup would be very comfortable to drink. Wang Gang really wanted to accept the task of making soup, but he knew that the young master would not like the soup he made, even though he had learned a little about it in the braised food shop. When Zhang Xiaobao went to the kitchen to make soup, Wang Gang said to Wang Wan with a face full of admiration, "Miss Cuckoo, the young master is really amazing." Wang Wan, who was no longer worried, smiled and said, "It's okay. I thought that Xiao Bao would come back last night or this morning, saying that he had found the other party. I didn't expect that he would only get home in the middle of the night. He always doesn't go out to do things. He's become stupid." Wang Gang was speechless. He knew that the young lady was being modest on purpose, but he had to admit that she had the right to be modest. "Little Gang, you have to work harder in the future. Otherwise, every time you encounter something, you have to ask Xiao Bao and me to do it ourselves. We are too busy. When this matter is over, the people in your intelligence department will be punished. Xiao Bao, and I don't care how great the difficulties you encounter are. If you don't achieve the desired result, then it's a failure. If Xiao Bao can't find the person, then we can understand that you can't find the person. But if Xiao Bao finds a person, then your ability will be questioned. Maybe you think that the Tang Empire is too stable, so you don't work hard enough. In this matter, no one actually infiltrated the other party. Is there a failure more terrible than this? If it was Xiao Bao, he would have taken action at the beginning. By now, he would have driven the other party's leader out of his position and become the leader himself. Do you believe it?" Wang Wan said to Wang Gang, not hiding her dissatisfaction at all. Wang Gang lowered his head. His chin was almost touching his chest. When he heard the young lady's question, he nodded and said, "Yes, I absolutely believe that the young master will do better. In the past, I believed in the young masters and your ability in economy and military. Although I know that the training curriculum was written by you and the young master, I thought that you two were just armchair strategists. But after the braised food store incident in Hangzhou, I realized how big the gap is. You and young masters acting was too similar. It was as if you were really ordinary people who opened a store. Zhang Nan, Zhang Yu, and Hong Yi were all suspicious of each other and plotting against each other. But no one thought that everything we did was under the control of the two bosses. At that time, I thought that you were stupid and stubborn. You always didn't do things according to my plan. In fact, you two did much better than me. If you really did things according to my plan, you wouldn't have caught Ning Tian. Even if you were lucky, you could have found Ning Tian. It would have taken at least a month. There wasn't enough time. Now that you and the young master have arrived in Dakang, it only took you 2 days to finish what our department failed to do. I don't have the face to see others." Wang Gang was telling the truth. At the same time, he was very angry. He was angry at himself and the other people in his intelligence department. They were usually noisy and thought that they were the spies of the Zhang and Wang families. They had also received systematic training and were very powerful. However, when they met a really powerful opponent, they could only catch people that the opponent didn't care about. The opponent's leader could still carry out the plan in such a situation. In the end, they had to force the young lady and the young master to do it themselves. Once they did it, they immediately got results. Wasn't that enough to explain the problem? When Wang Gang was sad, Zhang Xiaobao came back with a big bowl of soup. When he saw Wang Gang's appearance, he immediately understood what was going on. He smiled and said to Wang Gang, "It's good to be a good spy. It's not easy to be an excellent spy. Training is one thing, but the most important thing is that you have to have a unique style. Don't even think about it. When this is over, I'll write a summary for you all to read. Come, have some soup. I've made a lot." While drinking the soup, Wang Wan also talked about the matter of her opening the shop. Yesterday, she had just opened the shop during the day when the people from the local yamen came looking for all kinds of reasons and wanted to put her and the others in jail. In the end, they gave the other party a sum of money, 100 strings of cash, and promised to take out half of the profits to pay tax every day. Only then did the other party leave happily. This showed that the other party was very clear about the profits of big cigarettes. So they secretly changed the tax rate. I'm worried that our shop has been targeted by the people from the local government. There are no big cigarettes in other places. Occasionally, there are some, but they are not used for smoking. Since the people who came to cause trouble put the extract of poppy in a box and burned it to smoke, the way to smoke big cigarettes came to be. Since you said that the officials from the local government were involved, they must be suspicious. When we go out later, arrange for people to control the county government and not give them a chance to spread the news. At the same time, seize the time to interrogate and see how they communicate with each other. Juan concluded after she finished talking about what happened yesterday and today. Yes, we have to arrest them. We have confirmed that the officials in the local government are suspicious. Besides, there are other rich people in the county. Even if they are not in the reed marsh now, we have to investigate them. Our technology must keep up, especially film and phonograph. After we make them, let the people of the Tang Empire see more. We can even teach the people of the Tang Empire all kinds of tricks. Let them see all kinds of magical things and know that they are all lies. In this way, if anyone wants to cheat in the future, the people will just smile and think that the show is good. Xiao Gang, after you finish eating, go out and arrange things. Find our people, reveal your identity, and let them cooperate. Even though he was younger than Wang Gang, he still addressed him as Xiao Gang. Xiao Gang, Zhang Xiaobao instructed when he saw Wang Gang finish the soup as fast as he could. After Wang Gang went out, Wang Wan immediately asked, Xiaobao, do you really intend to teach all the tricks to the people? Of course. Even if I don't teach them, there will be people who will think about it and specialize in cheating others. I don't understand why the local government didn't publicize the specific methods and steps they used to cheat people after they caught a very powerful swindler. They said that after it was publicized, there would be people who would learn to cheat others. But if all the people learned it, who would be able to cheat others? They have an ulterior motive. Zhang Xiaobao curled his lips and said. Wang Wan sighed and said, in fact, it's very easy to understand. After they caught the swindlers, their tricks would be exposed. But if all the people learned it, then what means would the people in the relevant departments rely on to do their work? Just like the doctors in the hospital, their handwriting is very sloppy. Many interns who enter the hospital learn to recognize handwriting at the beginning. The purpose is naturally not to let normal people understand it, so as to maintain their status. They don't like to hear patients discussing pathology with them, because it challenges their authority. They only like patients who listen to what they say, instead of patients who can use special medical terms and know a lot of things. But they also know that as the way for the people to obtain knowledge becomes easier and easier, people become smarter and smarter. Their status is no longer stable. When others are sick, they can make a simple judgment and then go to buy medicine. So they have to write sloppily and don't let you understand it. It's useless even if you can read. Isn't it very sad? Of course, not all doctors are like this. Only those doctors who are not capable use this method to maintain the status of medical staff. The good ones are even willing to teach you simple medical knowledge. That is the real medical ethics. That's true. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and agreed with Wang Wan's words. In fact, many industries have this common problem. It doesn't only appear in medical staff. For example, the technical staff in factories. The lower the level, the more secretive they are to newcomers. They didn't think about improving their own skills, but wanted to stop the newcomers from absorbing knowledge and experience. As for the real experts, no matter what the newcomers asked them, they would answer because they knew very well how difficult it was to reach the highest level of knowledge in their field. The more he learns, the more he understands the knowledge of his industry. Like the starry sky, he knows how small he is. He hopes that someone can learn more and then explore more profound places together. What you're saying is that you've already reached the top of other industries in the field of deception, right? That's why you are so modest and don't care if others learn. Wang Wan asked with a smile. Zhang Xiaobao pretended to be surprised. Is that so? I can't, because I know very well that the highest level of deception is to not deceive anyone. I am still very small. Well, you can continue to brag about yourself. There are probably people who are even smaller than you who will feel uncomfortable. In fact, I am also very small in military command. Wang Wan followed. There were indeed people who felt uncomfortable. In the courtyard behind the county office of Dukang County, the county magistrate, Fan Songfeng, was very uncomfortable. He did not rest well last night, and it was the same today. Ever since he found out that there was a Fusho restaurant in the county, he did not know why, but he was very worried. It seemed that even his breathing was not smooth. He could not eat or sleep. He knew the benefits of this thing. After smoking it, he would feel very comfortable and forget all his worries. His body would also have strength. However, he could not understand why other people besides that place also learned how to smoke with an opium pipe. Moreover, he heard from the people he sent that the details of the things made by the Fusho restaurant were actually better than the places he had worked with before. This was because the Fusho restaurant not only had cigarettes to smoke, but also soup to drink. The soup was very good. The people who came back said that after entering the restaurant, they were not immediately asked to sit down and smoke. Instead, they were asked to take a bath first. After bathing, they were asked to change into loose clothes and lie down. There was a chair specially made for smokers to lie down on. It was more comfortable than the place he went to. After lying down, someone was in charge of beating his body. Then, a bowl of soup was sent over. The people who were sent over also brought back something for the smokers. They said that the soup also had something related to smoking. After drinking it, one would feel warm and comfortable. After that, he lit the cigarette. The place he went to used ordinary matches to light the cigarette, but there was a good wooden stick there. The person who went there said that after the cigarette was lit, the smell of sulfur was gone, and there was a hint of fragrance. This made people puzzled. Who on earth was the new person who opened the Fusho restaurant? Where did he find the method? Did the people of the place he went know? Thinking about it, the county magistrate Fan, who felt even more uncomfortable. He felt a headache. He got up to get the opium pipe and asked someone to light it. After smoking 2 puffs, he felt much more comfortable and energetic. Only then did he continue to think about the Fusho restaurant. When he was thinking, the sky gradually brightened. Fan, who did not know how many puffs he had smoked, was a little confused. All kinds of scenes were about to appear in front of him. It was like a dream. Fan, who was ready to enjoy. In the past, everything that appeared in front of him was good. There had never been anything bad. According to the people there, this was the only way immortals left for mortals to get in touch with the immortal realm. While waiting, Fan, who tried to think of happy things, and waited for another puff. Finally, the scene appeared. But what was different from what he imagined was that the scene that appeared was not as good as before. Instead, it should be in the Imperial Palace in the capital. Moreover, there were 3 departments in the Imperial Palace that specialized in interrogating people: the Supreme Court, the Ministry of Censorate, and the Ministry of Justice. Chapter 1091. Looking at the scene in front of him, Fan, who was very puzzled. Why was it not the Immortal Palace today, but the Imperial Palace? Who were they going to interrogate? While Fan, who was pondering, a lot of people appeared in front of him. Some are holding chains, some are holding wooden shackles, and they were getting closer and closer to him. Looking at the people holding chains in front of him, Fan, who finally realized that something was wrong. They seemed to want to arrest him. What should he do? When he was afraid, he heard the sound of chains. Fan, who felt his body sink and his neck become cold. A chain was around his neck. I didn't break any laws. Why are you arresting me? I want to see the emperor. I will go now. I know the emperor must be in Xingqing Palace. Fan, who immediately grabbed the chains and did not let them pull him away. At the same time, he threatened them. Do you see the disadvantages of smoking cigarettes? A good person actually turned stupid from smoking. That's why you guys shouldn't try it, Fan, who heard another person on the other side, say. He understood what they meant by smoking cigarettes. It was the thing he enjoyed. He suddenly remembered that he was enjoying his own life in the county. How could he appear in the capital? Fake, it must be fake. But what was with the chains? They looked like real chains. These people in front of him dared to enter the yamen and tie him up with chains. Were they tired of living? This official is the head of a county. How dare you enter my residence and tie me up with chains? This official will punish you and throw you all into prison. This official will also take care of your families. Why aren't you kneeling down and apologizing to this official? Fan, who was still in the yamen, became tough and shouted at the people in front of him, whose faces he still could not see clearly. It was impossible for him to appear in the capital. Of course, he did not go to the immortal palace. While Fan, who was enjoying his cigarette, the basin of water that he had asked someone to wash his feet was splashed onto Fan, whose body by someone who had just come in. The cold water immediately woke Fan Hu up. The scenery in his eyes returned to how it was in the room. He could also see the faces of the people in front of him. After taking a closer look, Fan Hu became even angrier. Not only was he chained up, but the yamen's registrar and deputy district magistrate were also chained up. Both of them were chained up as well. Not only were the thick chains around the neck of the registrar official and the deputy district magistrate, they were also chained to their wrists. There was also a huge copper lock that weighed about 6 kilograms. He lowered his head and looked at the chains on his body. They were just as thick. No wonder they were so heavy. Who dared to come to the yamen and tie up officials? Why did you? Fan, who was puzzled, pointed at the registrar and deputy magistrate, trying to figure out what was going on. When the registrar saw Fan Hu's expression, he knew that the other party was still enjoying himself. He did not even see the symbol of the strong and healthy seedlings protection team on the person's chest. Shaking his head helplessly, the registrar official said to Fan Hu, "County magistrate, it's over. It's all over. The Zhang family and the Wang family have found out about us. I advise you to tell them more useful information. If you can do something for them, they might be able to kill you quickly." Although Fan, who was splashed with water and woke up from the illusion, he was still a little confused. When he heard the registrar official's words, he asked, "Didn't the Zhang family and the Wang family come here before? They did not find anything wrong. Why are they here again today?" "Because they're going to make a move today. The people in the reed marsh will probably be captured as well." "Sir, you should hurry up and tell us. Don't you know more information? If you tell us, I'll be considered to have contributed." The registrar official could only tell Fan Hu patiently. He knew that his crime was not serious enough to be beheaded because he only smoked. He did not do anything secret with the other party. The main reason was that he was not as important as the county magistrate, so he knew less. After being caught this time, he would immediately push the blame to others. He believed that when this was over, his sentence would be lighter. He was just a person who did not report what he knew, and he did not know much. What secret? Fan Hu asked someone else's secret. It's the people who contacted you. They always come at night and then leave at night. If you tell them where they are hiding, you can do something for them. Tell me quickly. I can do something for them too. The registrar official continued to persuade him. For many days, he had discovered this situation. If he told them today, it could be considered as proof of his merit. Fan Hu shook his head hard and said, "No, they are very important to me. I can't tell them. Otherwise, if they find Mount Lu and they are caught, I will lose my wealth in the future." The leader who came to arrest them was Zhang Nan. Originally, he brought people to arrest the people in the yamen, but he did not expect to gain additional benefits. When he heard Fan Hu mention Mount Lu, Zhang Nan knew that there was still a group of people. Not all of them were in the reed marsh. Fortunately, he had come. Otherwise, the people hiding in Mount Lu might have heard the news and left in advance. Although searching Mount Lu was not an easy task, he could think of a way to seal the mountain and not let anyone come out. Then he could search bit by bit. Good. You have done something for them, Zhang Nan said to the registrar official. As for Fan Hu, in Zhang Nan's opinion, it did not matter if he did anything. His crime was too serious. To put it bluntly, it was treason. Not only Fan Hu, but even his family would be implicated. After speaking to the registrar official, Zhang Nan said to the people who came with him, "Did you see that? After smoking, he became stupid. Take him and gag him. Don't let him make a sound. I will go back to find the young master immediately and tell him this important news." After saying this, Zhang Nan left in a hurry. Fan Hu was locked up, was still muttering, "I can't say. If I say, they will harm me and my family. I believe in their ability. They will definitely let me live a life of wealth. Mount Lu will not be a place where they will stay for long. In the future, they will come out, and they will come out with absolute strength." Then, no one in the Meow Protection Team had the time to explain to Fan Hu. They wanted him to be more clear-headed and see the situation clearly. This was because, in a while, they would bring Fan Hu to the place of execution and continue to get more information from him. Otherwise, through the execution, they would see if Fan Hu was lying. When Zhang Nan returned to the courtyard, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were already ready to set off. Zhang Xiaobao put on a disguise again. He wanted to test the other party first. Wang Wan was going to join in the fun. There would not be many opportunities like this in the future. Who would create a secret organization to cause trouble for no reason? After Zhang Nan told him the news he had received, Zhang Xiaobao looked to the west. That was where Mount Lu was located. However, they needed to cross the river, so it was not on the side where the lake connected to the Yangtze River. After thinking for a while, he ordered, "Send a message to Xiao Bei and the others. Tell them to rush over there as fast as they can and surround the entire Mount Lu. Send hot air balloons into the sky. Even if they can't find the other party immediately, they must not dare to eat cooked food and hunt in the mountain. The other party knows that a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Not bad. If the other party has stored tens of thousands of kilograms of food, salt, and oil at Mount Lu, it will not be easy to force them out in a short time. This is troublesome. Xiao Bao, do you think the other party has other hiding places and people?" After Wang Wan praised him for a while, she started to worry. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. He also did not know how many people the other party had arranged. However, if a large number of hot air balloons were dispatched, the other party would definitely notice if they had people outside. However, there was no other way, whether it was to surround the mountain or use the hot air balloons. The result would be the same. "I hope they don't arrange too many people outside," Wang Wan said again. Together with Zhang Xiaobao, she rode to the rendezvous point. When they arrived at the lakeside, Su Shan had already called for a large number of boats. There were 10 boats, more than the 60 that Zhang Xiaobao had requested. The people who rowed the boats were all local fishermen. Until now, they still thought that they were going to fish for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families, people who were searching the area. It was not until they saw more and more people gathering from all directions, and all of them were armed, that they realized that the situation was different from what Su Shan had said. They were all stunned. "Su Shan, didn't you say that we should set off to fish here together? Why are there so many people here? And all of them are from the Meow Protection Team?" A person who was very familiar with Su Shan questioned Su Shan unhappily when he saw that the situation had changed. Su Shan did not care whether the other party was angry or not. Anyway, no matter how angry he was, he had to send people over according to the request of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. Therefore, he said to the person who asked, "What's the difference? We're all working for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. If I tell you the truth earlier, what if you're their spy?" As soon as Su Shan's voice fell, a person on a fishing boat that was following them plunged into the water with a splash. Circles of ripples appeared on the surface of the water, but the head of the person who had entered the water was nowhere to be seen. As soon as this person entered the water, more than 20 people who were boarding the boat also jumped into the water. These people from the Meow Protection Team had already changed their diving gear to make it easier for them to swim in the water. Not long after, the person who had jumped into the water was dragged out of the water by 4 people. This person could not stop coughing. He probably drank a lot of water under the water. At the same time, his eyes were filled with panic. When the others saw this situation, they did not need anyone to deliberately remind them. They also knew what was going on. Su Shan and Wei Wei opened their mouths and looked sadly at the person who was caught. She asked angrily, "Old Huang, you and I have known each other for so many years. You sigh." The person who was called Old Huang lowered his head and did not say anything. The others sighed. They knew that Old Huang was finished. Even if his family was not convicted, they would not have a good life in the future. Did you see that? I told you earlier that we were here to help Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family catch people. Old Huang would definitely find a way to leak the secret last night. Even now, there may be people among you who are with them. Su Shan's confidence was boosted, and he looked like a wise man. When the others heard Su Shan's words, they all looked at the people they knew around them. It seemed that everyone was like Old Huang who had betrayed them. Everyone is here. Let's go. Zhang Xiaobao did not care about the people who were caught. He found a place to sit down and gave the order to set off. In the reed marsh, at the bow of a boat, Hu Liang and his 8 brothers did not go in to smoke today. They had slept early last night. Today it was not bright yet. They had something on their minds, so they got up and dressed. However, their belts were very loose, and the loose buckle was very long. They did not even tie their clothes. They just left it open, and there was no second piece of clothing inside. They did not wear shoes. First, it was because there were not many people who wore shoes on the boat. Second, it was convenient for them to escape. In the morning, the fog in the reed marsh had not completely dispersed. There were still dewdrops hanging on the reeds. It seemed that today was a sunny day. The cabin, which had good sound insulation, was still full of singing and dancing. The people who came for entertainment did not have a regular work and rest schedule. There were people smoking, listening to music, and doing other things 24 hours a day. Staying at the bow, Hu Liang and his brothers were a little nervous. At the same time, there was more anticipation in their eyes. Today, they finally did not have to continue to worry, so no one was on guard duty. Just at the bow, the 8 of them whispered to each other. From time to time, the 8 of them would look up at the sky. There were not many clouds in the sky. They just felt that the sky was very blue. The people from the organization that they had fought their way in were also very surprised. They did not understand why the 8 of them were so excited. In the past, the 8 of them would wake up very late. Sometimes they would only wake up at noon to eat and smoke. Soon, there will be hot air balloons flying in the sky. The 5th brother felt that time was passing very slowly. From time to time, he would look at the position of the sun. The sun did not seem to have moved at all. The same went for the reflection of the reeds on the boat. Don't talk about this. If we talk about something else and someone hears us, they will run away early. The eldest brother glared at the 5th brother. Okay, let's talk about something else. Tell me, which boat is Sect Master Qi on right now? The 5th brother immediately changed the topic. When the 8 of them stayed on the boat, they secretly observed everyone's pattern when they had nothing to do. For example, the Sect Master Qi they were talking about was the leader they had met after coming here. They realized that Sect Master Qi would not stay on the same boat for too long every day. Moreover, there were times when he would go out. There was no pattern when he went out, and it was the same when he came back. The 8 of them woke up early in the morning to help Zhang Xiaobao catch the person more smoothly. They wanted to see if Sect Master Qi had left. If he was not, then things would be very troublesome. If he was, then it would be best to find out which boat he was on. When they arrived, they would point him out to prevent Sect Master Qi from taking advantage of the chaos to escape. Last night, I saw Sect Master Qi on boat number 1. According to his usual pattern, He would change boats every 4 hours. It should be around 8 hours now. Either he just changed to boat number 3 or boat number 2, or he is planning to change boats. Unless he is different today, then he will change to boat number 1. We just need to keep an eye on the boat below us and boat number 2. Otherwise, we can find an excuse and ask to see him. Then we will know where he is. Third brother observed very carefully and casually mentioned sect Master Chi's pattern. Hu Liang waved his hand and said, "It's better not to look for him in case he notices something. He is really vigilant. Even if he is sleeping, as long as 4 hours have passed, he will definitely get up and change boats before continuing to sleep." Fortunately, the person who came was Xiao Bao. Otherwise, let's not talk about this. As they spoke, Hu Liang found that they were unknowingly talking about actions again. He quickly changed his words and changed to the topic of fish in the water. The other 7 people also cooperated and occasionally argued. Just as they were happily talking, the sect Master Chi they were talking about just now walked out of the cabin of the boat they were on. He was already dressed and seemed to be planning to change to another boat. When Sect Master Chi walked out and saw the 8 of them, a warm smile appeared on his face. He walked over to the 8 of them and asked with concern, "Did you rest well last night?" "Yes, the chef on the boat cooked well. We even drank some wine before we went to sleep. I had a dreamless night." "Sect Master Chi, what do you want us to do today?" Hu Liang revealed a humble smile and slightly bowed as he spoke to Sect Master Chi. In his heart, he was cursing Sect Master Chi over and over again. He now understood Sect Master Chi very well. Don't look at how he usually had a face full of smiles when he met anyone. His heart was actually very ruthless. Ever since they broke in, they saw 6 people being tortured to death by Sect Master Chi. Even though they were members of the organization, Sect Master Chi wouldn't forgive them even if they made the slightest mistake. If the 8 of them hadn't brought something over and didn't reveal any flaws, Sect Master Chi would probably have killed them the moment he saw them. Sect Master Chi did not know what Hu Liang and the 8 of them were thinking, but he knew what impression they had of him was deliberately created by him. It was to make others fear him and worry about him at all times, so that they would not dare to have any other thoughts. Through this, he could achieve his goal of ruling. "Good, it's good that you slept well. You are all people with merits. When we go back, there will be other rewards for you. I heard that 3 days ago you found the second steward and wanted to change to a more tiring job. The second steward told me about it, but I did not agree. It's not that I don't trust you, but I am afraid that you will be tired. You risked your lives to get the 2 gun blueprints from the Zhang family and Wang family. I have to reward you properly. First of all, I can't let you do work that is too tiring. Since you came back, you can be considered to have been enjoying life. When there is something that others can't handle, they will naturally come to you. You are all very capable, so I can't let you use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. For now, you can enjoy yourselves. If there is anything you need, just tell the other workers. Other than not letting you leave and being caught if you are discovered, you can ask for anything else. Even if it is difficult to find food, I will think of a way to find it for you." Sect Master Chi had a caring look on his face as he spoke of not letting Hu Liang and the 8 of them work. He even reached out and patted Hu Liang's shoulder lightly. "Yes, thank you, Sect Master Chi, for thinking so highly of us. In the future, we will work even harder. We are already eating well. Our sect's wealth and people cannot be wasted on us. We have no other requests. Sect Master Chi, take care." Seeing that Sect Master Chi was about to leave, Hu Liang thanked him gratefully. He bowed even more and respectfully sent Sect Master Chi off. Just as Sect Master Chi was about to board the small boat and switch to another big boat, the cry of a water bird came from afar. Hearing the sound, Sect Master Chi frowned and vigilantly looked at the road that the boat used to enter the reed marsh. His eyes were filled with suspicion. Hu Liang and the others were shocked when they heard the cry of the water bird. They were very clear that the cry was not the sound of the water birds in the lake, but was made by a person. In the past few days, the 8 of them had understood the meaning of the various sounds. The current sound was that the person in front had discovered a boat of unknown origin and was rapidly approaching them. Hu Liang and the others could not guess whether the boat was sent by Zhang Xiaobao or not. If it was, why was there only one boat? Could it be that Zhang Xiaobao did not have any manpower to use? Or was it to beat the grass and scare the snake? If it really came to beat the grass, wouldn't the person run away? Moreover, there were no hot air balloons in the sky. If it was not, then what boat was approaching? After the 8 of them came here, they had not seen any boat that was not related to the organization. It couldn't be so coincidental, right? Just as the 8 of them were bewildered, the cry of a water bird entered their ears. The 8 of them had never heard this before, so they were even more uncertain about who the boat was. At the same time, they were faintly worried. When sect leader Qi heard the sound, his frown deepened. He muttered, "What is he doing here? Instead of staying in Hangzhou, he came to me. Could it be that he wants to seize my authority?" Jiangzhou was indeed his original base, but now most people have started to follow me. If he really wants to seize power, then leave your people behind. When Hu Liang and the others heard sect leader Qi's voice, they had a plan in their hearts. It seemed that the person who came was from Hangzhou. When they were in Hangzhou, they had seen Shanfeng, but they did not know who was in charge in Hangzhou. Of course, what was even more unclear was that the person in Hangzhou actually had a base in Jiangzhou before. Now it seemed that he had been taken over, and most people listened to sect leader Qi. They did not know if the person who came had seen Xiao Bao's arrangement. If he did, he would have to tell sect leader Qi, and Xiao Bao and the others would end up with nothing. If he did not see it, then it would be great. Once Xiao Bao's people came, not only would they capture sect leader Qi, but they would also capture an important person in Hangzhou. The 8 of them began to look forward to it. This time, sect master Qi didn't change ships. He waited on his current ship, wanting to see the purpose of the other party's arrival. At the same time, he whispered a few words into the ears of the person protecting him. That person got off the small boat and rowed towards another large ship. After waiting for about half an hour, they could faintly see a boat rowing towards them through the gaps in the reeds. As for what the people on the boat looked like, they could not see for the time being. As the sound of rowing approached, a small boat passed through the reeds and approached the big boat. At this moment, the people on the big boat could see clearly that there were only 2 people on the boat. The small boat was a fishing boat that the locals usually used to fish. There was a shed on the boat, but the back of the shed was now open. When the light shone in, they could see that there was no one else inside. The 2 people on the small boat were a man and a woman. The man's beard swayed in the wind, and he wore a light yellow silk robe. The woman had bright eyes and white teeth, and she was very beautiful. Her hair was combed into clouds, and a golden hairpin was inserted in her hair. A pearl chain dangled from it, and it swayed slightly. When they saw the man, the people on the boat did not have any extra expression, but when they saw the woman, their eyes lit up. Some even swallowed their saliva. This woman not only had a beautiful face, but also a beautiful figure. Unfortunately, they did not know her at all. Sect leader Qi also set his eyes on the woman. He also wanted to get close to her. As for the man, he did not have any intention to get close to him. Soon the boat approached. Sect leader Qi waited for the 2 people to board the big boat, one after another. He smiled and said, "Sect leader Ning, what wind blew you here? I was wondering why I was in such a good mood today. It turns out that we have an honored guest. Who is this?" Sect leader Qi greeted the man with a welcoming look. Then he looked at the woman and asked in confusion. The man also chuckled and said, "You're welcome. I'm not an honored guest. If I don't go out, I'll be bored at home all the time. Since there's nothing else, I'll go home and have a look. She's a new person I found. Although she's a woman, her skills are not small. In fact, she was sent from Japan. I'm teaching her how to speak the language here. It's very interesting. The woman immediately greeted Sect Leader Chi in Japanese. She looked very shy, but her voice was very gentle, making people feel comfortable. Sect Leader Chi's eyes lit up. He nodded and greeted the woman. But when he saw the man in front of him again, the good mood that had just appeared disappeared. He had already heard from the other party's words that the other party did not intend to give up this foundation. He still wanted to be like before. With a command, everyone would submit. Of course, what he just said was also to tell the other party that Jiangzhou was no longer the other party's world. He could come, but only as a guest. Sneering in his heart, Sect Leader Chi asked the man, Sect Leader Ning, I wonder why you're here? You still need to personally oversee Hangzhou. Don't be careless. His words expressed the meaning of a superior to a subordinate. It was both a question and an assignment. It's not a big deal. I just came back to see how you've done. I've seen it in Dochang. It's okay. I'm quite satisfied with what you've done. When it's time to reward you, you should have a big contribution. The man smiled and praised Sect Leader Chi. This time, not only was Sect Leader Chi dissatisfied, but the other people who followed him to protect him also glared at him. Hu Liang and the others did not leave. After hearing the conversation between the two of them, they were very happy. Fight, fight with all your might. The deeper the conflict, the better. Who knows? They might be able to find more clues and tell Xiaobao. Sect Leader Chi was obviously angry. The smile on his face disappeared, and he said in a flat tone, We'll talk about it later. Right now, things haven't been settled. Did you think of a way to deal with the women of the Zhang family and the Wang family in Hangzhou? Li Longji is also there. You can't miss this opportunity. You have to grasp it. Otherwise, when things are done, others won't agree to you even if you want to get credit. Even if I put in a good word for you, the result will be the same. Go inside. After reprimanding the man, Sect Leader Chi turned around and walked into the cabin. The man behind him also walked in, but he seemed to have discovered something strange. He turned his head and looked at Hu Liang and the others. He seemed to be in deep thought, then he pointed at the 8 people and said, That's right, Sect Leader Chi. Weren't you captured by the Zhang family and the Wang family when you were on the canal? Why are you here now? Sect Leader Chi, do you know the people of the Zhang family and the Wang family? Why do you care about the people they captured? When the man said this, he had a vigilant look on his face. He put his hand on his waist, where a sword was hanging. The woman pulled out 2 daggers from her sleeves and glanced back and forth at the people beside Sect Leader Chi. Sect Leader Chi turned around and sneered. He said, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are close, not to mention the people they captured. Even if you asked them to assassinate Li Longji now, they would agree. Humph, you don't know what happened in Hangzhou. Let's go inside first. After saying this, he walked into the cabin again, not caring whether the man would follow him or not. The man stared and put his hand down from his waist again. At the same time, he gave the woman beside him a look. The woman also put the dagger back into her sleeve. The man looked at Hu Liang and the other 8 people again and said, The 8 of you follow me in. I have something to ask you. After saying this, he and the woman next to him walked into the cabin. Hu Liang and the other 8 people were in a difficult situation. They didn't want to go in. They were still waiting for Zhang, Xiaobao's people to come. They had jumped into the water to avoid being attacked by the people on the boat. If they went in and Zhang Xiaobao's people came, what would they do? Not to mention seeing the hot air balloons in the sky. Although they were in a difficult situation, they didn't dare to object. What if the other party didn't get along with Sect Leader Chi and couldn't take care of him? What if he vented his anger on them? If things didn't go well, it was very likely that he wanted the 8 of them to go in and use them as punching bags at any time. After weighing the pros and cons, Hu Liang and the other 8 people very reluctantly moved their feet and walked in. After entering the cabin, the noise immediately filled their ears. Sect leader Qi chose a room that wasn't usually open to the public and walked in first. The 4 people who followed him also went in. Then the man and the woman went in, followed by Hu Liang and the other 8 people. The space in the room wasn't small. It didn't seem too crowded when a group of people came in. There was a big table in the room with seasonal fruits on it. There was also an incense burner smoking, and there was a faint sandalwood fragrance in the room. Sect leader Qi sat on the main seat first. When the man also sat down, he immediately said, "Sect leader Ning, how many days do you plan to stay this time? You can't relax about the matter in Hangzhou. You'd better find an opportunity to attack the Zhang family and the Wang family, as well as Li Longji. Even if a woman dies, the Tang Empire will be in chaos for a while. If Li Longji dies, our opportunity will come. We don't have to make a small fuss like now." The man casually sat there and glanced at the fruits on the table. He picked up one and said, "There are tomatoes. Good. Sect leader Qi is really capable. I remember that there are only 2 places where tomatoes can be found. One is in the greenhouse of the agriculture temple, and the other is in the greenhouse of the Zhang family and the Wang family. Ordinary people can't get tomato seeds, and even if they did, they wouldn't plant them in the greenhouse. It seems that you really are very familiar with the Zhang family and the Wang family. I've already made arrangements for the matter in Hangzhou. I expect that there will soon be some shocking news. As for you, it seems that you haven't made much of a move yet, but you've already lost an opportunity to assassinate them. Zhang Xiaobei and the others are still alive and well. In addition, because your assassination failed, the Zhang family and the Wang family have put all of Jiangzhou under martial law, especially Xuanyang. The entire city has been sealed off, and of the people we arranged there, not a single one will be able to escape. When the people of Xuanyang said that they would dig 3 feet into the ground to find them, they weren't just saying that. They really dug. I naturally have my own methods, but don't worry. The people of the agriculture temple don't know whose hands the tomatoes they took out will end up in. There's also no need to be afraid that they'll find out who we are and investigate you. As for the people we lost in Xuanyang, you can't blame me. I wasn't in charge of this matter, or else we wouldn't have failed. It was the people you left behind who were incompetent, but this time is also good. Now that something has happened, we can clean up those incompetent people. We don't need trash, whether it's the trash working at the bottom or the key figures. Those who can't do anything should consciously give up their authority so as to avoid delaying matters. Sect Master Qi leaned back, his gaze slanting down at the man as he spoke, his voice brimming with dissatisfaction. The man, Wei Wei, stared blankly for a moment, then nodded in understanding. "Oh, it truly was my oversight. In the future, I need to be more cautious when arranging people. I wonder how Lushan is doing? Xuanyang's investigation is very strict. Perhaps Lushan's arrangements will be disrupted. There's no need to worry about Lushan. Sect Master Yang isn't a piece of trash. The arrangements, they're already more or less complete. As soon as I make my move, the Zhang family and Wang family will focus their attention on me. Very few people will pay attention to him, so much so that they won't even know of our existence at Lushan. When the time comes, they'll immediately follow suit. In this way, the Zhang family and Wang family will be like headless flies. Humph. Everyone says that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are formidable. We'll let them know that they're only pretending to be formidable in front of ordinary people. Compared to us, they're nothing." Sect Master Qi sneered again and again. The 4 people in charge of protecting him also smiled, their hearts brimming with pride. On the other hand, Hu Liang's group of 8 widened their eyes in horror. They hadn't expected that there would still be enemies at Lushan. Even if the people here were captured, there was a high chance that the people at Lushan would escape. Who knew whether or not Sect Master Qi had the means to contact Lushan in an emergency? For example, the 8 of them had thought of setting fire to the reed marshes. As soon as the wind blew, people not too far away would hide there and be responsible for relaying information. They would use the fastest speed possible to inform Lushan of the problem. It's over, it's over. What should we do? Hu Liang was worried. He looked at Sect Master Qi, then at the 4 people protecting him. At the same time, he didn't forget to look at the newcomer, Sect Master Ning, and that Japanese woman who everyone said was very formidable. Finally, Hu Liang looked at the 7 brothers and used his eyes to communicate. The 7 of them immediately tensed up and adjusted their breathing, because from Hu Liang's eyes, they could see that the 8 of them wanted to take action against the 7 of them. Thinking about it, since the other side still had people in Lushan, and they were afraid that the other side would spread the news, then they should take advantage of this opportunity to subdue the 7 of them. Wouldn't that prevent the news from spreading? The 8 people's expressions changed. The man sitting there and the woman standing next to him saw it. Sect Master Qi also didn't miss it. He glared at Hu Liang and the others and said, "What's wrong with you? Now that there's nothing in the room, you can go out first. Wait for me to finish talking with Sect Master Ning. Then I'll let Sect Master Ning ask you. You dare to stare at me? Are you trying to rebel?" Hu Liang took a deep breath, stood up and shouted, "We are rebelling. Surnamed Qi, we've been wanting to deal with you for a long time. Let me tell you, you're going to be finished soon. Come on, brothers." After shouting, Hu Liang was the first to rush toward Sect Master Qi. Of the other 7 people, 5 of them also went to deal with Sect Master Qi, while the other 2 rushed towards the man sitting there and the woman beside him. "You dare? Kill them." Sect Master Qi was furious. He didn't expect that the people he suspected were really bought over by the Zhang family and the Wang family. Fortunately, he was careful and didn't give them such an important task. However, these 8 people really hid themselves well. If he didn't want to be cautious, even if he shouldn't be suspicious, he would still be suspicious. Otherwise, these 8 damn things would have succeeded in their sneak attack. Now, even if he dealt with these 8 people, he estimated that they would have no choice but to bow their heads in front of this Ning person. Who told him to put these 8 people on his side? Moreover, when he was talking outside just now, he even acted like a guarantor for these 8 people. Sect Master Qi's mind turned very quickly, almost thinking of so many things in an instant. The person responsible for protecting him had already stepped forward with a knife. Only then did he feel relieved. He looked at Ning Tian and the woman in front of him, hoping that the woman wouldn't get hurt. Maybe he could think of a way to get this Japanese woman. However, when he looked in that direction, he stood up in shock and dodged backward. He wanted nothing more than to smash through the wall of the cabin and rush out. This was because he saw the woman put her hands into her sleeves. When she took them out again, she had an additional weapon in each hand. However, it wasn't the dagger that she had taken out before, but 2 pistols. In his eyes, Ning Tian also took out 2 pistols in the blink of an eye. Pistols, these were real things. He couldn't even get one even if he wanted to. There was no way at all. The great Tang army didn't allow the use of pistols outside, only in the capital. However, pistols were never allowed to be taken out by soldiers. That referred to pistols, but now these 2 people took out pistols. How could they have pistols? How did they get them? More importantly, why were they pointing the pistols at him? Sect Master Qi thought that Ning Tian wanted to take advantage of the chaos to kill him and then say that he missed. In that case, the authority that he worked so hard to obtain would be transferred to someone else. Ning Tian would definitely be able to take the majority of the authority because he had a real gun, not the kind of gun that would take too much effort to shoot a bird. Pooh! Following 4 sounds that sounded like someone hitting a blanket, Sect Master Qi's 4 guards were all knocked to the ground. They didn't have any chance to resist, and all of them were hit in the head. Not to mention that the 4 of them weren't prepared. Even if they were, judging from the accuracy of the pistols, they probably wouldn't have been able to dodge. The result would still be a headshot. When Sect Master Qi's 4 guards fell, Hu Liang and the others who were about to fight with the 4 of them were stunned. What was the meaning of this? Their own people had attacked first. Was this an internal conflict? After the 8 of them were confused, they hesitated for a moment. Then, Hu Liang gritted his teeth and continued to charge at Sect Master Qi. The people beside him did the same. They planned to hold Sect Master Qi down and see if they could negotiate with the newcomers who had guns. The 2 people who were rushing towards the man and woman stopped. They were not stupid. They knew that rushing over would not end well. That was a real gun. Didn't they see how the 4 people's heads were blown up in the blink of an eye when they were shot? Hu Liang and the others who were charging at Sect Master Qi thought that the 2 people would shoot them. In the end, when they restrained Sect Master Qi, who wanted to resist but couldn't beat the 6 people, the 2 people didn't continue to shoot. Ning Tian, what is the meaning of this? Why are you hitting my people? If you don't hit them, you want power. Don't you care about the proper matters of the organization? After Sect Master Qi was restrained, he first questioned the man sitting there loudly. Then he said to Hu Liang and the others, Good. You actually dared to attack me. I really underestimated you. That's right. What benefits did the Zhang family and Wang family give you to work for them? I can give you more benefits than the Zhang family and Wang family. Also, I can protect your family and not let anyone hurt them. I even know where they live. Don't worry. The meaning of his words was a threat. He also offered a temptation. He hoped that Hu Liang and the others would let him go for the sake of their family. As for the benefits, once he was safe, all 8 of them would die. He would torture them to death bit by bit to vent his anger. It was the same for their family. When he tortured them, he would bring their family members to them. Ning Tian, who Sect Master Qi was talking about, sat there and didn't immediately speak. Hu Liang looked at the 2 people with guns warily. He seemed to be talking to Sect Master Qi, but also seemed to be letting them know something. The Zhang family and Wang family have already protected our family. The people you arranged over there are all targeted by the Zhang family and Wang family. They won't give them a chance to hurt our family. As for the benefits you spoke of, the Zhang and Wang clans have given us a chance to be upright and honest Tang people. We will no longer believe in those deceptive immortals of yours, because we saw something even more miraculous on Xiaobei's ship. That's true ability. In truth, they won't kill you all. As long as you stop your sabotage of the Great Tang, they'll definitely let you go and give you some benefits. After all, you're very formidable, and the Great Tang needs people like you. Hu Liang spent a lot of effort to persuade them to surrender. At this moment, the man sitting there said, Sect Master Qi, didn't I say that you would soon know about the shocking matter in Hangzhou? Now is the time. Chapter 1092. What's the matter? Sect Leader Qi and Hu Liang asked at the same time. Sect Leader Qi was both angry and curious. At the same time, he was worried that the other party would kill him to seize power. However, he was also a little happy. If the other party really succeeded in the assassination in Hangzhou, it might be because the Zhang family and Wang family or Li Longji's people were afraid of trouble, so they blocked the news. If that happened, the Great Tang would definitely fall into chaos. He could admit defeat, and Ning Tian would probably consider not killing him. After all, he had made arrangements to deal with the Great Tang. He knew many things and had contacts. If he died, his connection to his subordinates would also be cut off. At that time, he would avoid Ning Tian and give up his power. Then, he would think of a way to deal with Ning Tian. However, Ning Tian was really powerful. She could get a pistol, and it was very quiet. It should be the effect of the extra pipe. Hu Liang, on the other hand, was so frightened that he began to tremble. He thought that the other party had already done something unfavorable to the Zhang and Wang families and the emperor in Hangzhou and had succeeded. Then Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would go crazy. The people of Tang would also doubt the ability of the Zhang family and Wang family. If they couldn't even protect their own family, how could they protect the people of Tang? Hu Liang's eyes were fixed on the man's face. He suddenly thought of how the other party got the pistol. He must have gotten it in Hangzhou and then got it from the hands of the Zhang Wangs, or from the hands of the emperor's guards. It's over. It's really over. They must have gotten more than 4 guns, and they might have gotten other guns. Then the technology of Tang's gun making would be learned by the enemy. Perhaps before they came, they had already sent the items out of Great Tang and shipped them to another country. Yes, Japanese women. The Japanese must have used women to exchange for these items. If that was the case, it would be useless even if Xiao Bao came and killed all of them. Sigh. Why did such a thing happen? The 8 of them were to blame. If they had lit the reed marsh earlier, maybe the operation in Hangzhou would have been affected, and then the operation would have failed. The other 7 people also thought of this matter, especially when they saw this woman and sect Master Ning's proficient movements in using the pistols. It showed that the other party had been using the pistols for a long time. Otherwise, how could they have practiced using them? Hangzhou had blocked the news, the sky was about to change, and the world was about to become chaotic. The man patted the space next to him, and the woman sat over. Following this, the man smiled and said to Sect Master Qi, "Wait a moment, let me listen." "Oh, okay. Sect Master Qi, you've really put in a lot of effort for this boat. Not a single sound from outside could be heard. You've used a lot of materials and spent a lot of money, right? Since that's the case, I don't have to worry about someone shouting and letting the people outside know. If the reeds were to be set on fire, wouldn't it be a waste of so many mats? Mats made from reeds are very good, and reeds can also be used to make other things." The man first praised the soundproofing of the room, and then he talked about the use of the reed, which made Sect Master Qi confused. After talking about the reed, the man sitting there began to touch his face. The others watched, waiting for him to speak. But as they watched, everyone was surprised. However, Hu Liang and the others were surprised and happy, while Sect Master Qi was frightened. They saw Ning Tian remove the beard on his face and then touch his face. From time to time, he would take something from this place and rub it hard. After he was done, Ning Tian disappeared and was replaced by a face that was very familiar to the 9 people. "Xiao Bao, you're actually..." Hu Liang shouted happily. Sect Master Qi was dumbfounded. "Zhang Xiaobao." He said Zhang Xiaobao's name word by word, and then his whole body seemed to have lost all strength. If it weren't for Hu Liang and the others supporting him, he would have really piled up on the ground. "Zhang Xiaobao, you're amazing. I've finally seen it. I didn't expect you to be able to pretend to be Ning Tian. So Ning Tian and the others have already fallen into your hands?" Sect Master Qi didn't know what to feel at that moment. He thought that there would be no loopholes in his plan, and his caution had allowed him to avoid danger time and time again. He thought that the Zhang family and the Wang family couldn't find this place. Even if they did, he would know in advance and then escape. But no matter what, he had not expected the other party to come. Their arrival was unimaginable. They came so quickly. Ning Tian was finished. Hangzhou was finished. He was going to be finished too. Similarly, there was no way he could carry on with his plans. The question was, how did Zhang Xiaobao find this place and get it from Ning Tian? That was absolutely impossible. Ning Tian didn't even know where he was. After he got to Douchang, he would have contacted his people there. His people would then bring him up the mountain and make a big circle before he could find out where he was. However, the entire process had been heavily guarded. If Zhang Xiaobao had really learned the method of communication from Ning Tian, then it was impossible. No, it was possible. Because even Zhang Xiaobao himself couldn't tell that the other party was a fake Ning Tian. He could only pretend to be Ning Tian and get someone to give him directions. Sigh. It seemed that he wasn't careful enough. He didn't expect the other party to have such a method. What should he do? What should he do? How could he send the news to Mount Lu so that the people in Mount Lu could escape quickly? The organization's important matters couldn't be delayed. I can't say the details of Mount Lu. I can't say it. Even if Zhang Xiaobao tortured me, I have to hold on. Sect Master Qi. Haha, my Sect Master Qi. Didn't you say that the Zhang family and the Wang family were useless? Didn't you say that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were only good at deceiving ordinary people and pretending to be powerful? Why don't you continue? Tell me what you're capable of. Humph, humph, let me tell you, Xiao Bao found us here last night and even talked to us. He followed the path that you thought was foolproof and followed behind that old man surnamed Su. Your defensive measures were completely useless. Xiao Bao is the most powerful. You still want to fight with him? You think you're capable? Show me what you're capable of. La 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 la. Hu Liang was overjoyed. He felt relieved as he spoke. When Sect Master Qi belittled Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he was furious. But he knew that he couldn't say it out loud to correct them. But it was different now. He could speak and sing without restraint. At the same time, he was full of joy when Zhang Xiaobao told him about the earth-shattering event in Hangzhou. The people in Hangzhou had been taken care of. Now it was Dekang. Soon it would be Mount Lu. All the bad guys would be defeated. Sect Master Qi thought that Zhang Xiaobao had pretended to be Ning Tian and deceived the people in Dekang. Now that he heard Hu Liang's words, he shook his head hard and said, "Impossible, impossible. Zhang Xiaobao, tell me, did you find a way to the Reed Marsh because you knew the way to contact Ning Tian?" Zhang Xiaobao put away his gun and said with a smile, "I didn't have time to torture Ning Tian to find out the way to contact him. When I came here, I didn't reveal my identity. Last night, I contacted my family. There was news from Hangzhou that Ning Tian still hadn't confessed and had used all kinds of methods. Because Ning Tian knew that if he confessed, he would die. If he didn't confess, he would also die. And no matter what, he would be tortured to death by His Majesty's people in the most painful way. He knew the result. Why would he confess? He hated the Tang Empire and hated us even more. He wanted to hold on until he died. That way he would wait for you to make a move and cause great losses to the Tang Empire. The only reason I could find you is because the people you arranged were too stupid. Do you think that just circling around the mountain, running through the terraced fields, and using a boat hiding in the grass all the way here and having some people dive to guard against you would be enough? You think too simply of things. Tell me, how much do you know? Tell me everything. I promise you that I'll let you die a quick death. I'll kill you with one shot. I won't let you suffer any more pain. We'll do as we say. We'll really kill you with one shot, Wang Wan echoed. When Sect Master Qi heard the woman's voice, he laughed bitterly. He looked at her and said, "In that case, you're not Japanese at all. You should be Wang Wan, but you've disguised yourself. How capable! I thought that I had engraved your appearance in my heart. I didn't expect that after you disguised yourself, I still couldn't recognize you. Do you know what I thought of when I saw you just now? When I saw your appearance and figure, I wanted to find 1,000 men to enjoy you. Ha ha ha, I wonder how you feel? I'm Wang Wan. Say it all you want. No matter how bad your words are, I won't kill you directly. I also want to find 1,000 men to enjoy you. I wonder how you feel." Wang didn't care about what he said at all. She even thought that he was too childish. What was the use of angering her? It would only make her feel more uncomfortable. Hearing Wang Wan's words, Hu Liang couldn't help but shiver. He knew that some rich people kept boys to enjoy, but when these words came out of Wang Wan's mouth, it sounded terrifying. Sect Master Qi thought about Wang Wan's words and shivered. He knew that Wang Wan could really do what she said. Anyway, there were people who liked this. With the power of the Zhang family and the Wang family, it was easy to recruit them. Other than 1,000 men, there are other animals that I can let you experience. Speak or not. If you speak, you'll feel good. If you don't speak, maybe it'll be good for you. Zhang Xiaobao continued to threaten him. He probably felt disgusted with Sect Master Qi, so he didn't say anything like torture. Sect Master Qi lowered his head and didn't make a sound. He didn't have any strength in his body. If Hu Liang and the others let go, he would fall directly to the ground. Good, you're a man. You plan to use silence to resist. I'll put you and Ning Tian together and hand you over to our family's intelligence department. They're just worried that they don't have anyone tough to train with. They should be grateful to you. Hu Liang, you guys tie him up and then go out and set off a firework. Our people will immediately make a move. Unfortunately, things didn't go according to plan. You guys didn't get to see the hot air balloon in the sky. Zhang Xiaobao said to Sect Master Qi with a smile. He took out a firework and handed it to Hu Liang. He didn't have to worry about Hu Liang being in any danger. His people should already be below the 3 big ships. The enemy's people who were sent to monitor the periphery had been taken care of. They were just waiting for him to give the signal to attack. Hu Liang happily took the firework and matches. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Good plan. It's not as good as the original plan. It's just that the 8 of us were worried for a while and thought that we would have to put our lives on the line." Hu Liang opened the door and went out. Sect Master Qi didn't use the opening of the door to shout loudly. The people beside him were prepared to make him unable to make a sound at any time. They placed their hands on his neck and mouth. In the end, he didn't have any intention of shouting. It seemed like he admitted defeat. Or maybe he didn't have any backup plans, such as sending a message. Or maybe he knew that he wouldn't be able to shout. Not bad. The 8 of you did a good job. It should be said that you did a very good job. Not only did you infiltrate the enemy's camp, but you were also willing to give up your lives to send a message when you thought it was necessary. Just now, you guys risked your lives again to make a move. Zhang Xiaobao praised the remaining 7 brothers in the room. After our people capture all of them, you guys can go to Hangzhou. The scenery there is good. Now the lotuses in the lake are blooming. You guys don't have to continue being busy. You should relax. Thank you for your hard work. The other rewards will come later. We don't need any rewards. We've done something wrong in the past. We've made up for it. We're not tired. We've been on the ship every day. We're not tired at all. We're just worried. The leader of the 8 said to Zhang Xiaobao. The other 6 people also chimed in, as if this was what they should do. You can't refuse it. It's for you guys. You have to take it, Wang Wan said without any hesitation. As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of fireworks exploding was heard by the people outside. Then there were shouts of killing everywhere. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the door. Sure enough, there was a fight outside. Because the door opened, the person who rushed and didn't see the situation in the room clearly. He shouted, "Master Qi, it's not good. There's a fight outside. Someone is attacking us. Master Qi, Qi." After this person shouted, he realized that the situation in the room was different from what he thought. He held a knife in his hand and stood there in a daze. He didn't know what to do. Zhang Xiaobao said, "I know. Take a rest. We'll know the result soon. You don't have to rush out. You can't beat my people. You're Zhang Xiaobao. Haha. You actually dared to come here in person. I won't be afraid of them after I capture you. Ha ha ha." The person who rushed in actually knew Zhang Xiaobao and was smart enough to think of using Zhang Xiaobao as a hostage to threaten the others. After shouting, he rushed towards Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao didn't even move. Of the remaining 7 people in the room, 3 of them threw chairs and plates on the table at him. Another person held the knife of the 4 people who were protecting Master Qi and rushed over to slash at the person who rushed in. "Aya, Zhang Xiaobao. Aya, do you dare to fight me one-on-one?" The person who had been stabbed and beaten up several times still had the mind to think about this. Zhang Xiaobao ignored him and got up to walk out. "Let's go. The hot air balloon is ready. Let's go to Mount Lu to see the windy scenery." Chapter 1093. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walked out of the cabin, that so-called Sect Master Qi still struggled a few times. He didn't want to run, but he knew that he couldn't. Since Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had come, there had to be no flaws in their arrangements. He wanted to die a quick death. He was keenly aware that for a crime like his, once he was caught, he simply couldn't be beheaded or executed at the waist like other people. If he could be cut into 1,000 pieces, that would be a light punishment, and he would accept it. The problem was that this was practically impossible. After all, that county magistrate, surnamed Yen, was still alive at the gates of the imperial palace. After a winter, he still hadn't died, but his body was covered in countless frostbites. However, he had been carefully treated, as if he had been experimented on by a medical school. Thus, he could not be caught. He was well aware of what he had done, and he was confident that Zhang Xiaobao and the others could also guess. When the time came, wouldn't there be another person at the gates of the imperial palace? Perhaps he wouldn't be placed at the gates of the imperial palace, but in some bustling place. How long would he be able to live? How long would he have to endure this pain? Sect Master Qi's calculations were not bad, but Hu Liang and the others hated him to death. So how could they give him a chance? His arms were dislocated, his jaw was dislocated, and he was dragged out like a dead dog. On the way back, no matter how much he cursed in that muffled voice of his, they didn't hit him. There would be a chance to deal with him. By the time Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived on the deck of the ship, the battle was basically over. Only a few skilled swimmers had jumped into the water and continued to swim downstream. For the time being, they were still being encircled. They had to be alive, or else they would have been killed in the water. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were truly angry this time. They could understand why outsiders had come to make trouble. Different countries had to work for themselves, and they could also sympathize a little with that Ning person. After all, his entire clan had been dealt with. But the two of them had no understanding of someone who was clearly a citizen of the Great Tang and had taken all sorts of benefits from the Great Tang and then helped the enemy. Not killing him would not quell the anger in their hearts, but killing him would not allow him to die so easily. Since he had made a choice between his country and his own interests, he had to bear the consequences of his failure. I'm not convinced. You guys didn't give me anything. Someone else gave me more benefits. I'm not convinced. Just kill me. I wasn't living as well as I am now. A captured person shouted desperately. His hands and feet were already tied, and blood was spurting out of his mouth. It seemed that he had fought too hard in the previous battle, and was beaten until his lungs or stomach were bleeding. In the past, this kind of injury would have been fatal, but now there was no danger at all. Seeing that the blood he vomited was not continuous, and that he still had the strength to shout, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with his lungs. There should be something wrong with his stomach. Bleeding of the mucous membranes in the stomach was not a serious illness, unless it was a perforation. In that case, they would have to find someone to operate on, and the medical school would have one more practice material. Hearing his shouts, Zhang Xiaobao stopped, turned his head and asked, "What are you not convinced about?" "I know him." The man struggled to tilt his body, looked at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "You are Zhang Xiaobao. You won. You caught me, but I'm not convinced. I was living a good life, but the officials in the county took a fancy to my family's land and wanted to take it by force. I didn't give it to them, and they beat me. In the end, they made a set of documents of me selling the land and took it away from me. Didn't you say that you would protect all the people of the Tang Empire? Where were you at that time?" Later, it was Sect Master Qi who helped me. He got the land back for me and gave me a lot of money. My status in my village suddenly rose. Someone was willing to propose a marriage for me, and it was a beautiful girl. There were also people who came to flatter me, saying that my life was getting better and better. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced that you can make the people of the Tang Empire live a good life. My good life has nothing to do with you. It was me, Sect Master Qi, who made my life better. Let me tell you, there are many people like me in the Tang Empire. You can't kill all of them. After this person finished speaking, he opened his mouth and revealed his bloody teeth, making a vicious expression. After Zhang Xiaobao heard this, he smacked his lips and asked, after your land was taken, "Did you send a telegram to the capital?" "We have people in charge of this. The place where the telegram is sent is not under the jurisdiction of the local government." "Did you send it?" "Send a telegram? Hey, you think I don't know?" "Even if I send a telegram, you will pretend that you don't know. Raise the knife high and gently drop it. All officials will be fine." The person sneered. "In other words, you didn't send a telegram. Let me ask you, how was your life in the past? When you had land, could it be compared to before you were caught? Zhang Xiaobao asked again. It can't be compared, it's far from it. In the past, when I had land, I was tired from farming. Now my life is so good. I have wine to drink, meat to eat, and women to play with every day. This is you. Zhang Xiaobao, no, you can't compare to what sect Master Qi gave me. This person's voice seemed to be squeezed out from his throat. He used a lot of strength to express the anger in his heart. Wang Wan, who was beside Zhang Xiaobao, chuckled and said, I understand. You are the kind of person who doesn't care about what others give you. Even if I give you 1 sum of money a day and that sect Master Qi finds you and gives you 2 sums of money a day, you still say that we are not good. Indeed, there are people from other countries behind this conspiracy. For example, Japan. Japan is not as rich as the Tang Empire, but they can definitely give a citizen of the Tang Empire a lot of money, more than the income of the surrounding people. Unless the Tang Empire one day has a citizen's minimum income that is higher than the overall income of other countries, then people like you will think that the Tang Empire is good. But that is absolutely impossible. Xiao Bao and I don't have the ability to make every citizen of the Tang Empire have a higher income than any other country. Xiao Bao, what do you think we should do? Zhang Xiaobao frowned. He knew that some people had such thoughts. When they were in contact with the surrounding people, they were always looked down on because they were not good enough. Then, when someone from another country came to them and gave them more money, they would naturally be able to show off in front of the people who looked down on them. I understand, but what I don't understand is that our Tang Empire is now stronger than other countries. Do they only see a little bit of money, but not their own position in the world? Their money is indeed not enough compared to the nobles of other countries, but it is many times better than the citizens of other countries. Most importantly, they are citizens of the Tang Empire. If they cause trouble in other countries, they don't have to worry about being persecuted. Even if they commit a crime, other countries are not qualified to judge them. But if other countries come to our Tang Empire, they're like dogs. If they dare to cause trouble, even if they escape, their country has to send them back. Is that not enough? Is a little bit of money more important than a person's safety? It seems that we didn't advertise well enough. We have to think of a way to make the people of the Great Tang understand the power that they have as citizens of the Great Tang. Zhang Xiaobao did not blame the person on the ground for the thoughts of the people. Instead, he began to ponder what he had done wrong. If it had been his and Wang Wan's time, and the country had such methods, very few of the citizens would have had such thoughts as the person on the ground. This was because, at that time, it wasn't that the people did not love their country, but that everything was in chaos, especially when it came to personal welfare. The difference between them and other countries was too great, so some people were willing to go out and obtain a new identity. When they came back, they could use this new identity to bully those who had bullied them. But this sort of situation should have occurred in Japan and some small countries in the southwest. Some of them had not done well and were willing to come to the Great Tang to obtain a new identity so that they could flaunt it when they returned. In the end, it was because some of the people of the Great Tang were too stubborn and did not personally experience the difference in identity between the people of other countries. Wang Wan thought about it and nodded. Indeed, we didn't do a good job. We should increase the efforts of advertising and let the people of the Great Tang know how the people of other countries live through various channels. What kind of preferential treatment the people of the Great Tang receive when they go to other countries? Only when there is comparison can there be happiness. Cuckoo, Xiaobao, don't listen to him. He's an animal, an ingrate. A fisherman who had just sent people over and was now rowing his boat over to take them back heard the conversation between the 3 people. His eyes immediately turned red, and he said with heartache, Xiaobao, Cuckoo, the 2 of you have done well enough. People like him should be paddled in the water and drowned to death. What does it have to do with the 2 of you? I'll let you talk too much. I'll let you talk too much. As the fisherman spoke, he went up to the big boat and used his feet to kick the person lying on the ground. The reason why he didn't kick was because he didn't have boat shoes on his feet and was often in contact with water. When on the boat, he couldn't wear shoes, or his feet would be soaked. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and did not care about the person lying on the ground. He said to the fisherman, "Soon the days will be better. When the railway is built, the speed of goods transportation will be faster, and it will be more convenient to exchange goods. We also need to do advertising. I want to think of a place to start." After saying that, Zhang Xiaobao looked at the sky. The hot air balloon that was originally going to send a signal to Huliang and the others was now flying over. Someone had already lowered a rope, and when the balloon reached a certain point, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would climb up and go directly to Mount Lu. It had been many days since they had seen their younger brothers and sisters, and he felt strange. It was a good opportunity to see them. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not have a complete plan to further promote their country's patriotism, Zhang Wang clan in the Hangzhou Wang mansion began to help her son and daughter-in-law promote more and better children. Because she was pregnant with 2 children, her pregnancy was more obvious than other pregnant women. She followed Wang Wan's mother and walked on the streets of Hangzhou under protection. She had already planned to do this before, but because the situation was not good at that time, she did not dare to show her face. Now there was no problem. Ning Tian and the Japanese were all arrested, and Zhang Wang clan and the Longji spies successfully cleaned up all of the other party's people in Hangzhou, including the servants in the Wang mansion. Wang Shu was one of them, and there were also 2 maids and a woodworker in the mansion. There were 4 people in total, and they usually cooperated with each other. However, because they entered the mansion late, they could not go out. The 2 maids even wanted to bribe the inner courtyards of the Zhang family clan and Wang family. Usually, they did not need to deliberately do so to make the inner courtyards of the Zhang family clan and the inner courtyards of the Wang family clan hostile to each other. Before Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived in Hangzhou, when they were on the boat, they had each given orders to have their inner courtyards monitor the inner courtyards of the other party. At that time, they were afraid that someone would be swayed. After all, their mother was there, and they had to be vigilant. At the same time, they also created the illusion that the inner courtyards of the 2 families were not harmonious, and thus attracted people from the Wang mansion to rope them in. It seemed that they were quite successful. Even if Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not quickly catch the other party spies in the mansion would gradually be exposed. The only thing that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not expect was that the Wang mansion had actually made preparations in advance. Those who had been in the mansion for less than 5 years were not allowed to have contact with the outside world. This was too much of a test for the other party's spies who had infiltrated the Wang mansion. In the situation where they did not get any information, it was very important to know what to do. When the 4 people were caught, the people in the Wang mansion were so scared that they broke out in a cold sweat. If something happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, after the 4 people were caught, there was another round of careful interrogation, and everyone was questioned continuously. The other party's spies were not caught, but they caught a lot of people who usually embezzled the family's money and colluded with each other to form a small power. They were all punished one by one. The most serious ones were expelled from the mansion, and those who did not make big mistakes were whipped. In particular, the servant who always went to the braised food restaurant was whipped to vent his anger. After 2 days, he would be whipped again. It was said that he would be whipped until Zhang Xiaobao and Cuckoo came back. When the servant was being punished, Jiang Wang clan and Madame Wang hid far away. It was not that they were afraid of seeing blood, but they were thinking that the child in their belly was not born yet, so they tried their best not to come into contact with it. It could be said that they were superstitious, but it did not matter. On the day that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan caught sect leader Qi, the 2 of them saw that the weather was good. Thinking of their son and daughter-in-law's request for them, they went out together to spread the news of childbirth to the people of Hangzhou. The 2 of them went out on the streets. Wang Ju did not care about the matters of the fishing association today. He casually arranged for a vice president to lead people to find a place to fish and he personally accompanied his daughter to walk on the streets. In addition to him, there was also Li Longji, Gao Li Shi, Empress Wang and Wu Huifei. Under the protection of the guards, they walked together to spread the news to the people who were watching the show. Li Longji was not young, but he was like a child. He specialized in doing the work. He held a lot of paper in his hands. There were pictures and words on the paper. He had asked someone to engrave and print them for the purpose of spreading the news. When he saw a woman with a big belly on the side of the road, he personally handed a piece of paper to her and told her to ask someone who could read. He could also say a few words about babies. Of course, he had learned it on the spot. Although he had many children, he did not know how to take care of them at all. In the past, he had left everything to others. Everyone who was handed a leaflet by him happily accepted it and carefully put it away. There was no situation like Zhang Xiaobao, where the leaflets could not be distributed and people looked at them coldly. There were also people who were responsible for shouting slogans, such as, how to make a family rich, have more children, and raise more pigs, have 1 child and 2 children, the more people you have, the better, and so on. This was something that could not be helped. After all, the population of Great Tang was too small. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still thinking of planning to give more land to Great Tang in 20 years. 1 billion, 2 billion, and even the more, the better. Even if it was 5 billion, Zhang Xiaobao would probably be able to arrange it. At most, the other countries would have fewer children and give up their land. When the time came, they would vote and have a democracy to see who could obtain more benefits. Wang Ju was beside her daughter. Whenever she saw a small stone on the ground in front of her, she would step forward and kick it away. From time to time, she would advise her daughter to go back home after strolling for a while. It was dangerous outside. If the wind was strong, it could cause problems and so on. Zhang Wangshi was carrying a belly that was about the same size as other people's, 7 months pregnant. She wore a set of maternity clothes and walked leisurely with small steps. Occasionally, she would see a pregnant woman by the side of the road. She would wave her hand and ask her to accompany her as she strolled around. She would also tell her what to pay attention to when eating and working. Sometimes a couple would do the same, telling the man that he should not let the woman do too much work. At the same time, he should not let the woman stay at home all day. No matter how high the status of the man at home was or how heavy the work at home was, as long as it was Jiang Wang clan's words, the man would have to do as she said when he returned home. Along the way, from time to time, they would meet pregnant women. It had nothing to do with coincidence. It was announced 1 day in advance, saying that the first-rank honorary madam of the imperial court was coming to talk to the pregnant women. If it was just a first-rank honorary madam, the people around Hangzhou would not be so enthusiastic. A first-rank honorary madam was a first-rank honorary madam. Not all of the people were convinced. They did not offend her. She was at home, so how could she be dragged out by force? However, Jiang Wang clan had another more important identity. She was the mother of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Therefore, no matter what, she had to come over. If it was far away, she would have rushed over at night. Who did not know Xiaobao and Cuckoo? There was also Xiao Bei and Xiaoyuan, a group of children. They were all smart enough. If they came over to meet, they might be able to gain some good fortune. In the future, their children would also be smart. Even if they were slightly less intelligent, they could accept it. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Therefore, it became like this. The pregnant women stood on both sides of the road, sticking out their bellies, hoping to communicate with the good fortune in other people's bellies. Even those who were not showing their pregnancy were trying their best to stick out their bellies. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family, as well as Li Longji, spent a lot of money for this. Every pregnant woman who stood on both sides of the road would receive a gift. There were toiletries, skincare products, 2 sets of maternity clothes, and a jade pendant that was not of good quality. It could be used as an amulet. Otherwise, the pregnant women would not use the gifts after receiving them. Instead, they would treat them as family heirlooms. They would prepare a jade pendant in advance. The other things were not important. Sister, you can't continue to follow the boat into the water. Be careful not to catch a cold. Jiang Wang clan pulled a pregnant woman who said that she was a fisherman and said. The maid beside her also said that as long as she was pregnant, after the medical center confirmed the pregnancy, from the day of the confirmation until the child was born and grew up, all the expenses would be paid by the imperial court. However, the condition was that she was not allowed to continue living the way she did before. Otherwise, no benefits would be given. If the child was not born successfully, then more benefits would be lost. Before this, the people had only heard some rumors. After all, Hangzhou was a place where Li Longji and the others passed by, so the news could not be blocked. At that time, the people thought that it was impossible. Now that they heard and saw it for themselves, and with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's mother, as well as the emperor's confirmation, they finally knew that it was not a rumor. Miss, giving money is a good thing. Where does the imperial court get the money? An old woman came over with her daughter-in-law. When she heard the maid's words, she asked worriedly. She did not know how much money the Tang Empire had now. She also did not know how fast the Tang Empire's economy had grown in the past few years. She did not understand the effect of the Tang Empire's investment in infrastructure without pressure from foreign countries. She also did not know whether the Tang Empire's officials were so corrupt. The officials still had the hearts of the people and the emperor. They had the morals that an official should have. The officials were afraid that the people would criticize them behind their backs. They would not righteously say that they were greedy and that they had accepted bribes. What could the people do to them? There were also not many people who thought that they could escape inspection time and time again. Escape from the spies of the Zhang family, Wang family, and the imperial court. After they were caught, they would be dealt with internally. There were too few people who really did that. At least, it was impossible to say that they could be lightly punished. Once they committed a crime, the lightest punishment would be losing their official position. The heaviest punishment would be exile, and the heaviest punishment would be beheading. In this way, the imperial court's money would be less corrupt. They would not dare to go to good restaurants to spend money. The good restaurants were between the clouds and the water and blue sea silver sand. Which official dared to go there to eat and drink? If you ordered a table of delicacies, before you finished eating, the people who investigated you would come to ask where the money came from. There were fewer expenditures that should not have been made, and Li Longji listened to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan so that the money would not rust in the national treasury, resulting in the current situation where the national treasury was very rich. Of course, this was relative. Compared to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, it was far inferior. But the difference was that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not keep the money to deal with unexpected situations, and no official dared to squander it and send it abroad. At the same time, there was no need to store the currency of other countries. Instead, it became a standard currency country. If they lacked something, they could use their own country's currency to buy it or use cheap labor from other countries. If other countries wanted to use Great Tang's money to buy Great Tang's things, the price would be very high. This was in itself a form of plunder. Thus, there was no problem in supporting the current population of Great Tang. That was what the maidservant said to the old lady, but the way she said it was different. She said it in a way that the old lady could understand. Even so, the old lady was still confused. But she knew that Tang was not short of money now. Her daughter-in-law had been able to provide the family with money to help raise the child from the moment the child was born to the moment she grew up and could do things of her own. During this time, Tang had been able to provide the family with money and help raise the child. Thinking of this, the old madam's face, which was full of wrinkles due to fatigue, smiled like a flower and said, "It's good to have money, it's good to have money." Some time ago, the Great Tang Bank was tricked into withdrawing money. I heard that if the money was gone, Great Tang would be finished. I was scared out of my wits, and I even had my son go and deposit some money. But unexpectedly, the Great Tang Bank suddenly became rich again, and the interest of my son's deposit also increased. I live close to the sea, and I heard that Japan isn't a good place for Great Tang. No one cares about the birth of a child, no one cares about the illness, and no one cares about whether the child is educated or not. Great Tang is better. I heard that someone wanted to hurt you and you caught it, right? You have to deal with it properly. Behead, all behead. They are going against us. If something happens to you, what should we do? I heard that Xiao Bei and the others were almost blown up by someone at the lake at the head of the river. The children must have been scared out of their wits. Why are they so bad? I heard it from others. The old madam knew a lot of things. She heard it from others, but her words were very simple. She did not consider any national affairs. She only knew that as long as the Zhang family and the Wang family were there, she would be able to live a good life. Anyone who hurt the Zhang family and the Wang family would be her enemy. Not only the old madam, but many others also dared to speak up and express their own thoughts. There was no need to arrange in advance for shills. Li Longji listened and watched as he walked. Every time he saw the expressions on the people's faces and heard them exaggerate Tang, Li Longji felt that it was sweeter than honey. His hands never stopped waving. The local officials in Hangzhou felt very pressured. In addition to the emperor's safety, there was also their own problem. In this incident, 4 of their colleagues were killed. 2 of them were in direct contact with the other party, and the other 2 knew about it but did not report it. They still did not know how they would be dealt with when the emperor finished his work and Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came back. Looking at the local officials' expressions and attitudes, Li Longji knew what they were thinking, but he also knew what he was thinking. He did not intend to eliminate all the local officials because of this incident. He was afraid that there would be local officials hiding and not being discovered. But was he afraid? What was there to be afraid of? Even if there was a rebellion, it could be eliminated in the blink of an eye, let alone contact with the other party. Moreover, if he removed all the officials who were familiar with the local situation and replaced them with a new batch of officials, they would have to familiarize themselves with the local situation again, which would delay the development of the local area. From the east of Jiangnan to Hangzhou, especially, was a very important source of revenue. There was a port connected to the sea, and there was the Yangtze River and the canal to facilitate water transportation. If they were delayed for a month, how much would the imperial court lose? After Xiao, Bao, and Cuckoo came back, the 4 people who were caught only needed to be given important positions in Hangzhou, like Yanzheng. It was better than directly killing them. If they died directly after a period of time, the officials would choose to forget. Making people live painfully could constantly remind the officials what they should do and what they should not do. When he thought about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Li Longji said to Gao Lisher, who was beside him, "I wonder how Xiaobao and Cuckoo are doing. The enemy is hiding very well. The 2 of them are unfamiliar with the place. I think it will take them some time to get there, just like in Hangzhou." When Gao Lisher thought of his godson, a trace of melancholy appeared on his face. He echoed, "It is indeed going to be delayed. They have not sent any news over yet. They want to continue hiding their identities, just like opening a shop not far from the prince's mansion. However, this official thinks that it is going to be difficult. Xiao Bao and Yao Zhuan's abilities are there for all to see. No matter how cunning the enemy is, the 2 of them will definitely be able to find a loophole and capture them. The terrain of Jiang province is more complicated than Hangzhou. There are many lakes and mountains. I think it will take 1 or 2 months. However, Your Majesty, I don't think you can continue to visit Luzhou." Li Longji was worried as well. He was not worried that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would not be able to find them. He was worried because he had not been to Luzhou and had not seen the models, the scenery, and the people in the paintings. The more he saw the models changing every once in a while, the more he wanted to see it with his own eyes. If it were in the past, he would have accepted it, even if he could not see it. After all, it was too far away. The officials in the court would also object. This year, the financial situation of the court was better and more stable. There was basically nothing important that he had to deal with personally. Moreover, the surrounding countries were not a threat, and there were also things like telegrams. Under the urging of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, the objections of the other officials were suppressed. That was why he could come. Who would have thought that something would happen as soon as he arrived? This was originally a small matter, but it turned out to be a big deal. Several countries were involved. He had already been delayed in Hangzhou for some time. If he delayed for another 2 months, the officials in the capital would find all kinds of excuses to ask him to go back. For example, they would say that it was dangerous, that the journey was uneven, that it was too long, and so on. When would he be able to visit Luzhou again? Moreover, there were many places in Great Tang that he had not been to. What was the point of looking at the models all the time? Your Majesty, there's no need to worry. I think that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will be able to deal with the matters in Jiang province soon. We were delayed in Hangzhou for a long time because we didn't find any clues about them. Now that we've found the clues, we'll be able to hear news that will make your Majesty happy in a few days. Empress Wang comforted him. She also wanted to travel to various places in Great Tang. Who would want to stay in the palace all day? In the past, she did not have the opportunity to go out. Now she could go out, and she had gone out before. She was addicted to going out once. With Xiao Bao and Cuckoo around, there was no need to waste money and manpower. It was much easier to travel. If they were delayed for too long, there was no point in going back. Wu Huifei also reached an agreement with Empress Wang in this regard. She said sister is right. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are personally involved. I've never seen them fail. Your Majesty, you're a loser. I'm letting them win. I won't lower myself to their level. They're still children. If I keep beating them down, they'll lose their enthusiasm. Let's go see the lotus tomorrow. There are more lotus flowers in West Lake. The willows are gentle, the lotus flowers are swaying, and the fish are swimming in the clear water. Li Longji would never admit that he had always lost to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in terms of scheming. He defended himself and immediately changed the topic. Empress Wang and Wu Huifei agreed. Suddenly, Li Longji said angrily, there are actually so many countries that want to cause trouble for Great Tang. When they're all captured, I'd like to see how they explain it, especially those small countries in the southwest. Do they really think that I can't deal with them just because they have a geographical advantage? Do they really think that if something really happens, they'll just do what they did in the past? They'll apologize, admit their mistakes, and then give me a lot of things. Furthermore, they'll push the blame to me, and I won't be able to do anything to them? Your Majesty's words are extremely correct. We can't let them go so easily. In the past, it was because of the local people and climate that other people couldn't rule over for long periods of time. The terrain is complex, and the climate is unbearable. We could only go over and finish the war and then retreat back. Now they want to rely on us. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo definitely have a way to deal with them. It's just that we don't know when Xiao Bao and Wang Wan want to attack and how they want to attack. If they attack now, what will happen to Duoshi in the northwest? And before the end of this year, Xiao Bao said that he wants to take over Japan. What will we do? Perhaps Japan also feels that time is tight and has noticed Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's movements. Thus, they sent people to cause trouble and distract Great Tang. They'll delay Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to buy time. Gao Lisher also helped to analyze the situation. Li Longji's expression became very ugly. He also hated the surrounding countries for causing trouble, but he also knew that it was not up to him to decide who to attack and how to attack. It was up to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to decide on the order. If he had to decide who to attack first, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo could also agree. However, his decision could disrupt the two's plans. It was not worth it to do so for his own sake. For a moment, everyone's thoughts turned to the common people on both sides of the street. This time, the significance of the publicity had to be greater than the practical significance. Through personal publicity, they first had to let the people of Hangzhou believe in this matter. Because of the importance of transportation in Hangzhou, this news would quickly spread to even further places. Spending money to send gifts to the local pregnant women was to let others see how they looked in maternity clothes. They would definitely not just wear it at home. They would take it out to show off and prove that they were blessed by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's mother. Everyone walked along the street for a few li, turned around, and turned back. After a while, they had to return to the Wang residence. Next to them was the braised food shop. The braised food shop was still operating. A chef from the Zhang family and the Wang family came over. The recipe was naturally provided by Zhang Xiaobao. After the taste had stabilized, the people who came to eat realized that the taste was different every day, so they did not get sick of it. Now that the taste had stabilized, they felt that something was missing. If it was alive before, then it was dead now. Wang Ju also realized this. When she was fishing, she ate a roll and started to lose her appetite. Sigh. The food made by Xiao Bao is so delicious. It has a spiritual nature. Even if other people have the recipe, they can't make the same thing. Come back quickly and make more for me, your grandfather. Wang Ju looked at the bustling situation in the small shop and smacked her lips. Then she shook her head and said, Master, why are there still so many people in the shop? Maid Wang Luha heard Wang Ju's words and asked for help. Wang Ju rubbed Wang Luha's head and said with a smile, Haha, you obviously know, but you still want to ask. I'll tell you. The taste is bad, but no matter how bad it is, it's better than the braised food shop. Although other shops have followed suit and tried to use different ingredients to sell different kinds of braised food, the appearance is similar, but the spirit is not. No matter where you go to eat, the difference in price isn't big. That's why people come here. More importantly, this shop was opened by Xiao Bao and Yaoan. Not to mention that the taste isn't bad. Even if the food is disgusting with their reputation, people will still come to squeeze in a spot. This servant doesn't know. When Master mentioned it, this servant thought about it and found that it was indeed so. According to this, if young Master and the others were to open shops everywhere, wouldn't all the shops be doing well? Wang Levi still pretended not to know. Haha, how can they have time to open shops everywhere? The money earned by opening a shop is small, but the money earned for the Tang Empire is big. If it wasn't for the fact that the spies didn't do anything, they wouldn't have to spend so much effort. Wang Ju said with a proud expression on his face. Report from Jiangzhou. As soon as Wang Ju finished speaking, a person rushed over from the front. The person shouted and went straight to Li Longji. He bowed and handed a folded piece of paper to Li Longji. At the same time, he said, Your Majesty, a call from Jiangzhou. There's an important matter. Li Longji and the others were shocked at first, thinking that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had encountered some big trouble or even danger in Jiangzhou. Li Longji didn't ask any more questions. He snatched the folded paper and unfolded it. His eyes fell on it. After a few glances, joy appeared on his face. When he finished reading, he suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha. Good. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are really amazing. They caught them on the third day in Jiangzhou. Ha ha ha. Good, good. Everyone take a look. Li Longji was so happy that he didn't know where he was anymore. He handed the paper to Gao Lisher, meaning that he wanted him to pass it to Jiang Wang clan. They were waiting anxiously for news of their son and daughter. Jiang Wang clan and Jiang Wang clan gathered together to take a look. After reading it, Jiang Wang smiled. But Madame Wang wasn't as calm as Jiang Wang clan. She said happily, Our Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are still the best. The other party thought that they had set things up very well, but they were still caught. Let me have a look. Wang Ju was also anxious. After reading it, her eyes narrowed into slits as she grinned from ear to ear. Then Gao Lisher, Empress Wang, and the others read it one by one. Everyone who read it couldn't hide the joy in their hearts. After reading it, Empress Wang said, The other party is also amazing. They actually came up with such a plan. No wonder the spies couldn't find them. Who would have thought that the other party surnamed Qi is so cautious? If Xiao Bao and Cuckoo didn't go there, they would still be hiding in the reeds. When the time comes, once their plan is carried out and we take action, The Tang Empire will definitely suffer a lot of losses. Unfortunately, they are still one step behind. They are really talented. Empress Wang praised the other party first, so that it could show the power of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. After reading it, Wu Huifei shook her head and said, "How did that Chigai come up with it? What a pity!" After the others finished reading it, they began to praise. In addition to giving face to the emperor and the others, they did admit that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were really capable. If it weren't for the detailed information, who would have thought that the other party could arrange the way to the reeds in such a way? If it were them, they wouldn't be able to follow them to the mountain, let alone catch them. They wouldn't even be able to find any clues. Even if they found them, they wouldn't know that the other party was going to go up the mountain next unless they caught the person surnamed Su immediately. They could also ask about the sound of water, and the other party was somewhere in the reeds. But the lake there was huge, and the reeds were everywhere. It would take a lot of manpower and resources. If they really had time to find them, the people on Mount Lu would have gotten the news in advance. When the crowd was sighing and flattering, the people around them also heard it. They were all happy. Some shouted good, some clapped their hands, and some pulled the people next to them and said, as if they were the ones who had caught the other party. It didn't take long for the whole of Hangzhou to know. From time to time, the sound of firecrackers could be heard to celebrate Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Some shops also began to advertise, saying that they were selling something for free and at a discount. Back then, the soup pancake restaurant that Zhang Xiaobao had guided had even advertised that it was open 24 hours a day and would give away 1,000 soup pancakes for free. He was truly happy for Zhang Xiaobao. It was as if a huge rock that had been pressing down on his heart had suddenly been lifted. When night came, there were even more sounds of firecrackers. After many people heard the news, they went to buy good things and came back to make delicious food. Before noon, they were busy all the way until dinner time. They prepared a table full of things, many of which required time. Just like the New Year's Eve dinner, they chose to light the firecrackers at dinner time. The people of Hangzhou had long known that Xiao Bei and the others had stopped for a day and went to Jiangzhou. They also knew that they had almost been blown up. Now that they had caught them, Xiao Bei and the others were safe. In their hearts, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were as powerful as ever. They could be said to be invincible. They had once again witnessed their magic. As long as the two of them were around, the Tang Empire would definitely not have any problems. Their lives would continue to get better and better. The children didn't know much about this. They just felt that if the adults were happy, they should be happy too. Moreover, they could eat a lot of food that they couldn't eat normally. After they finished eating, they went out to play with their friends and bought firecrackers to set off. Usually, they were not allowed to go out at this time. However, today was special. The entire Hangzhou was like a city without night. It was filled with a joyous atmosphere. Ning Tian was imprisoned in the government office. He had no right to enter the Wang mansion. It was Zhang Xiaobao's idea to let the local government office take care of him. When he was sent to the prison, Ning Tian's heart was in suspense. He could guess Zhang Xiaobao's idea. It was to give his subordinates a chance to save him. If he was imprisoned in the Wang mansion, with the protective measures there, not even a fly could get in, let alone a person. Ning Tian, who didn't know how many of his people had been captured, prayed over and over again in his heart that no one would come to save him. Tonight, when he was worried, he suddenly heard the sound of firecrackers. He asked the prison guard who came to deliver food, "What's going on outside?" Chapter 1094. He was not the only one who was curious. A few people in a cell next to him were also curious. Their crimes were not serious, and they could be released after a few months. They were also puzzled. It was not a special day today. Could it be that a family was getting married? If it was a wedding, it would cause such a big commotion in Hangzhou. Their power would not be small. Who was it? In the other direction, the prisoners in the two cells opposite Ning Tian also started asking questions. In fact, they were not guilty. They were spies. Although their cell doors were locked, the wood was not sturdy and would break with just a little bit of force. They were looking for people who came to save people or to kill people. Anyone who came would be put down. They would follow the clues and investigate again. This was because no one knew if the other party had broken all the clues. The prison guard who delivered the food did not say anything. He kicked the food that was cooked with an unknown substance to the crack in the wood under Ning Tian's feet. He turned around and was about to leave. "Wait, I have something to say." Ning Tian hurriedly stopped him. "I just want to say a few words. When I'm done, see if you can tell me, okay?" The prison guard was also a spy. When he heard Ning Tian's words, he stood there and did not say anything. He did not leave, but he did not turn around either. "What I want to say is that, in my current situation, I can't get out of here alive. Just take pity on me. Hey, don't go. I have money. I hid it. No one knows about it. Tell me why there are firecrackers outside. I'll give you the money." Ning Tian was pretending to be pitiful. When he saw the prison guard walk away, he immediately changed his method. He actually did not care if someone else was getting married. He wanted to use this matter to ask about his own thoughts. He wanted to find out about the situation outside. Usually he did not have a chance to talk. Now he might be able to follow the conversation. Even though he had been caught, his desire for revenge had never changed. If he could ask the jailer about the general situation of the people on his side, he would be able to make a judgment. If his people achieved something, he would also be happy. "Where is it?" The jailer first asked about Ning Tianqian. Hearing that he liked money, Ning Tian was relieved. She said, "It's at the pier. Go and take a look. You'll see a small boat parked there, but it's broken. Many people are resting there. In the fourth plank of the boat, there's a slot. I've put 500 strings of cash in there. If you take it, it's yours. Can you tell me now?" "Wait," the jailer said and walked out, meaning that he had to get the money first. "Big brother, I'll have to trouble you with something else. Can you give me something else to eat?" "I'll give you the money," Ning Tian called out again. During this period of time, after he was captured, he could only eat a little bit of food every day, and that was the thing in front of him that was worse than pig food. Not only was it disgusting, but after eating it he would always have nightmares, as if there was something else there. It might be the thing that he gave to others to smoke. If he ate too much of it, he wouldn't be able to take it. Who knew when he would get addicted to it, and then he would tell others whatever they asked. The reason why he insisted on not saying anything was that he hoped that his people would do a good job with the plan. Even if he didn't cooperate with them in Hangzhou, he wanted to cause great losses to Tang. Only then would he be able to vent his anger. If he didn't eat, he would starve to death. Because there was no water, he could only eat a bowl of porridge every day. He had to rely on the little bit of water in it to survive. He couldn't die yet. He had to wait until he heard that the others were tormenting Tang like a headless fly. Seeing that the other party was willing to ask for money, he thought it through. He wouldn't be able to spend the money he hid anyway, so he might as well let his last days be more comfortable. "Where is it?" the jailer asked again. "That damn Zhang Xiaobao. Before he caught me, was there a well?" Ning Tian asked. "In the well?" the jailer also asked. "No, it's in the windlass. There's 1,000 strings of coins there. Go and get it. See how many days it's enough for me. If I can eat more, it'll be enough for one day." Ning Tian told him where he hid the money. He was very good at hiding and always chose such places to hide his money. "What do you want to eat?" The jailer finally turned his head. Maybe it was the 1,000 strings of coins that had taken effect. Between the clouds and the waters, second floor C set meal. One set costs 20 strings of coins. How many days do you think it's enough for? Ning Tian was a little regretful. He should have asked for the price before he told him where the money was. He knew very well that the second floor C set meal between the clouds and the waters' second floor C set meal was 20 strings of coins, but the jailer wouldn't buy it for him for free. As expected, the jailer gave him a price. 200 strings of coins a day. 2 meals. Everyone in the prison will eat together. After mealtime, everyone will leave. Nothing will be left behind. Okay, 200 strings of coins a day. Then 5 days, 10 meals. It's not expensive. It's only 5 times the price. Ning Tian nodded helplessly. You talk too much. Wait. The jailer left. The prisoners in the prison began to praise Ning Tian's generosity. The C-class set meal wasn't just one set, but a table full. Between the clouds and the water's price was relatively cheap. Of course, ordinary people couldn't afford it. Big Brother Ning, thank you. I thank you on behalf of the people of Tang Empire. The real prisoner in the prison said to Ning Tian. Ning Tian was stunned. What did treating you have to do with the people of Tang Empire? The food and wine between the clouds and the water were extremely expensive. How many people could afford it? Just as this thought appeared in his mind, Ning Tian immediately understood what was going on. The food between the clouds and the water was expensive. Between the clouds and the water could make a lot of money. However, between the clouds and the water belonged to the Zhang family and the Wang family of Sanshui County. They wouldn't keep all the money they earned for themselves. Instead, they would spend most of it on the people of Tang Empire. In this case, the jailer was right. When he thought about how Zhang Xiaobao earned the money and then spent it on the people of Tang Empire, Ning Tian felt uncomfortable. He was only thinking about eating good food between the clouds and the water, but he forgot about this. He thought to himself that when the jailer came back, he should discuss with him about changing to another restaurant. It wasn't like there weren't any good restaurants in Hangzhou. She waited for half an hour. Just as Ning Tian thought that the other party would take an hour to return, the other party had already opened the cell door and entered. There were a few workers following behind him, each of them carrying a food container. Why are you so fast? Ning Tian asked in surprise. He had calculated that it would take 15 minutes to get from the prison to the dock. Then it would take another 15 minutes to get to the well. When the jailer passed by between the clouds and the water, he asked the servants between the clouds and the water to prepare the food so that they could get it on the way back. It would take an hour in total. Perhaps it was because the jailer had gotten the money and was easy to talk to. He revealed a smile that was uglier than crying and said, I went to between the clouds and the water first and told them to prepare a set of C-grade set meal and a set of lunch boxes. I told them who I was and told them that the money was in the wooden planks of the ship at the dock. While he was preparing the food, he sent someone to get the money. I went to the windlass to get the money. When I came back 15 minutes ago, they had already sent the food here. They didn't give me the money and said that they would send the money after the person who came to get the money confirmed. I finished the lunch boxes and drank some wine, so I brought them in. Hearing the jailer's words, Ning Tian nodded in admiration. No wonder. The jailer isn't stupid. Of course, it also shows how fast between the clouds and the water is. In 15 minutes, they finished a set meal and walked for a while to deliver it. That's a table full of dishes. Just the hot dishes alone amounted to 12. Damn it, how are they so good? Damn that Zhang Xiaobao. You earned all the money. You'll die a horrible death. Ning Tian cursed in his heart. When he smelled the food, he couldn't help but want to eat. He kept swallowing his saliva. Perhaps the jailer had already told the waiter of the restaurant. So the food was divided into 4 portions. Each portion was placed on a large plate. There were compartments on the plate to prevent the food from touching each other. There was only a small amount in front of Ning Tian, but it was enough for him to eat. There was also a bunch of wine and a small wine cup. The waiter put down the food and turned to leave. Under normal circumstances, people who came to deliver food had to be checked, and the person who delivered the food was not allowed to enter. However, Ning Tian understood that the waiter between the clouds and the water could enter because he couldn't help the prisoner do things. Unless it was Zhang Xiaobao who wanted to do so. Just as he was pondering, Ning Tian suddenly realized that the others were eating very quickly. Only then did he remember that the jailer had said that there was a time limit to eating. Furthermore, he wasn't allowed to stay and eat slowly. He quickly ate as fast as he could. As he ate, Ning Tian cursed in his heart. Zhang Xiaobao, that damn thing. The food between the clouds and the water made was really delicious. He ate so quickly, and could even taste the flavor of each dish. I'll eat. I'm eating Zhang Xiaobao's meat and Wang Wan's meat. Haha, like a whirlwind. Ning Tian finished the food and drank the wine. He felt very comfortable and relaxed. He had never felt so relaxed before. He narrowed his eyes and said to the jailer, "Big brother, let's make a deal. Starting tomorrow, let's change to another restaurant. How about it? The same amount of food. If the price is cheaper, it'll count as a 5-day meal. I don't want to eat between the clouds and the water anymore." "Really?" the jailer asked in a loud voice. "Really. Even if you bought it for 1 copper coin, I'd be willing." Ning Tian was willing to do anything to prevent Zhang Xiaobao from taking advantage of him or making things difficult for him. "That's great. I still have wine. You can drink." The jailer happily took out a gourd and passed it to Ning Tian through a crack in the wood. Ning Tian happily took it and said with a relaxed smile, "Thank you." "Then tell me about the firecrackers outside." "Huh. There's no rush. Let me ask you first. Do you want a more comfortable bed? Come and drink. I have wine too. Normally I'm not allowed to drink. I drink secretly. The yamen is in chaos now. Several people have been arrested. No one has the time to care about me." The jailer took out another wine gourd and gestured to Ning Tian. He raised his head and drank. "Drink." Ning Tian drank as well. He felt sad and happy at the same time. He was sad because the local officials he had contacted with great difficulty had been arrested. Zhang Xiaobao's methods were impressive. He hadn't even confessed yet. So how did the yamen officials get arrested? He was happy because the jailer was greedy for money and liked wine. He had inadvertently revealed information that was useful to him. Being greedy for money was easy. He just had to do it slowly. As long as there was time, he might be able to escape. This wall was made of mud. It was thick, but if he got more water or something else to dig it out, no one would think it was because the jailer was greedy for money. After calculating, Ning Tian said, "Yes, how much is it?" "Drink. It's not much. A bed will cost you 600 strings of coins. If you want a mat on it, add 200 strings of coins. If you think there are too many mosquitoes, I'll get medicine for you. When you die, it'll be 200 strings of coins. In total, it'll be 1,000 strings of coins." The jailer continued drinking from the wine gourd. Ning Tian cursed inwardly. 200 strings of coins for mosquito repellent was more than enough for a lifetime. Wasn't he just waiting for his death? "Yes, there's money. When you caught me, my man tied the boat to a tree. You climbed up and there was a magpie's nest. There was a gap in the thick branches under the nest. You could take out 800 strings of coins by pulling it out." Ning Tian drank as well. She leaned against the log and was a little dazed. However, his good mood didn't change as he spoke to the jailer. "You're still short of 200 strings of coins," the jailer reminded him. "Yes, 1,000 strings of coins. You're short of 200 strings of coins. Where's the 200 strings of coins? Let me think. Yes, I remember. Didn't you follow my man to see where he got the medicine? Don't tell me you don't know. There's a tattered cloth bag on the roof of the house to the left of the medicine. There's 500 strings of coins in it. Take it. There's an extra 300 strings of coins. What do you think you can do with it?" Ning Tian drank 2 mouthfuls of wine in a row and thought hard. Finally, he remembered where he put the money. You still need to eat after 5 days. 300 strings of coins is only enough for 1 day. You won't die anytime soon. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo aren't in Hangzhou anymore. You have to wait for them to come back, right? Do you still have money? The jailer also seemed to be drunk. He also found a place to lean against the wall, facing Ning Tian's cell. Where did they go? Where did they go? Ning Tian didn't forget to ask. "Give me the money." "I'll tell you if you give me the money." The jailer held the wine gourd and gestured. Then he drank again. Ning Tian also drank. How much to drink?" "At least 5,000 strings of coins. I'm risking my life. Let me tell you, After I tell you, if someone asks about it, I have to give them money. There are other people in the prison, right? Drink." The jailer's head was already crooked. It seemed that he had drunk a lot when he was in prison. "Okay, 5,000 strings of coins. Go to the braised food store. The few people who caused trouble were beaten. You know, right? You must know that they were in a run-down temple. There was a Buddha statue with half of its head broken. There were 2,000 strings of coins in it. Also, there was the flower boat I was in. There was a zither in it. The zither was hollow in the middle, right? There were 1,500 strings of coins in there." And Ning Tian kept talking. The jailer always found a way to ask for money. In the end, when Ning Tian was really out of money, the jailer asked a few more times. After confirming, he said to Ning Tian, "Sect Master Ning, are there other important things that are placed together or beside them? You just have to search for them yourself." "Yes, they are placed together." "Smart. You are smarter than Zhang Xiaobao. He just doesn't know." Haha. When Ning Tian poured wine into his mouth, a lot of wine had spilled onto his clothes. "Thank you. We will search every corner carefully. I will answer the 2 questions you asked." Young Master Xiaobao and Miss Cuckoo went to Jiang District. There were firecrackers outside. It was news that the young master went over and captured the other sect master with the surname Qi. The people were happy, so they celebrated. There is also a piece of news for free. The wine you drank was spiked. The jailer was no longer drunk. He said to Ning Tian with a smile, "Damn it, all of you deserve to die." Ning Tian's last bit of consciousness made him curse. Chapter 1095. After the spy disguised as a prison guard received the locations of the hidden money from Ning Tian, he immediately contacted other people to investigate. Just as he had guessed, other than hiding money, Ning Tian also kept records of his other contacts, as well as the records he left behind when he contacted people with other identities. He also kept records of bribery. Not only were there officials from Hangzhou and Jiang and Xidao involved, but there were also officials from other regions. Even Beijing was not spared. Of course, he did not directly give money to some officials. Instead, he gave them gifts. The gifts were not cheap, and they were all based on the preferences of the officials. This saved a lot of effort for the Zhang family and Wang family spy departments. They had an additional piece of information about Ning Tian's bribery of officials. Someone would secretly investigate the officials in the accounts. For example, if an official accepted the gifts but did not help with the task and was diligent in his own department, this official would not be convicted for the time being. However, if there was a problem with an official, even if there was a problem with his family, and he relied on his power to gain personal benefits, this official would be punished. Not only would this official be punished, but the inspection personnel sent by Li Longji would also not be able to escape. Not doing one's job well was a crime in itself. There was no need to expect others to understand. There was no such thing. Even the spy systems of the Zhang family and Wang family had themselves convicted. All of their salaries were deducted, and their bonuses were gone. The personnel who had been trained to do foreign affairs also had to take turns to go back and learn again. For those who had not graduated yet, the difficulty of passing the graduation examination increased. They knew very well that what the young master and young lady wanted was not an explanation to shirk responsibility, but an attitude and future actions. What the two of them hated the most was that when you did not do what you wanted, you would always find excuses to justify your actions. Instead of finding excuses and shirking responsibility, it was better to do one's job well. Therefore, the training of the spy systems of the Zhang family and Wang family was stricter now. Some were directly sent to the mines, while others were sent to fishing villages. They did not have to work in a certain place for the rest of their lives to get close to life and understand the most basic knowledge, or rather, common sense. Instead, they needed to deeply experience life in the place they were assigned in the shortest amount of time. They had to act like what they were pretending to be, and they had to be steady and flexible. "Madam, we caught 6 more people. Those who escaped earlier and the rest escaped. Please punish them. After the people from the spy system obtained the location of the hidden money from Ningtian, they found 6 more people in Hangzhou. Actually, there were still others, but they had run away. This was the punishment that the person who came to report to the Jiangwang clan was referring to. Jiangwang clan usually did not care about the affairs of the family. She was only in charge of the inner courtyard that did not have any external tasks. The rest of the matters were left to her son and daughter-in-law. It was not that she did not know how to do it. Her knowledge was not inferior to Zhang Zhong's. She was once a talented woman. She was smart and had a high IQ. However, she was more willing to hide her brilliance and support her husband and son from behind. Now that she had taken over the power, she was in charge of everything in Hangzhou. She was very dissatisfied with the spy system at home. If they were capable enough, why would they let her son and daughter-in-law work so hard? When she heard the report, she lowered her eyelids and asked in a calm tone, "Do you have any clues about the people who escaped?" "Yes, we have screened the people who have left Hangzhou recently and followed up with specific targets. I believe that it won't be long before our people can catch them back, or we can find new targets by following the people who have run away." The person lowered his head and answered respectfully. There was anger on his face. He was not angry with Madame Zhang family, but with his own department. When the emperor was worried about his officials, they had to work hard. When the emperor was humiliated, the officials would die. In the matter of Jiangnan society, his own department's personnel did not meet the requirements, so the young master and young madam had no choice but to take action personally. Although the young master and young madam did not say anything, it was precisely because they did not blame him that he felt more uncomfortable. The opponent was cunning. If the two of them did not succeed, he could say that his department could not find a good solution. However, the young master and young madam were accurate once they took action. If they encountered the same opponent in the future, or even a stronger opponent, would they still let the young master and young madam do it? It seemed that he and others had thought that the Tang Empire was peaceful and had been too relaxed. Zhang Wang clan saw that the person who reported looked embarrassed and ashamed, so she could not say more. She sighed and said, "I never think that there is anything that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo can't do. I also know that they will definitely succeed. But I don't want there to be a next time, especially when it involves the spy department. You can leave now. Yes, we will do our best in the future. If we raise a dog, it can help to bite people. If we make a mistake again, we are worse than pigs and dogs." The person promised, bowed, and left. In some cases, spies were indeed worse than animals. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan rode the hot air balloon and flew with the wind for a day and a half. In the afternoon, they arrived above Mount Lu and just entered the territory of Mount Lu. The hunting dogs sent from the special animal breeding base of Sanshui County in the capital had arrived. In the past 10 years, they had raised a total of more than 3,000 hunting dogs. This time they sent 1,000 dogs. Every 10 dogs were divided into a group and went into the mountain to search. If they encountered any living people, they would kill them. If they encountered any resistance, they would bark and call for reinforcements. Because the entire Mount Lu was under martial law, people who gathered firewood and herbs were not allowed to enter. Tourist activities were also stopped. If people were still inside and did not come out, no one would care even if the dogs accidentally killed them. Hunting dogs were not rescue dogs. They were very aggressive and were not afraid of death. Looking at the dogs that appeared under their feet from time to time, Zhang Xiaobao held the binoculars and said to Wang Wan, who was also observing below, "The scenery of Mount Lu is really beautiful. There are many wild animals. When we came here before, we could only see animals in a specific area. Later, we will go down and have a good look. If you're not afraid of being bitten by a dog, then go in. The dog you spent money to raise will still bite you. The fog is too thick, so the effect of the hot air balloon has decreased. Find a place to land and see if Xiao Bei and the others have arrived." Wang Wan held the binoculars not to look at the dogs, but to look at the people below. She was looking for the figures of her younger siblings. Xiao Bei and the others had already taken the boat to the nearest shore. If they were fast enough, they should have also arrived. Their grudge of having a child that belonged to them had already become another matter, one that was no longer under their jurisdiction. Their role had also changed. They no longer personally patrolled the area and then captured the officials. Instead, they first became bait and then sealed off all of Xuanyang. They were not sealing off the area with their status as officials, but with their status as clans. The local commoners were very cooperative. If it had been Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, it would have been absolutely impossible. No matter how powerful a faction was, the commoners would not accept it. Of course, at that time, there was not a single faction that said that they were thinking for the commoners. Otherwise, the commoners would probably have been willing to help. After looking around, Wang Wan still couldn't find the figures of her younger siblings. She could only helplessly order the hot air balloon to land. As soon as it landed, someone immediately came to report that Xiao Bei and the others would only arrive in the middle of the night. They had been delayed on the road and had encountered a problem. To be more precise, they had encountered the air power of their clan. Our clan's air power can't be valued by Xiao Bei and the others because of the hot air balloon, Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan. I know. Wang Wan yawned. Just as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had said, Xiao Bei and the other children didn't particularly like the hot air balloon team. They were currently directing people to prepare the food. Wait a little longer. It'll be ready soon. Shuiyin, have you given the children names yet? How about I give them a name? This one is called Big White, this one is called Air White, and the reddest one is Dahong. If red and white are mixed together, they'll be called Defan, okay? Xiao Bei stood on the deck and said to Shuiyin, who was standing on a wooden pole specially made for the eagles. Shuiyin was getting smarter and smarter now. She was even able to understand the difference between good and bad names. After hearing the names Xiao Bei gave her children, she turned her head to look to the side, obviously dissatisfied. Xiao Yuan and the other children also stood on the deck and watched the eagles. There were a total of 13 eagles. In addition to Shuiyun and Hong Wan, there were also 11 children. The baby eagles had already grown up. The children were very regretful that they hadn't seen the 11 baby eagles learn to fly with their own eyes. At that time, they had agreed to wait for the baby eagles to learn to fly and cheer them on from the side. Unfortunately, plans couldn't keep up with changes. They could only wait for the next nest to cheer them on. Now they were choosing the eagles. The 11 eagles corresponded to the 11 children, including Panner and the other 2. As for the child who was missing an ear, she wasn't assigned at the beginning. Moreover, the child was still young and was breastfeeding. She didn't know about the eagles. Shuiyin, tell me, how did you find us, okay? Look at me. As soon as I saw your eyes, I understood. Xiao Bei was waiting for someone to bring the meat over. She picked up a piece and stood on her tiptoes. She stretched out her arm to feed Shuiyin while talking to her. Shuiyin had flown a long distance with her family and was indeed hungry. Like a human, she opened her mouth and gently touched the meat Xiao Bei brought over. Then, she slowly closed her mouth so as not to hurt the other party. Just this action shocked the commander of the local army who followed Xiao Bei here. He knew about feeding animals. He had also seen the process of other people feeding their eagles when they went hunting in Mount Lu. In his opinion, that eagle was already very smart. However, when it was eating, it still suddenly shook its head and accurately caught the meat in its mouth before swallowing it. He had never thought that one day a certain eagle could slowly close its mouth. Little girl, this animal has become a spirit, right? The local army commander asked Xiao Bei, who are you calling an animal? He's Shuiyin, okay? He's my colleague. How can your animal be like this? Find one, and I'll take a look. If you can't find one, I'll punish you. You're scolding your colleague, understand? She had never treated Shuiyun's family as animals. In her eyes, Shuiyun's family was her own family. She even dared to touch Shuiyun's child. Although she had only met Shuiyun's child twice when Littling was still young, she was not worried that Shuiyun's child would hurt her. Just as she thought, Shuai-yun had taught her 11 children very well. Xiao Bei didn't know how Shuai-yun and Hong Wan taught them. When ordinary people wanted to get close to their children would definitely glare at them angrily and act like they were going to attack. However, when Xiao Bei's group of children came over, their eyes immediately became gentle. This was also a kind of ability. Ordinary people didn't even dare to think about it. Eagles, they were eagles. They had their own pride. Perhaps they were really psychic. They felt the same pride in Xiao Bei's group of children, a kind of pride that was immersed in their bones. That was why they could face each other calmly. Yes. I was wrong. I deserve to die. I'm not a beast. Definitely not. I'll get angry with whoever says they're beasts. Yes, Shuai-yun is a general. I almost forgot. Look at my memory. The commander kept apologizing. Not only was he afraid of Xiao Bei, but more importantly, he found that the animal he was talking about was looking at him with a knife-like gaze. If he was pecked, he would lose a piece of meat immediately. If the area above his chest was pecked, he would probably lose his life. Shuai-yun was not an ordinary eagle. She was once in existence that could cooperate with a small army to kill people on the battlefield of Tubo. Shuai-yun, don't be angry. Let's punish him, okay? Let's punish him by making you a comfortable nest on the ship so that your family can rest in it. Come, eat. This is snake meat specially prepared for you. I also ate it tonight. I caught quite a few snakes. Xiao Bei also found that Shuai-yun was angry and quickly comforted her. Then she winked at the commander. The commander nodded fiercely and replied, Yes, you're an adult. Don't lower yourself to my level. I'll make a nest right away and spread some comfortable cotton and grass for you. He really did what he said he would do. Shuai-yun's official rank was higher than his, and she had many subordinates. If the two armies really fought, he didn't have the slightest confidence in defeating Shuai-yun. He didn't think that he could rely on his intelligence and wisdom to use all kinds of long-range weapons or traps to shoot Shuai-yun down. He had heard that Shuai-yun was so smart that she could throw stones from the sky at people. There was no need to say how high an eagle could fly. Shuai-yun had many eagles under her command. It seemed that all the eagles in the Tang Empire were under Shuai-yun's control. If they really listened to Shuai-yun's orders, an eagle could throw stones weighing dozens of kilograms from the sky. Unless they dug a tunnel in advance, it was useless to hide in a house. The others on the ship who hadn't seen Shuai-yun tried their best to get closer. They were all local officials or people with power. They had only heard legends about Shuai-yun. Today, they could finally see her with their own eyes. It wasn't easy. Let me tell you, you can look, but you're not allowed to judge Shuai-yun's family as animals. Otherwise, if they attack you, I won't care. If Uncle Emperor knows, he will definitely say that even if General Shuai-yun kills you, you deserve it. If you don't believe me, you can try. Xiao Bei warned them when he saw the curious looks on the faces of many people. Chapter 1096. Even if Xiao Bei didn't say anything, the onlookers didn't dare to talk nonsense. They were all clear in their hearts. Although Shuai-yun's family of eagles were very well behaved in front of Xiao Bei and the others, to the point of being docile, eagles were still eagles after all, not to mention that they were eagles that had killed their way to fame. Therefore, although they were watching, no one spoke loudly. Occasionally, they would whisper a few words to the people around them, as if they were worried that Shuai-yun would misunderstand. Xiao Bei no longer cared about the others. While chatting with Shuai-yun, she observed the other 11 little eagles. Although they were all Hong Wan and Shuai-yun's children, the 11 eagles were all different in color. Some were like Shuai-yun, snow white all over like a cloud. Some were like their mother, fiery red all over, so much so that not a single strand of other feathers could be found on their body. Some were like veins that dyed red and white on their feathers. Among them, there was one whose color was the most uniform, pink. Xiao Bei didn't know if it would still maintain its current color after changing its feathers, so she was very hesitant. Her favorite was the pink one. It wasn't as thick as the red one, nor was it as soft as the white one. The pink one was gorgeous, and when the sun shone on it, it would dazzle the eyes. Xiao Bei planned to get it herself, but she was afraid that others would like it as well. Therefore, while chatting with Shui Yin, she didn't forget to tell her 8 brothers and sisters how good the red one was and how good the white one was. She even said that the veins mixed with the 2 colors were like marble patterns, noble and elegant. However, she didn't mention the pink one. Of course, she definitely wouldn't say anything bad about the pink eagle. What if it was as smart as its father and understood what she meant? It wouldn't cooperate with her in the future. Xiao Yuan and the others weren't fools. They were usually together every day, so how could they not understand their youngest sister's thoughts? It was just that none of them exposed her. Besides, they really didn't like pink. It was too ostentatious and didn't match their personalities. With Shui Yun's help, time was delayed. When the sky turned dark, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finally saw their younger siblings. At the same time, he also saw the 13 eagles standing on the highest point of the ship. With the help of the light, Zhang Xiaobao saw the appearance of a group of little guys. Filled with joy, he found a thicker stick and waved at Shui Yin. Shui Yin also saw the comrade who had once fought side by side with her. She was also very happy. With a cry, she bent down and spread her wings, gliding towards the other party. It flapped its wings twice and landed on the wooden stick that Zhang Xiaobao had placed on his shoulder. It then intimately rubbed its head against Zhang Xiaobao's face. "Have you finished your work over there? Are you tired?" Zhang Xiaobao pointed in the direction of Tubo and asked Shui Yin. He was talking about the matter of Tubo's aid. Tubo's aid had already ended. If it didn't end now, it would mean that it was snowing again. If that was the case, perhaps half of Tubo's people would freeze to death. When he was in Hangzhou, Zhang Xiaobao had already received news that the disaster relief had already been completed. Not many people had died. Some houses had been crushed, and the loss of tents was also huge. Coupled with the cattle, sheep, horses, and poultry that were raised there, if there was no help from the central government, it would probably take at least 5 years to recover. When they heard the news, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were very surprised. They had never heard that Tubo had suffered such a serious disaster. Perhaps there were no records, or perhaps everything had changed. But no matter what, Tubo now belonged to the Tang Empire, and the people of Tubo were also the people of the Tang Empire. It was impossible to leave them in the lurch. Thus, a lot of people and a lot of supplies were dispatched. This time, the animals could be considered to have done a great job. Many people and horses couldn't walk on the road, so the dogs pulled the plows and ran like shuttles. They delivered the rescue items and, at the same time, pulled the trapped people out. Shui Yun contributed the most. He commanded a group of subordinates to be in charge of aerial reconnaissance. He told the people on the ground where they needed help and guided them from the sky. At the same time, when they encountered places that even the dogs couldn't go, the eagles would carry the necessary supplies and medicine and airdrop them. Furthermore, the local eagles of Tubo were also gathered, forming a large force. According to the news, many people of Tubo had to kneel down when they saw Shui Yun. They thought that he was a divine eagle sent by the longevity god to save them. As a result, the overall rule of the Tang Empire became more stable. It turned out that the people of Tubo were afraid of the Tang Empire's military power. They knew that the Tang Empire already had powerful things like cannons, and they could kill a lot of people with one shot. Of course, they were more afraid of 2 names, Xiaobao and Cuckoo. One killed without batting an eyelid, while the other killed without spilling blood. The situation was that they were coerced by military force. Originally, the people of Tubo were from different tribes and didn't have a clear concept of a country. They also didn't have any thoughts of loyalty to a country. Secondly, ever since they were coerced by military force to submit, they received orders from the capital to send many things, especially various advanced cooking utensils, food and medicine that they had never eaten before, and different clothes. This made them feel that they had plenty of supplies. After submitting, their days were better than before, so they didn't have any other thoughts in their hearts. It was the temptation of supplies. As a result, they had a different understanding of the Tang Empire. When a large-scale disaster occurred, they once again felt the warmth from the capital. The most important thing was the appearance of Shui Yun, an eagle that could command all the other eagles. He was as smart as a human. In their view, this was a god that belonged to the longevity god. Even gods were under the control of the Tang Empire, let alone mortals like them. Therefore, after the coercion of military force and the temptation of supplies, there was also a spiritual guidance related to faith. They didn't believe in any other religion now. Ever since Shui Yun led the troops to save people one after another, the people of Tubo truly regarded themselves as part of the Tang Empire. Shui Yun had made such a great contribution in a situation that no one had expected. After analyzing the intelligence, Li Longji had already promised that when he returned, he would personally reward Shui Yun in front of her. Not only would he raise her official rank, he would also give her a fief. He would find a good place suitable for raising cattle, and all the produce would belong to Shui Yun, and it would be the kind that didn't collect taxes. If Shui Yun's children were as smart as Shui Yun, then after Shui Yun died of old age, the fief would continue to be taken over by her children. Of course, if all of Shui Yun's children were like other eagles, the fief would also be taken back when Shui Yun wasn't around because the place was useless to other eagles. Shui Yun hadn't seen Li Longji yet, so he didn't know if he would continue to be promoted or receive additional benefits. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao's question, he raised his head and cried out twice. His body also swayed a few times. He seemed very excited. Zhang Xiaobao stroked Shui Yun's feathers, laughed, and said, "I asked you to come this time because I have something to trouble you with. The scenery of Mount Lu is very good. I guess you found the place after looking at the model. However, the fog on Mount Lu is very thick. Some places have waterfalls, while others have clouds and fog. There are also wild tea trees on the mountain that taste good. Cloud fog tea is also famous in the Tang Empire. Therefore, it's very dangerous for hot air balloons to fly up there, and it has very little surveillance effect on the ground. Go and help find them." Zhang Xiaobao said a lot. Shui Yun was confused. He tilted his head and squinted at Zhang Xiaobao, meaning, "What are you talking about? It's a mess. I just want you to help find the enemy." Zhang Xiaobao omitted the other introductions of Mount Lu. Shui Yun understood this time. He cried out and was about to fly up to find the enemy, but Zhang Xiaobao stopped him. "It's late. Take a rest today. You've been flying for a long time. Have a good sleep. After dawn tomorrow, take your family there. Go to sleep and fly again when the sun comes up." Zhang Xiaobao said and gestured. Shui Yun understood again. He moved his body and cooperated with Zhang Xiaobao's upward force. He flapped his wings and flew back to the ship, meaning that he would stay there tonight. Wang Wan watched from the side. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "I always feel that Shui Yun is a person. Do you think the guy who blew us up turned into Shui Yun?" "Impossible. If he really turned into Shui Yun, he would have become a spirit long ago. Why would he cooperate with us? Do you think a person who can spread his wings and fly will listen to others? I used to have a dog. In fact, it was very smart. Most of the things that I needed it to do, I just had to tell it, including picking up the phone, picking up the newspaper, bringing me milk with a bottle in its mouth, and even putting money on its body and writing notes. It will listen to you and run out to buy things for you. It also likes to listen to light music. But compared to Shui Yun, I think Shui Yun is better. After all, Shui Yun is a wild dog. That dog is a good breed and has some hereditary genes in its body." Zhang Xiaobao looked at the boat that was not far away and said to Wang Wan while waiting for his younger brother and sister to arrive, "Rich people can actually raise such a good dog. Let's go to the shore and see if the little guys have lost weight. They haven't eaten your food for a long time." Wang Wan curled her lips at Zhang Xiaobao's description of his dog and walked towards the shore. Xiao Bei couldn't wait on the boat. If it weren't for the fact that she was afraid that she would have to change her clothes immediately after jumping down, she would have swum over directly. As soon as the boat reached the shore, she was the first to jump up. She opened her arms and ran towards Zhang Xiaobao, shouting as she ran, "Brother, this is a loss!" The things that we bought at various places along the way have all been lost. I reckon that we will continue to lose a lot more. We don't have any money. Zhang Xiaobao picked up Xiaobei, kissed his sister's face hard and said, "No money? You are a big boss. You have opened thousands of precious candy houses all over the Tang Empire. If you cry that you are poor, how can others live? We don't have money, we don't have money. I was also bombed by others. My young heart has been greatly hurt. I need compensation. I want to eat good food. Make me braised pork. I want all the lean ones." Xiaobei twisted her body and acted like a spoiled child. "All lean braised pork. Your brother doesn't know how to make it. I only expect the fat to be fragrant. Why don't I make you some stir-fried pork and a pig's heart to nourish your soul?" Zhang Xiaobao patted the head of Xiao Yuan, who had also run over, as he spoke to his sister. "It's not like I'm a pig. My soul has been hurt, so what's the point of eating a pig's heart? Brother, sister, you don't know, but before I came, I gave a speech to the people of Xuanyang City. I'm really awesome. I told them that they have been doing extremely well in this period of time. Moreover, I praised their unity and told them to continue. You don't know, but after they heard that, Xiaobei began to show off. Whatever words that sounded good, she would use them on herself. Her little mouth would not stop talking, not giving her other brothers and sisters a chance to speak. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wen would occasionally cooperate and put on astonished expressions, looking like they were saying, "You're so awesome." This made Xiaobei very satisfied. What Xiaobei was saying was actually the matter she had discussed with the others on the boat. After those people in the toilet of the shabby temple in Xuanyang City had been captured, Xuanyang City was basically out of the picture. Those people hadn't been captured because they didn't have anything to eat, but because the planks blocking the excrement from falling down were finally unable to withstand the excrement of the people using the temple as a stronghold and searching everywhere. Once the excrement increased with a rumbling sound, the cesspool was once more empty. There were people relaxing inside, but when they saw this, they were very puzzled. What was going on? Could the cesspool be so advanced? Why didn't it automatically empty itself when it reached a certain amount? What kind of technique was this? Even the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang clans couldn't possibly reach this level, right? After staring blankly for a while, they finally reacted. It wasn't that the technique was advanced, but that there was an empty space below. They could faintly hear a few cries for help, but soon after, there was no sound. Thus, they immediately had people jump in to investigate, pulling out those people who had already drowned. After some treatment, they didn't need to interrogate them to obtain even more useful information from their mouths. Following the information, they finally managed to capture the people hiding in Xuanyang and the surrounding areas. This had happened the day before yesterday, so it was quite a coincidence. However, they didn't manage to find out anything about Mount Lu, so they probably all had their own ideas. The operation was over, and Xuanyang had to return to its original life. Xiaobei and the others set up a platform on the pier and used a loudspeaker to give a speech to the common people of Xuanyang. First, they thanked the common people of Xuanyang for everything they had done for them, thanked them for their efforts, and then praised them for their great ability. They had even managed to capture those people, so of course they had the ability. The common people weren't like the people of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's generation, who couldn't bear to hear others praise them verbally. They were rather satisfied to receive the thanks and praise of Xiaobei and the others, so much so that it even exceeded the promise of supplies. The promise of supplies meant that besides the various things given to the common people during this period of time, they would also compensate those who had delayed the operation. As for what the compensation was, they would need to discuss it with their older brothers and sisters. On this point, Xiaobei and the others were very smart. They didn't plan on directly giving money. The people in the inner court had warned them that if they directly gave money, the common people would have too much money, and the local production would not be able to immediately return to its original level. Prices would directly rise. If they gave things, prices would fall. If they gave out things that were originally worth 5 strings of cash, if prices fell, the things would become 3 strings of cash. Wouldn't that be swindling the common people? Thus, Xiaobei and the other children truly couldn't understand this problem, so they could only leave it to their older brothers and sisters. They were extremely confident that no matter how difficult a task was, it would be a small matter to their older brothers and sisters. Besides the promise of supplies, the children also promised that they would ask their older brothers and sisters for various techniques that would help the local people. After all, teaching people how to fish. This was what the common people desired the most. At the time, they had cried out good for a very long time. After that, it was Xiaobei's turn to speak. She repeatedly brought up the matter of the local people being united, and she hoped that this would continue and expand, that Xuanyang would become a united city, that all the people of Xuanyang would become one family. Under the leadership of her imperial uncle, they would all contribute even more to the great Tang. Xiaobei was most skilled at this sort of conning, because after her personality had been revealed, Zhang Xiaobao had always taught her such diplomatic and placating words. This was a very profound subject, especially in the great Tang's current situation. The common people really did fall for this sort of thing. As they listened to Xiaobei speak, they looked at each other and seemed to feel that this was truly the case. If they were united, there was nothing that could not be done. In truth, the most important thing wasn't that Xiaobei was good at conning, but that when she conned, she really could do it. As an inspector, she had caught bad officials, and there had never been a situation where officials would protect each other. The Zhang family and Wang family had always done what they said. If they could do it, then their conning words were not conning. If they couldn't do it, then they were conning. The common people weren't fools. The common people liked to hear officials fantasize about their future lives, but the prerequisite was that the officials had to work hard to do it. For example, after a year, every official had to earn at least 100 copper coins a day. If the official worked hard, the common people would see it. After a year, if the official didn't earn 100 copper coins, but 80 copper coins, the common people would acknowledge that the official was capable. The next time he conned them, the common people would like to hear it. But if the official didn't earn even 10 copper coins or even less than before, and they didn't see what he did, after a few times, the common people would no longer believe him. When they heard the official's concoction again, they would feel disgusted. As Zhang Xiaobao listened, he wondered if in the future, when the imperial court came up with a plan, they could use the newspapers to let the common people know about it. If they gave the common people a guide to work hard, when the common people of Xuanyang united and worked hard for the same goal, the effect would be very clear. Then, if the common people of the Great Tang also united, what would the result be? With this thought, Zhang Xiaobao put down his sister. After informing his younger siblings, he had someone set up the kitchen and personally cooked for them. He even called over Wang Wan. "You can't do it yourself? And you even want me to help?" Wang Wan followed in and asked Zhang Xiaobao. She still wanted to spend more time with her younger siblings. "You're still not satisfied with making something for your family?" "In the past, I wanted to make something for my family, but who would eat it?" Zhang Xiaobao handed a bowl to Wang Wan, his eyes glancing at the place where the starch was placed. Wang Wan knew that Zhang Xiaobao's dishes needed to be mixed with starch, so she walked over and fetched the starch. "They've found a job for us. We need to calculate the amount of goods that flow through Xuanyang, the time it takes for production to fully recover, and the types of goods that are produced. Then we need to calculate the types and origin of the goods to be sent, including the route and speed of the goods. Only then can we know how much money to compensate the common people of Xuanyang, and how many types and quantities are appropriate. After all, they've contributed to our younger siblings, so we can't just send them off with a bit of money. That would make them feel that we don't value them." Zhang Xiaobao cut the vegetables, completely ignoring what Wang Wan said. After cutting one, he placed it on the side and cut another. It's simple. There's no need for us to do it. We can just let the inner courtyard do the calculations. What I'm worried about right now is what kind of technology to provide to Xuanyang. Xiaobei's words have already been spread, so as an older brother, I have to give them face. Besides, this is what I should do. We're different from other people. Other people travel according to their mood, but we have to observe the environment and the types of goods in every place we go. From there, we can summarize and see what kind of technology we can provide. The Ministry of Works and the Western Agriculture Temple aren't just for show. Every so often, new technology will appear. There are many different branches, and they have to be transformed into productive forces. Otherwise, according to the current printing speed, in less than 5 years, the value of the currency will drop by half. They're next to the Yangtze River, so of course they'll mainly rely on water. Let's build a few small hydropower plants for them so that they can use electricity. Then we'll provide them with tools that require electricity to increase their production efficiency. In any case, the small hydropower plants aren't that difficult. If we can't make a few million kilowatt-hour, can we make a few hundred kilowatt-hour? Wang Wan gave her idea. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. That won't do. The technology isn't mature yet. The ones that are usually sold to the rich are very small. If they're placed in the Yangtze River, how can they store water? It's not a problem of the wattage, but a problem of how to control the flow. Wind is easier than water. Let's not talk about this anymore. We'll slowly think about it later. It's not like we have to provide them immediately. I just thought of a problem. In the future, when the great Tang Imperial Court makes a development plan, shouldn't we let the common people know about it and give them a direction to work towards? Oh, is that what you mean? Yes, the people can do what they want, but they can't do what they want. It's fine to tell the common people about the plan, but what if you can't do it? If you tell the common people that you intend to let the great Tang's financial income reach 200 million strings of cash next year without changing the tax ratio and rent, and then take out 100 million strings of cash to invest in the local infrastructure, what will you do if you can't reach it? You're not thinking of deceiving the common people, are you? Just say that you've reached it, and then when you use it for the infrastructure, you take out 10 million strings of cash and tell the common people that the various materials and labor used add up to 30 million strings of cash to make them happy? Wang Wan understood the meaning behind Zhang Xiaobao's words, but she was very worried. Not to mention now, even back then, no one had told the common people about this. It had always been ambiguous or vague. I'm not an idiot. We can first estimate that if we can reach 180 million strings of cash, we can tell the common people that we can reach 140 million strings of cash. At that time, even if we can't reach 180 million strings of cash, we can still reach 140 million strings of cash, right? As for the materials needed for the infrastructure, I don't believe that the officials of the Great Tang would dare to randomly find someone to decide. We'll have all the suppliers of the raw materials bid and see who has what's best. Of course, the cement will definitely be provided by our family. It's not because the cement can be sold for more money, but because the technology can't be handed over right now. If other countries learn it, we can use cement for many things. The most direct is to build fortifications. I don't want to waste energy and artillery shells when we need to use force. When I was following them, I saw that the people who jumped out of the boats had water glasses over their eyes. That was glass, the glass that rich people buy to make windows. It's not as good at resisting pressure as the glasses I wear, but this shows that they're not stupid. Today, they use glass to make water glasses. Tomorrow they'll grind out glasses. After that, they'll make binoculars. Perhaps the troublemakers have already bought a lot of glass and shipped it back. After many experiments, they've made binoculars. Although the glass is relatively thin and of poor quality, there are bubbles in it. Zhang Xiaobao recalled what he saw when he was chasing the people and was very surprised. They weren't stupid, but they didn't have a systematic research direction. They just needed a little guidance. Wang Wan also knew about this. When she captured the people, she seized their water glasses. They were sealed with gum, and there was something similar to donkey hide gelatin. It seemed to be fish glue, which was more useful. This showed that they were already working hard to study the great Tang's technology while marveling at it. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao mention it again, Wang Wan said, "We definitely can't tell them that there are bubbles in the glass of the binoculars that need to be removed by stirring." Back then, a country paid a considerable price to obtain these two simple words. "Then you're agreeing to tell the people about the future plans of the imperial court?" By this time, Zhang Xiaobao had already cooked 2 dishes. His speed was extremely fast, mainly because the fire was strong enough, and the dishes didn't require too much effort. They didn't have time to cook laborious dishes tonight, especially soup. They had to finish the preliminary steps tonight, so that they could eat it tomorrow. "That's fine. We'll do as you say, but we have to split it up. The imperial court is a large area, and the local areas will be small. The most important thing is to watch over the officials. Otherwise, in order to reach a certain number of local officials, they might take extreme measures. The gains don't make up for the losses." Wang Wan knew about the past. More than 100 years ago, because they had a plan, they kept trying, resulting in considerable losses. Of course, they had already summarized what happened back then. She and Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't make the same mistake again. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. "Okay, I'll tell Li Longji about it later. He has to support us first. Give me the starch and let's eat." That night, the children ate very happily. It wasn't because the food was good or that the chef on the ship wasn't bad, but because they could eat together with their older siblings. After the meal, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to read stories to their younger siblings. Only when it was almost 4 in the evening, or 22 in the morning, did the children reluctantly fall asleep. The next morning, everything was ready. Zhang Xiaobao ate breakfast with his siblings, looked at the clear sky, and waved his hand. "Let's go. We'll torture them to death." Chapter 1097. In the team surrounding Mount Lu, the hunting dogs led the way in front, while the people followed behind with guns equipped with scopes. In addition to the hot air balloons driven by skilled pilots, there were also Shui Yun's family of 13 eagles. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan coaxed Pan, and her sister to sleep, then brought Xiao Bei and the other slightly older kids to join the search. Just as Shui Yun wanted to raise her children, they also wanted to raise their younger siblings. Xiao Bei and the others were already old enough, so other than swimming, they should participate in more physical training programs. Zhang Xiaobao even wanted to do wilderness survival training for his younger siblings like he did in the past. The children in Thailand could already practice Taijiquan at this age. The speed of their punches was not slower than an ordinary adult's, and their resistance to attacks was stronger than that of a middle school student. If they were older, in a small country that had never stopped fighting, they would be able to use guns to kill people. It was normal for an 11 or 12-year-old child to carry a rocket launcher. Xiao Bei's 9 children were also sensible. After the elder brother and elder sister talked about physical strength and endurance, each of them carried their own military backpacks, controlled their breathing, adjusted their pace, and remained silent. They followed behind their elder brother and elder sister without saying a word. They had seen the training of their family's guards, especially the guards that were specially trained for them. Those who did not follow the instructions at the beginning would not be able to last until the end. Only a small number of people were truly physically strong. From the beginning to the end of the training, they maintained a relaxed appearance and even had the mood to joke. This group of people would be singled out to undergo more rigorous training programs. Never relax until the critical moment of life and death. Never waste your physical strength. That is disrespectful to life. Even if it's not for yourself, you have to do it for the people who care about you. Zhang Xiaobao coordinated with his younger sibling's speed, appearing very leisurely as he talked to his younger siblings while walking. Wang Wan also taught, don't be too nervous. That will increase the consumption of your physical strength. It's not good to deliberately relax. You still don't know how to maintain your mental state. When your body is constantly being hinted at to relax, your mental state will also follow suit. When you need to be nervous, you will realize that you can no longer be nervous. Don't treat the backpack as a burden. When you walk, learn to feel the weight of the backpack and adapt to the rhythm. When you see a small pit in front of you, you are not allowed to jump. Take 2 more steps to go around it. The action of jumping up will consume several times your physical strength. The 9 children listened but did not ask. They had strongly requested to come along. Before they came, they had agreed that it was not time to rest. Other than the sound of their breathing, they were not allowed to say a single word. Otherwise, they would not play with them next time. Of course, they didn't carry guns, bullets, or grenades in their backpacks. Instead, they carried their clothes and all kinds of food. The other tools were carried by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The 2 of them did not carry too many things. Each of them only carried a gun, 50 rounds of bullets, and the best single-edged sawtooth knife made by Tang Dynasty's technology. These were the only weapons they had. The rest were a tent that could be assembled, a few pots and pans, as well as spices and rice. The 2 of them did not intend to let their younger brother and sister live like orphans who were abandoned in the wild. It was not that they could not train to eat raw food, but it could not be done in Mount Lu. Who could guarantee that there were no parasites or powerful bacteria in the food they randomly found? The 2 of them usually cooked raw food for their younger siblings to eat, such as sashimi, raw beef, raw venison, oysters, grasshoppers, maggots that had been specially bred after several generations, as well as greenworms that had not yet turned into cocoons. Zhang Xiaobao would ask the people in the medical school to help take a look. With the current technology, when there were no problems, they would feed their younger siblings with various supplementary seasonings. Wang Wan also cooperated with Zhang Xiaobao and set an example for their younger siblings. The 2 of them fed their younger siblings while telling them stories. After all, children were children. They could not be too cruel. When Wang Wan was undergoing training, no one told her any stories. She ate for the sake of strength. Needless to say, Zhang Xiaobao also had no one to tell him a story. He ate for the sake of living. Just like that, from dawn until noon, Xiao Bei and the others did not have time to rest at all. They walked for 4 hours. If it were an ordinary adult, they would have been tired by now. However, the 9 children still had strength. This was also why Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan worked hard to train themselves when they were young. Children's bodies recovered very quickly. Even if they slowed down for a while, a child's recovery speed was several times faster than an adult's. Rest here. Zhang Xiaobao was afraid that his younger siblings would get dehydrated. Seeing that there was no fog above them and the sun was shining directly from above, he said to his younger siblings. The 9 children stopped and looked at their brother and sister. No one sat down and no one complained. Instead, they were very excited. They followed their brother and sister to a place where a small river flowed. They found a big tree and put down their backpacks. When they stood there and looked around curiously, Xiao Bei said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Brother, can you teach me how to catch snakes?" She saw that along the way, whenever her brother found a snake, he would catch one at a time. Up until now, he had caught a total of 6 snakes. The longest one was 5 meters. It looked very scary. Many snakes were also sent flying by her brother's spear. This was the first time she saw her brother catch snakes personally. Although she had already determined that there was nothing that her brother and sister could not do, she still felt that it was strange. "Okay, when we go back, I'll find some snakes for you to catch." Zhang Xiaobao agreed very quickly. He took out the folding multi-purpose bucket and stretched it to the river to get water. What if it gets bitten? Wang Wan took the snake and began to clean it up. She could not stand Zhang Xiaobao's pampering. Zhang Xiaobao did not think much of it and put the bucket in the water. Wei Wei moved and filled half the bucket with water. He said, "We're not asking them to catch pythons. They're just ordinary grass snakes. Just pull out the teeth and catch them casually. There's no need to be afraid of poison or bitten. It's fishy and sticky. We're forcing them to learn this. Wang Wan was still dissatisfied. What's wrong with learning this? It's not against reason, and there's no danger. Have you seen children catch scorpions in Hebei province? In the countryside of Hebei province, children of 5 or 6 years old can catch scorpions and small geckos with their hands. They put the scorpions in a cloth bag and give it to the older children to sell in the pharmacy. The money they earn in a day is enough to buy a set of clothes from the street stall. This is the harvest after being exploited several times. Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan. He had seen children catch scorpions very dexterously. It was not that the children did not have food and clothes. It was a tradition that had been passed down for many years. After the children came back from kindergarten, they would go out to play after eating. When they saw other older children catching scorpions, they would follow suit. The adults did not care. Sometimes they would be accidentally stung, but it was not fatal at all. It was not much different from being stung by a bee. It was just a big swelling. They would cry and go home. They would be slapped and scolded. The next time they could not help but catch them again. Wang Wan seemed to know this kind of thing. When she thought about it, she could not help but smile. She threw the cleaned snake to Zhang Xiaobao and asked, "How do you eat it?" "You catch the snake and you cook it." "Who eats the snake gall?" "Me." The 9 children shouted together. Even Xiaohai was the same. Although he usually did not like to talk, it depended on who he was with. When he was with his brothers and sisters, he immediately became like other children. There was no silence and depth at all. It was because he always compared others with his brothers and sisters that he usually looked down on others. Zhang Xiaobao saw that there were only 6 snakes and 6 gallbladders. He didn't see any of them with 2 gallbladders. He quickly said, all of them. "I'll make snake gallbladder wine for you. Each of you will have a small cup and divide it into 11 portions, okay?" "Okay." The 9 children replied in a dragged voice. "Brother, is the snake meat roasted?" Xiaobei licked her lips and asked. She usually did not lack food, but now the environment in the wild was different. "I don't feel at ease if it is stewed or roasted. There are bacteria in it. When we go back, I will give you injections. I will shoot a rabbit for you. Watch carefully." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he put down the other things, picked up the gun, and moved quickly horizontally. Suddenly, he stopped and aimed at the side of a tree on the mountain. With a bang, he fired a bullet. "Ah!" A scream gave a response to the gunshot. The 9 children were preparing to see something strange. When they heard the movement, they were stunned and almost shouted at the same time. Then they hugged their heads and lay on the ground. At this time, Wang Wan also picked up the gun. She squatted on the ground and did not move. "Oh, I missed again." "Brother, come out. Tell me, are you a rabbit? Don't think that I can't hit you behind the tree. I will count to 3. If you don't say it, I will throw a grenade." Zhang Xiaobao did not deliberately aim at the place where he just shot. He said in a relaxed tone, 1, 2, I am a rabbit. Don't shoot. I am a rabbit. A voice came from the place where he was shot. Following the voice, a person raised one hand and covered his leg with the other. He grinned and showed himself. Wang Wan was amused. "Xiaobao, you are such a bully. How can you let someone pretend to be a rabbit? Hey, rabbit, let me ask you, where are you hiding? There are still a few people in your nest. Don't think blindly. You think that the 2 of us and a group of children can't take care of you? Where are the other 2 rabbits? Come out. Don't make me shoot." With 2 bangs, Zhang Xiaobao fired again. After he was done, he said to Wang Wan, "This time I really missed. One of them is probably going to die. The other one is okay. His shoulder is injured, so he can't shoot the crossbow. If he dares to try to shoot with one hand, I will blow his head off." Hearing the 2 of them and hearing the gunshots, the first person who turned into a rabbit turned his head and looked 20 meters away. He sighed helplessly and shouted in that direction, "Come out." They are Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Don't expect to escape. "Yo!" We met a smart person. When did you confirm it? When Wang Wan said you guys, she had already expressed clearly that they were not alone. When you guys were talking and shooting, I didn't think about the identities of two people who are not even 20 years old and brought a group of children. When you guys were talking, I was already suspicious. When I fired, everything was clear. I am a rabbit. This person was considered a man. He was the kind that was very straightforward. Even though he was caught, he still maintained a relatively calm state. When he spoke, his voice did not tremble. His psychological quality was good. As soon as he finished speaking, a person appeared at the spot where Zhang Xiaobao had just finished off 2 shots. One of his arms was hanging down, and one of his hands was grabbing a person by the collar. He dragged the person, who had already lost his life, out of the crowd. With resentment and fear in his eyes, he looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Then he shifted his gaze to the 9 children lying on the ground. Don't have any ideas about the children. Otherwise, I will kill you right now. Raise your hands and bite the clothes of the dead person with your teeth. Come here. When Zhang Xiaobao saw that the other person was looking at his younger siblings, his tone was indifferent. That person suddenly trembled. He immediately did as Zhang Xiaobao said. He raised one hand and the other arm as high as he could. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not raise it to the right position. He bit the clothes of the dead person with his teeth and slowly walked over while wading through the grass. Of the 3 people, 1 was dead and 2 were injured. They did not have any conspicuous weapons on them. When they came to a place about 10 meters away from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they did not dare to make any unnecessary movements. After the sudden incident just now, the 9 children waited for a while. When they knew that they were safe, they got up one after another and patted the dust off their bodies. One by one, they took out small pistols from their arms and pointed them at the 2 people who were still alive. Let me tell you 2 rabbits. Don't think that just because we are small, you can have any ideas about us. If I shoot a few more times, I will still kill you. Tell me, what kind of rabbits are you? Where are you hiding? Xiao Bei held her small pistol with both hands and pointed at one of the people opposite her. The other 8 also pointed their guns at each other, looking as if they could pull the trigger at any time. They had this confidence. Although their guns had little recoil and could not kill people if they did not hit a fatal position, they were still not worried. They were very confident in their accuracy. It was just shooting, without talent or experience. No matter how stupid a person was, after practicing with a few thousand bullets, their accuracy would be improved, not to mention a pistol with little recoil. They were confident that if the 2 people did not use other long-range weapons, they would be able to kill each other when they rushed in front of them. Don't shoot. The first person was scared. He could calmly face Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, but he could not face the 9 children with the same calmness. This was because Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan basically would not kill him immediately. However, the children were not necessarily so. What if they were happy and opened fire? I am a gray rabbit, he is a white rabbit. The one who died is a mixed rabbit. Our nest is in the mountains. The man helplessly and sadly answered Xiao Bei's question. Chapter 1098. The man who called himself Gray Rabbit was tearing at his clothes as he spoke. His leg was still bleeding, and the other person who had been hit in the shoulder was also in the same situation. Due to the inconvenience of his hand, he needed to help bandage the wound with his clothes. As for the person who had been hit in the head due to Zhang Xiaobao's poor marksmanship, there was no need to treat him. In fact, Zhang Xiaobao could not be blamed for killing the person. He could not see the specific location of the other party through the pile of grass. He only knew that there were 2 people there because the straw hats on their heads were too obvious. There was a large clump of grass with small red fruits. The 2 of them insisted on using branches and withered grass to make the hats. They were so well made and round that at first glance they looked like 2 birds' nests. It would be strange if Zhang Xiaobao did not hit them. The first person who was injured did not disguise himself, but he made a sound. Zhang Xiaobao heard it very clearly. It seemed that something was about to touch him, so he made a sound to scare the thing away. Seeing that 2 people were injured and 1 was dead, Zhang Xiaobao took 2 steps back. Wang Wan took 10 steps in a diagonal direction, forming a crossfire with Zhang Xiaobao. At the same time, her eyes looked around vigilantly, searching for other people. How many people in total? What do they do? Zhang Xiaobao gave his brother and sister a look, telling them to take a few steps back to avoid danger. Then he asked the person who was bandaging his leg. The person who was asked paused. He grimaced and said with a pained expression, "We're tourists." Bang! What answered him was the sound of a gunshot, which tore off a section of the cloth he had just torn off. "Where are you tourists?" Zhang Xiaobao raised his gun and pretended to aim as he asked. "It's not for tourism." The man reacted quickly and didn't answer Zhang Xiaobao's question. His face was still bitter as he replied, "We are the people you want to capture. I came out to check the situation. I thought that there was no danger behind after we avoided a few groups of people. When I saw you two with a group of children, I thought that I could capture them as hostages, so I came over. I didn't expect to meet you guys. We were forced into this. We didn't want to help them. They have something on us. We are insignificant people. Don't beat us to death. We still have family." Another person with an injured shoulder quickly followed up, sounding like he was really wronged. Zhang Xiaobao was unmoved, and Wang Wan also looked at him coldly. Xiao Bei rolled his eyes and looked like he believed the other party. He asked, "If you didn't commit a serious crime, I can forgive you. I'll talk to Uncle Emperor and won't sentence you to death. If you can tell more about your people, you can make up for your mistakes. At least you haven't killed anyone for the other party. The rest is just a small matter. The more useful your report is to us, the greater your contribution will be. If you don't keep an eye on us, we can give you extra benefits. We won't even catch you." Xiao Yuan also echoed, Yes, we hate you to death, especially the people behind you. If the information you tell is useful to us, I will give you a lot of money. Even if you are locked up for 8 to 10 years, each of you will still have tens of thousands of strings of money. You can also live a comfortable life in prison. Your family will also be taken care of. When you get out of prison, you will still have a lot of money left. In the blink of an eye, you will become the richest people in your country. You still don't believe what we said. We are a man of our word. We won't change it. Hurry up and say it. Otherwise, you won't have this opportunity again. Opportunities are given to those who dare to fight. Xiao Yuan and Xiao Bei cooperated, singing the same tune as they tried to seduce the 2 people who were caught. The person who helped bandage his leg had already bandaged it. The speed of the bleeding slowed down. His pants were already soaked with his own blood. As the wind blew, Xiao Bei and the others could smell the rusty, bloody smell. This person didn't care about the smell and helped the other person bandage his shoulder. This person's shoulder didn't bleed much, and it wasn't a penetrating wound. It gave people the feeling that the bullet was stuck in the bone. This kind of wound didn't bleed much, but even if it was treated in the future, it would still leave a big problem. His wound couldn't be tied with cloth strips. He could only tear off a large piece of his clothes and block the wound layer by layer. Then he was fixed with cloth strips. He wouldn't die for the time being. The 2 people treated their wounds under the threat of the gun muzzle while listening to the threats and temptations of the 2 little guys. For a moment, they couldn't tell what they were feeling. The 2 people knew very well that if they were caught, what awaited them would definitely be torture and interrogation. The words of Xiao Bei and the other children might not be useful. They might not admit to it. Anyway, there was no one around to prove it. While marveling at the intelligence of the children, the 2 people looked at each other and saw a trace of hesitation in each other's eyes. They understood what each other was worried about. Are you going to say it or not? My mouth is dry from talking. If you don't say it, I'll use the small gun to torture you. I'll let you know the most painful torture. Don't think that I can't bear to do it. Xiao Bei shook the exquisite and beautiful small gun in her hand and threatened. Gray Rabbit, you speak first. If you're too slow, all the blood in your body will flow out. You'll die a painful death, bit by bit. It's very sad. I've seen people bleed to death. Xiao Bei called out. Gray Rabbit swallowed 2 mouthfuls of saliva and looked at Xiao Bei and the others. He didn't understand why they were so ruthless. Normal children of their age would have been scared to tears when they saw blood in battle, but they didn't seem to care at all. He didn't know if Xiao Bei had ever seen someone bleed to death bit by bit, but he absolutely believed that Xiao Bei would shoot him. That small pistol was really beautiful, and the bullets were probably specially made. However, its beautiful appearance couldn't hide its nature as a weapon. Just as the Gray Rabbit was considering, the White Rabbit beside it spoke. Speak, or else you'll be captured by the people behind them. When they interrogate you, even if what you say is true, they'll torture you again and again to see if you're lying. If I speak now, they won't torture us? Gray Rabbit asked. At least they won't torture you. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan won't cut off our flesh piece by piece in front of our younger siblings. White Rabbit had thought it through. Gray Rabbit weighed the pros and cons and finally spoke, telling Zhang Xiaobao and the others about their situation. Okay, I'll speak. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you what I know. If you don't believe me, just give me a quick death. They were indeed members of the organization that was causing trouble for the Great Tang, and they weren't important people. They had fireworks on them, and their families were under the control of the organization. Yesterday, many hot air balloons appeared in the sky. The people in the organization thought that their hiding place had been exposed, so they hid in a cave. There was food and water in the cave, as well as some medicine and weapons. They also sent out a group of people with fireworks to stand guard. If they saw people coming in to search, they would light the fireworks. The 3 of them were arranged to stay in this place. They made their own straw hats, and after hiding from a few groups of people, they saw Zhang Xiaobao and the others. However, they didn't light the fireworks. It wasn't that they didn't bring anything to light the fireworks, but that they knew that they would be caught the moment they lit the fireworks. After a brief discussion, the 3 of them decided to wait for this group of people to pass by. They would see if they could follow behind them and steal the 2 children when the other party was unprepared. This would make the other party anxious, and they would return to the hiding place provided by their own organization to meet up with the others. As for why they didn't light the fireworks, they also thought of a solution. They would just say that they didn't know where the things to light the fireworks were. When they were hiding, Gray Rabbit discovered that there was a snake on a tree branch above his head. It was swallowing its tongue and slowly creeping toward him. He wanted to scare the snake away, so he made a sound. However, after making 2 sounds, he was stopped there by a gun, and the snake was scared away. After he was discovered, the other 2 people also didn't escape. If he didn't make a sound, perhaps no one would care about why there were 2 bird nests in a clump of small fruits. Gray Rabbit said, while White Rabbit added from time to time. After about 15 minutes, they had already told everything they knew. In the end, Gray Rabbit said dejectedly, "It's all because we were too stupid. We didn't recognize your identity. We thought that 2 people who haven't reached the age of 20 would not be a threat with a group of children. If we had known that it was you, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were playing with your younger siblings, we wouldn't have dared to come here even if we had 100 guts. We would have run far away." When he spoke, he had a flattering expression on his face. He wanted to use his slightly aggrieved words to move Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Of course, no matter who it is, as long as they do something bad, they are most afraid of hearing my brother and sister's name. The people they are most afraid of seeing are the 2 of them. Anyone who is targeted by them can't escape, Xiao Bei said as he raised his head. Yes. Impressive. We have already experienced it. And you, Xiao Bei, are equally impressive, Gray Rabbit quickly echoed. Xiao Bei twirled the small pistol on his finger twice, pursed his lips, and said with a smile, "It's useless even if you praise us. We won't let you go, and we won't give you the medicine on us." Let's wait for the people behind to catch up. Let's see if your lives are tough enough. Xiaobei's stubborn attitude in the blink of an eye made the two people who were caught stunned again. They had indeed planned to be treated first. They didn't believe that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't have all kinds of medicine on them when they brought their younger siblings out. Bullets were very painful in the flesh, not to mention such a big lump of metal. Even if a needle was stuck in the flesh, it would still hurt if it wasn't taken out. It wasn't acupuncture either. As expected, Zhang Xiaobao didn't have any intention of helping them remove the bullets. He did have tools and medicine on him to prevent the people around him from getting hurt. But with the other party's situation, it wouldn't be a problem for them to hold on for 1 or 2 hours. After a while, the other people who were sent to search behind them would come over. Once they handed the people over, they would no longer have anything to do with him. How did you guys avoid the hounds and eagles? Zhang Xiaobao raised his head and looked at the sky. There were no thick clouds above the place where they were, and the sun shone down directly. Eagles. Gray Rabbit also looked up at the sky and didn't see any eagles. He said, "We didn't see any eagles. As for the dogs, we thought of a way. That is to grind things that make you uncomfortable into powder. If the dogs smell it, their noses won't work. They won't be able to see where there's water. We even smeared the sap of grass and trees on our bodies. The dogs won't be able to smell it at all. We're not stupid animals. We leave enough scent to guide the dogs. We're humans. We're smart. You're smart, but you got caught by us." Xiaobei interrupted. Yes. We're not as smart as you. Shouldn't we go to where they're hiding? We can lead the way in front. Gray Rabbit didn't forget to flatter. The main reason was that he wanted to be treated. If he could lead the way in front, then he had to be treated. Otherwise, how could they walk? You want to lead us into an encirclement, right? Then you guys will die heroically and will be unlucky as well, right? Xiaobei brought in the plot of the story she had heard. We wouldn't dare. They're stupid. They don't know how to ambush. We can successfully capture them. Gray Rabbit had already positioned himself as one of Zhang Xiaobao's gang. He kept talking about them and us. Xiaobei still didn't believe him. She snorted and said, "We're not going. We're here to play. It's already noon and we're hungry. We haven't eaten yet. If we follow you on an empty stomach, you'll be abusing children. Bro, ignore them. Cook something to eat first. I want to eat snake meat." "Yes, cook." Zhang Xiaobao also felt that other things weren't as important as filling the stomachs of his siblings. He took out a rope from his backpack and looked at the two rabbits. Gray Rabbit and White Rabbit cooperatively walked over one by one. They were tied together by Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao also looked at the two people's wounds and helped Gray Rabbit tie it up again. He tied it very tightly so it probably wouldn't bleed to death in a short period of time. As for the people behind them, whether that leg could be saved or not, it had nothing to do with him. Since the other party had chosen to betray the Tang Empire, they shouldn't have the slightest bit of mercy for them. A woman's benevolence would get people killed. If that was really the case, Zhang Xiaobao would have died long ago. Wang Wan was in charge of guarding with a gun. Zhang Xiaobao began to cook for his siblings. Not only did he cook the meat of the snake he caught, he also dug up wild vegetables, blanched them in hot water, and dipped them in sauce. It was a combination of meat and vegetables, which was good for the body's absorption of nutrients. When the aroma of the food floated up, a group of people came from the road behind them. In fact, there wasn't much of a road, because Mount Lu was a tourist attraction and also a place for animal and plant research. The growth of the grass was not good with so many people walking on it. It looked like a road that had been walked by before. Of course, the people who herded the sheep were not allowed to drive the sheep into the mountain to eat, but there were people who came to cut the grass. Otherwise, when the sheep ate, not only would they gnaw on the bark, but they would also gnaw on the bark of the trees where they could eat, causing the trees to die. When they ate the grass, they would also dig up the roots of the grass, which was too damaging to the plants. There was a group of people behind them, roughly around 50 people. They were leading hunting dogs and carrying guns. When they walked over, they looked tired. It was probably because they had been searching all along the way, which was very tiring. They were looking for cigarettes. Other people were not allowed to start a fire on the mountain, but Zhang Xiaobao did not care. He had to give his siblings something hot to eat. As for whether they would be discovered by the enemy, he felt that it was unlikely. The fog of Mount Lu did not lack his cigarettes. Besides, they had not gone too deep into the mountain. Of course, the other people he was searching for did not know how to start a fire. Firstly, they did not have the time, and they were not here for sightseeing. Secondly, there were too many people, and the smoke was too thick. It would be easy for them to be discovered. Zhang Xiaobao also believed that the other party would not dare to eat hot food. They were hiding from people, so how could they dare to start a fire? Unless they were stupid. When the group of people who came later saw someone starting a fire to eat, they wanted to warn them. However, when they got closer, they saw that the person who started the fire was Zhang Xiaobao. They immediately stopped talking and were very surprised. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan still had the mood to bring their siblings here for sightseeing. Were they not concerned about the capture of the people? When they turned their gazes and saw 2 people tied to a tree, everyone became speechless again. They did not need to ask to know who had been tied up. The bandages on their bodies told them that they had been attacked and injured. There was a 90% chance that it was a gunshot wound. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan definitely would not engage in close combat. Although the 2 of them were very powerful, they still had their siblings to take care of. Young Master Xiaobao, these 2 are... The leader of the group pointed at the 2 people tied to the tree and asked Zhang Xiaobao. Before Zhang Xiaobao could answer, one of the tied people spoke first. Rabbit. The 3 of us are rabbits. I'm a gray rabbit, he's a white rabbit, and there's a mixed fur rabbit that's already dead. You 3? Rabbits? The leader asked in puzzlement. Yes, rabbits. The gray rabbit signaled with his eyes and told the other party where the mixed fur rabbit was. The leader's gaze followed and found that there was indeed a person in the grass whose head was cut open, revealing red and white matter. He couldn't be more dead. Code name? He asked again. No, we don't have a code name. We're rabbits. Zhang Xiaobao said we're rabbits, so we're rabbits. The gray rabbit's mental state had already begun to become abnormal. While the leader continued to be puzzled, Xiaobei, who was waiting by the pot and waiting for food, helped to explain. Big Brother said that he would hunt rabbits for us, so we hit them and said that they were rabbits. In order not to continue being beaten, they admitted it. The one who spoke just now was the gray rabbit, the one whose shoulder was injured was the white rabbit, and the one who died was the mixed fur rabbit. Now that you're here, we'll leave the rabbits to you. After we finish eating, we'll continue to play. The way you're searching now is wrong. If you want to catch rabbits, you have to learn from us and wait for rabbits. We didn't deliberately look for rabbits. Just as we were preparing to cook, the rabbits bumped into the muzzle of the gun. They really couldn't think straight. Unfortunately, they're not real rabbits. There's no bone marrow to eat. They're just white and slightly yellow things that are very delicious. As Xiaobei spoke, she pointed at the person whose head was blown open, implying that white was like that. The leader didn't know what to say anymore. Look at Zhang Xiaobao. He brought his family here for a vacation, but he could still casually catch people. His team, who specialized in searching, didn't even find a single hair. This was the difference. He couldn't help but be convinced. It had nothing to do with luck. It definitely had nothing to do with it. Otherwise, why could they find the other party's important people everywhere they went? Why couldn't they do the same? Many people in the team listened to Xiaobei's words. They looked at the things cooked in the pot and the dead person that Xiaobei was pointing at. They felt a chill in their hearts. A person with a dog grinned and came over. He tried to make his voice as gentle as possible and asked Xiaobei, "Xiaobei, you look at a dead person. Can you still eat? Don't you feel disgusted?" Disgusted? I'd be disgusted if they were alive. They should have died long ago. They dared to betray the great Tang. In my eyes, They're not humans, but beasts. A son doesn't despise his mother for being ugly, and a dog doesn't dislike being poor. They can't even be compared to a dog. When we went to Hongnon County, we saw many dead people floating on the water. If they don't eat, they'll starve to death. Get used to it, get used to it. They can die by themselves, and we can eat by ourselves. If there's really nothing to eat, I think I can eat his meat too. If they succeed, then more people will come to the Great Tang and cause trouble for the people of the Great Tang. That's the most unbearable thing. It's written in the books that in the past, when people were hungry, they would trade their children for food. When people are forced to that point, they can do anything. In order to prevent the people of the Great Tang from trading their children for food, what's the point of eating next to a dead person? Am I right? Xiao Bei knew quite a bit, and his little mouth kept talking. He had a self-confident look on his face, and he didn't forget to smell the fragrance coming from the pot. The person who asked a question and the others heard Xiao Bei's words and were filled with respect, not only for Xiao Bei's group of children, but also for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. For a child to be raised like this and say such words, other than the fact that the child was smart, read a lot of books, liked to think about things, and had a lot of experience, it also showed that her family had been raising her like this. They didn't know if others could represent everyone in the Great Tang, but the Zhang family and Wang family were definitely qualified. Young master, what should we do with them? The leader asked Zhang Xiaobao, who was preparing the tools to eat. Zhang Xiaobao stopped and said, I'll leave it to you. Let them take you to catch the people. I think you can catch some of them. Take out the fireworks they have and see what they look like. Have people buy the same fireworks and send them here. After they found their hiding place, it would be difficult to find them elsewhere. Then they would let people set off fireworks in different places to scare the other party. Then they would shout that they would only catch the leader. As long as there was someone who cooperated, they would not be held accountable for their crimes and would even reward them. If they're not with the main figure, then they can also be rewarded by capturing or killing the people around them. Their crimes will also be reduced. The more people they kill, the more crimes they'll be reduced. If they kill more than 3 people, not only will they be innocent, they'll also be rewarded. Yes, the leader understood. After seeing the fireworks, the other party would definitely not believe that they were the ones who sent them. After all, there couldn't be so many fireworks. The only explanation was that their people had been caught and the other party had tortured them for useful information. So they set off the same fireworks. It would make the people in the other party's hiding place uneasy. The leader of the other party would not trust his subordinates, and the people around him would be suspicious of each other. As long as they made a noise, they could find them. As for whether it would be considered a merit if someone really killed the people around him, it was not something he needed to consider. He believed that the young master definitely had a perfect way to deal with it. Young master will go first. The leader ordered his subordinates to release the 2 tied people and give them treatment to take out the bullets. Then, the one with the shoulder injury walked by himself, and the one with the leg injury was carried to their hiding place. Xiao Bei stirred the pot with a spoon and said to them, You guys eat something. There's a lot of soup in the pot. It's enough for one person to drink a mouthful. I'll eat less. Brother made it himself. Thank you, Xiao Bei. We've just eaten and we really can't eat anymore. You eat and we'll leave immediately. The leader swallowed his saliva and said against his will. They hadn't eaten yet. They were planning to find a relatively spacious place like the one Zhang Xiaobao found. They wanted to rest and eat something at the same time. When they smelled the fragrance, they were even hungrier. Moreover, it was hot soup. However, they couldn't snatch the food of a child. They left. Zhang Xiaobao began to eat and spread out the oilcloth. After a while, he would let his younger brother and sister lie on it to bask in the sun. He and Wang Wan were naturally in charge of guarding. Chapter 1099. Let's go out and take a look. The man who seemed to be the leader ordered a man in his 20s who had stopped eating. The man immediately put down the things in his hands and found a bundle of rope in the cave. There was not only one rope, but many. Each rope had an iron ring on its head and tail. He tied a long rope around his waist and held the other rope in his hand. He walked a few steps to the entrance of the cave and hung an iron loop of the rope on an extra iron hook on a rock. He then pressed on the iron hook and used a special tool to seal the extra gap on the iron hook. He pulled it twice with all his strength. There was no problem. The man turned his body upside down with his back facing the outside. He raised his head and his body flew out. In just a few moves, he had fallen more than 10 meters. The length of the rope on the man's body was just right behind him. He pulled his hand and stopped his falling posture. He took out another rope from his arms and wanted to hang it on the side. There was also an iron hook there for him to hang the iron ring on the rope. Releasing the original rope in his hand, the man switched to another rope and swung gently. He held the rope with one hand and the other with the iron ring on it. When his body was parallel to the ground, he reached out with his hand and hung the iron ring on a protruding iron rod. The iron rod was only bent a little upward by Weiwei. It was too different from the shape of the hook. It seemed that if he was not careful, the iron ring would fall off. After doing this several times, the man swung out of the waterfall by sticking to the rock wall behind the waterfall. When the last rope was used, there was a concave pit in front of him. The man dug in with one hand, and like a monkey, he nimbly dug one small hole after another diagonally down to the bottom. After dozens of times, when his feet landed on the ground, he let out a long breath and then gasped for breath a few times. Obviously, the movement just now had consumed a lot of his physical strength. If someone stood below and looked up, they would not be able to see the concave area on the road. He used his hands and feet to get down. They would only think that the mountain wall should be like that. Moreover, most of the concave areas were chiseled out from below. Looking up from below, they would only see a flat rock wall. The man below looked up at the sky. The sound of the fireworks exploding was louder than in the cave because the sound of the waterfall crashing into the pool below was closer. Fireworks were still blooming in the sky, not only in the sky where they saw it from the cave entrance, but also in the sky above other places. The color of the fireworks was very monotonous. It was only red, and the pattern was also monotonous. They were all circles. If they came to see it at night, it would be many times better than now. The man who came out of the cave behind the waterfall looked at the fireworks in the sky with a trace of sadness in his eyes. He raised his head and opened his mouth to catch some water droplets that were blown by the wind. He swallowed them twice, took a deep breath, and climbed up the same way he came down. When he reached the place where there was a rope, he grabbed the rope with his hand and swung it. He swung it just under the other rope. The hand that was holding the rope earlier exerted force outwards, and the iron ring hanging on the iron rod was swung off. After doing this several times, he returned to the cave, took off the iron ring, and shook his two arms to relax. When his breathing was even, he said to the person who ordered him to go out, "Sect Master, the sky outside is full of fireworks. It's the same as the signal we sent. Sect Master, please make a decision." A few coughs sounded. After a while, the sect master that the man addressed as Sect Master spat out a mouthful of phlegm and said, "We're in trouble. Our people have been caught without sending out a signal. The people from the Zhang and Wang clans are here. They're the only ones who are familiar with all kinds of fireworks. They'll fill them with all kinds of metal powder and arrange them. Sect Master, do you want to leave early to avoid being blocked in the cave by them?" Another person asked worriedly. The Sect Master shook his head and gasped for breath twice. His voice was like a bellows as he said hoarsely, "Leave? If you leave, you will be caught immediately. The people hiding below don't know where we are hiding. As long as you don't go out, how will others know that there is a cave behind the waterfall? From the inside of the cave, you can occasionally see the blurry scenery outside. That is because there is light outside. Looking at the waterfall from the outside, you can't see anything. Take advantage of the fact that they haven't found a place to hide. Immediately go and steam the rice. Steam the rice and put it in the ventilation holes. Let the wind blow it dry. From today onwards, the food we eat will be halved. No one is allowed to go out. We will waste time with them. We will leave 2 years. I don't believe that they will always send people to keep an eye on us. Staying in the cave is uncomfortable, but it is better than dying. Only by living can we have a future." With the sect master's words, the other 6 people seemed to have found their backbone. They calmed down and finished the rice as quickly as possible. Then they began to cook the rice. The rice with the outer skin removed could not be preserved for too long in the current environment. They could only cook it and then take it to the ventilation area behind the cave to blow it dry. Only by blowing it dry would it not spoil. When it was time to eat, they could just soak it in water. The taste was not good, but it could keep people alive. Only by being alive could there be hope. While they were busy, the man who went down before said to the sect master, "Sect Master Ning should have made a move in Hangzhou. Also, Sect Master Qi of Dokang. As long as he puts something in the water, it will kill both the fish and the people. At worst, they will get sick. Let's see how they treat it." When the sect master heard the man's words, there was no trace of happiness in his eyes. He said, "Don't count on it. As expected, they have been caught. Since the people of the Zhang family and Wang family can find Mount Lu, they must have found all the people outside. Judging from the momentum, the team they sent is not small. Don't be afraid and don't underestimate the enemy. Guarding the cave is not only to protect your lives, but also to protect the rest of us from understanding the Tang Empire. Once you die, all the information we have collected over the years will be gone. We will remember a lot of it in our hearts. Sect Master Qi is very cautious. How could he be caught? How about this? I will go out first before they find us and bring the information to our people. My skills can still be used in the mountains." The man who had climbed down earlier had a doubtful look on his face, but there was also a trace of determination. "Ha!" The sect master sneered and coughed twice. "You have great skills in the mountains? Do you think the protection team of the Zhang family and Wang family is worse than yours? Once you go out, you will definitely be caught. Can you be sure that you won't reveal the cave we are hiding in? Just stay here obediently. For the hope of our people, enduring for 1.5 years is nothing." As his voice fell, the 6 people in the cave fell silent. Obviously, they did not want to stay in the cave for too long. The cave was dark and damp, and the sound of the waterfall was constantly ringing in their ears. They still did not believe that Sect Master Qi would be caught, but they did not dare to object. This was because the person in front of them had never been wrong. It's a pity that there are a few small holes in the cave that lead to unknown places. Moreover, the holes are too small for people to pass through. Otherwise, we can think of a way to the closest place to the outside and listen to the sounds. Why don't we have nothing to do and dig inside? Maybe we can find a new way out. If you want to dig, then dig. Don't make too much noise in case someone discovers the hole outside and is also puzzled. Be careful. There is no harm in being careful. The sect master did not continue to stop them. It was good to find something for others to do. "Brother, are we going to fish for prawns in the middle of the night?" Compared to the people in the cave who were nervous, Xiao Bei and the others were much more relaxed. After eating dinner made from real rabbit meat, Xiao Bei ignored the fatigue from the day and lay in the tent, thinking about what to do in the middle of the night. They saw a pool by the side of the road. To be precise, it was a small river flowing through here. Affected by the terrain, it gathered into a bubble, but it was just flowing water. When Zhang Xiaobao was cooking at night, Xiao Bei fished out 3 transparent prawns. Each prawn was 2 centimeters long. According to Xiao Bei's understanding, the water was shallow, so the prawns were small. Then, in the middle of the pool, the prawns could grow. Catching prawns was more difficult than catching fish. Xiao Bei estimated that with the swimming ability of the 9 of them, if they jumped into the pool to catch prawns for an entire night, it would be a very good result. Therefore, she dismissed the idea of using her hands to catch prawns. She wanted her brother to help her catch them or use a net to catch them. However, the net that her brother carried with him was not used to catch prawns. It could be used to catch fish, but it could also be used to catch birds. However, if it was fish, there was no need for her brother to do it. Xiao Bei could catch enough fish to fill everyone's stomachs in a very short period of time. It was not challenging, so she did not want fish. Zhang Xiaobao was troubled. His sister said that she wanted to fish for prawns, so he should help her. However, how could there be any prawns in that small pool? When the hook was put down, it was thicker than a prawn. Unless the prawn was really blind and learned from a python, it would definitely not bite the hook. How about this? I'll go down and see if there are river snails. If there are, I'll let you guys drink some wine tonight. I'll make spicy fried river snails for you guys. Didn't you bring chili in your bag? Let your sister tell you a story. After listening to the story, I'll bring the river snails back. Zhang Xiaobao really did not have the ability to catch prawns and exchange them for a dish for his sister. Xiao Bei was still considered sensible and did not make a fuss like other children. After thinking for a while, she said, "River snails? All right, I won't listen to the story. I'll go and fish too. Fishing for river snails requires touching the bottom. I'm good at swimming. The weather is hot, so the water is not too cold. All right, let's go together." Zhang Xiaobao agreed very readily. He brought his siblings to the pool. The sky was not completely dark, but the setting sun could not be seen because of the mountain. The sky was still bright, accompanied by the thin mist that had just risen. It was like a dream. The 9 children changed into swimsuits. They had deliberately brought them along. There was a lot of water in Mount Lu, especially where there was a waterfall. Xiao Bei wanted to fight with the waterfall. As for whether her brother would let her go after they saw the waterfall, it would depend on the size of the waterfall and the flow of the water. When they were about to go down, Xiao Bei did not let her brother follow. She said that there was no need to kill a chicken with a butcher's knife. The 9 of them were enough. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stood guard beside the pool. They found some dry grass and branches that could be lit. They planned to light it all night to illuminate the area. Wang Wan looked at her siblings playing in the pool and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Look at how you spoil them. I reckon you can even pluck the stars." Zhang Xiaobao revealed a smile. "Stars won't do. They are too big, even bigger than the sun. They can't be plucked. If they want monkeys, I can catch them. If I have the ability to let them live happily, why must I control them? It's not like they don't know the hardships of the common people. It's good to let them suffer so that they can treat the common people as humans in the future. Since they know that the common people have a hard time, I won't reject their requests." You still don't want to admit it. I'm not referring to them not caring about the feelings and lives of the common people when they grow up. It's that if you agree to anything, they will keep asking for things. In the past, I saw my colleagues' children asking him for all kinds of cars and other toys every time I saw them. When I went to his house, the entire house would be filled with toys, but the children would still ask him for them. This is called insatiable greed. It's called asking for a yard when given an inch. It's a bad habit. Wang Wan recounted what she had seen and shared it with Zhang Xiaobao as her experience. Zhang Xiaobao did not think much of it after hearing it. He asked, "Does your colleague not play with his children? If the children want something, he has the money to buy it. After buying it, he will throw it to the children. Usually, he will leave the children to the nanny and school. If it's a young child, he will leave it to the kindergarten." "How do you know?" Wang Wan was taken aback. "How can I not know? I specialize in this kind of thing. In fact, what the child wants is not a car. The purpose of him wanting a small car is to show off to his friends so that he can have more people to play with. So he always asks the adults to buy it to ensure that he can exchange material and spiritual conditions with others. In fact, children's requirements were very low. If you bought them a few toys and some snacks every day, they would be satisfied. They mainly wanted to play with adults because the people they trusted the most were their relatives, and they were also the ones they were most attached to. If you don't believe me, you can find a rich family now and see whose children often can't be with the adults. You can order the adults to ask their children when their children want things. They have two choices. One is to buy something for them, and the other is to play with them for half a day. See how many children choose to play with the adults. Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan, with their identity, no matter how they ordered a family, that family would not dare to have the slightest objection. Nonsense. I don't believe it. How can I have time to find others to test it? You don't have children yourself, and you still have the nerve to say that you understand? Wang Wan retorted. Whether I have children or not is not my business alone. I'm not bisexual. All the children in the world are my children. If anyone doesn't want them, give them to me and I'll keep them all. All right, now I'll do an experiment that you can see the results of immediately. Tell Xiao Bei and the rest to let them play by themselves. The two of us will go and rest. After they have played enough, they will also go and rest. Let's make spicy river snails tomorrow morning. See if they can still be as happy as they are now. Zhang Xiaobao suggested an idea. Wang Wan thought about it and was really tempted. She looked at her younger siblings who were swimming in the pool and tossing river snails over from time to time. Seeing that they were having fun, she shouted to them, Xiaobei, Xiaoyuan, you guys play by yourselves first. Your older brother and I will go and rest. We will wait until tomorrow morning to make delicious food. Go and play. Just as she finished speaking, the 9 children who were playing in the water all stopped. They stepped on the water and looked to the shore. Sleep? Oh, then I'll go to sleep too. We'll fish again tomorrow morning. Xiaobei's voice sounding very regretful. The other children did not make a sound, but they also swam towards the shore. See? They actually don't want to play in the water themselves. They want us to accompany them. Even if it's just watching them play, it's fine too. You were the one who shouted, so you can settle it. Zhang Xiaobao gloated at Wang Wan. Wang Wan glared at Zhang Xiaobao and said, You were the one who suggested it. You settle it. I don't care. Let's see what you have to do. You can't possibly go back on your words, right? Me. It's no big deal. Watch. Zhang Xiaobao said. He said to his younger siblings who were swimming towards the shore, Your older sister is afraid that you guys will catch a cold. The water is cold, but are you guys cold? If you're not, continue catching. Actually, we're waiting to eat. Not cold. The 9 children shouted almost at the same time. With a cheer, they turned their heads and returned to the place where they were just now to continue fishing for river snails. You even tricked children. Wang Wan admired them in her heart, but her mouth belittled Zhang Xiaobao. I wanted to tell them the truth. If they heard it, what do you think they'll think? Just wait. In a while, I still have to apply mosquito repellent on them. I don't want them to get stung. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he looked at his younger siblings who continued to play happily. The corner of his mouth revealed a satisfied smile. While the 2 of them were playing with their younger siblings, for figures appeared on the way they came. When they saw the tent, they immediately sped up and ran over. Little master, little miss, the person surnamed Qi has already relented. He found the things they wanted to get into the lake and river. One of the 4 people said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao did not immediately speak to the person who came. Instead, he shouted into the water, For more people are coming. Catch more, and invite them to eat together. If they're tired, come up and rest. After that, the other side replied affirmatively. Zhang Xiaobao then asked the person who came, What is it? Little master, it's some leftovers from refining copper, silver, gold, iron, aluminum, and other metals. Some are from Japan, and some are from several small countries in the southwest. They have been exchanging good things with us at very low prices. As a result, the waste they refined did not get into the water or sea. They accumulated all of it, dried it, put it in barrels, and secretly transported it to the Tang Empire. It started 2 years ago. They are planning to pour those things into the lake and river. We have already found them. There are actually more than 10,000 barrels. The people of the Gong tribe are rushing over. After taking a look, we can estimate how much damage it will cause if it is poured into the water. The person who came replied. After hearing his words, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's eyes widened. After looking at each other, Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said, "Good plan. More than 10,000 barrels of dried and refined metal things? Volatilize some of them that are poisonous and prepare the rest for us? How did they come up with it? Good. Don't pour it out. Keep it for me. I'll let them know what it means to change the stars." Chapter 1100. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were given a fright when they realized what their opponent was going to use. It turned out to be the leftover waste from Japan and the southwestern countries that had been used for wet alchemy. In smelting, besides cold forging, one would generally use decomposition and replacement to get out what was needed. The most common method was to heat it up, and this process would inevitably produce a lot of used water and gas. In truth, used things could not be called waste, but it was not cost-effective to extract and decompose useful things from them, so they would all be disposed of. The Great Tang was currently using a local metallurgy method, as well as a technical idea provided by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. During the replacement process, the heat would be used to replace what was being replaced, and the gas would be replaced. A lot of waste gas would be produced, most of which was poisonous. The two of them had no good idea about this, and this was not their time. As long as they were willing to invest money in the treatment of waste gas and wastewater, they could minimize the harm. Now was not the right time. It was still far from that level, but they could not stop refining. They could only try to open the factory in remote places, such as the northern part of Hebei province, or places near Tubo, Southwest, and other countries. Hunan province would never agree, and neither would Jiangxi province, including the Yellow River and the Yangtze River. The two of them were well aware that it was most convenient to drain wastewater from these two rivers and their tributaries. But the two of them would definitely not do something that would cause them to be criticized by future generations. They would rather spend even more transportation costs to carry out polluting operations in important areas. If not for the great leap forward development, the construction of railroads, and the manufacture of weapons, the two of them would not have wanted to build so many factories with low individual output. Once the railroads were finished, the areas around the factories that vented and drained air would probably be scrapped and left behind. When the technology improved and the population increased, they would have to spend more money on management when they needed to move there. At that time, the money spent on management would be many times more valuable than the products directly produced by the factories. But there was nothing they could do about it. Moreover, the value of the products produced by the factories could not be estimated so simply. They also had to consider the economic value that the products would bring to the country, and this value would definitely exceed the cost of management. However, the Yellow River and Yangtze River basins were no good. It was not only a matter of money, but also a matter of people's health. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already thought about it. When the railway was completed, they would close the factory and move it overseas. It would only increase the cost of transportation, but the cost of production would be lower. The labor outside was not worth much. They would give out a few kilograms of sorghum rice and highland barley, and people from other places would be more than willing to work for a few days. In the Great Tang, the people of the Great Tang would never be willing to do such a thing. Only when the imperial court and the Zhang clan had ordered them to do so would the people be willing to do such a thing. At that time, the demands would be even lower, as long as they didn't starve to death. Because this was a moment of life and death for the Great Tang. The current situation was that the Great Tang would refine a portion of it itself, while the small countries of the southwest would send a portion over through the waterways, as well as Japan. Their country, the Great Tang, had not given them the advanced technology. They were still using their own methods to refine the products, producing a lot of waste gas and water. They had probably also discovered that the places where the waste gas landed and where the waste water flowed through had a large effect on crops. Even people and livestock were prone to diseases. Thus, someone thought of collecting the wastewater, drying it under the sun, transporting it back to the Great Tang, and dumping it into lakes or rivers. You can't blame them for coming up with such a bad idea. They're being exploited too severely. When the dried sea products from Japan enter the port, they have to pay a large sum of money, and the grain from the small countries of the Southwest is the same. When they return from the Great Tang to exchange for luxury goods, the price is extremely high. The Great Tang only recognizes the Great Tang's currency, and this is the simplest form of exploitation. This is especially true for medicines, which are packaged in glass. They still have to pay an exorbitant price for the glass. It's not easy. After saying these harsh words, Zhang Xiaobao turned to Wang Wan and the 4 people who had come to deliver the news. But the 4 of them didn't believe him. In their eyes, young Master Xiaobao was an existence akin to a devil. He would never cry when dealing with others, unless he transformed into a crocodile. As for Wang Wan acted like she had been enlightened by Buddha, the Jade Emperor, the Lord, or the Holy Sun, and agreed. That's right, I also feel it. Because their smelting skills are lacking, the finished products they make can only be considered half-finished products. We still have to do some processing before we can use them, so the price is very low. Their lives are truly difficult. Thus, we'll first take care of Japan this year. We have to help the small countries of the Southwest. We can't just watch them suffer and do nothing. Once they've compensated us for our losses, we'll give them a similar chance to compete. That is, after all their hard work, they'll also receive the Great Tang's money. The 4 people who had come to deliver the news were confused. They carefully examined their little wife and little young master to see if they had been possessed by something. Their words didn't sound like the original people they were. I agree. The compensation is very simple. Give us all the places with jade. Give us all the places with good weather and suitable for growing rice. Give us all the places with other mineral resources. Give us all the places that can be built into important ports. Give us all the places with important water transport. Let's say all the places first. We'll add the rest later. Zhang Xiaobao thought of the problem of compensation. The enemy's actions this time have inflicted unimaginable losses on the Great Tang, leaving a wound that can never be healed. Our hearts have also been greatly wounded, coupled with the fact that our Great Tang has lost so many people because of their instigation. Even if our Great Tang loves peace, we cannot remain silent. Hearing the little young master's words, the 4 people who had come to deliver the news breathed a sigh of relief. The stars were still the same stars, the moon was still the same moon, and the little young master was still the little young master. Nothing had changed. Wan revealed a bodhisattva smile. Xiaobao, we both have the same idea. That's our plan. But after we accept the compensation, we will still help them. As I said before, we will help them occupy the mines and let them mine and refine them. We will give them money from the Great Tang. If they are paid the equivalent of 2 caddies of grain in a day, we will pay them twice the amount of money in Great Tang to buy 4 caddies of grain in a day. Bullying people is not our intention, but helping people is our dream. When the 4 of them heard this, they felt that Lady Cuckoo had been possessed. They were well aware that the amount of money given to the Great Tang was nothing to the Great Tang people. That was the kind of money given to the Great Tang when a child went over to help with a small matter, or the allowance given to the elderly who could no longer work by the government. Comparing the 2, the Great Tang had the advantage, but every place had its own rules. The people of other places were not from the Great Tang, so why give them all benefits? One of them mustered up his courage and questioned, "Little girl, the money of the Great Tang is like this. For example, 1 copper coin can buy 3 caddies of rice locally, but the 3 caddies of rice can't be sold for 1 copper coin in the Great Tang. 5 caddies of rice are also priceless. If we give them the same amount of money, they will still make a profit. In private, the rich people of the Great Tang will charge us a high price and buy good things in the Great Tang. I think it's unnecessary." "Are you questioning me?" Wang turned her head and asked. I am objecting." The person broke out in cold sweat, but he still gritted his teeth and admitted it. "Very good. Your courage is commendable. However, the method is wrong. You shouldn't have objected directly. You should have asked me and Xiao Bao why we did this. Don't do it again. Wan didn't plan to do anything to this person. As long as the people of her family listened to her orders and didn't scold her, everything was fine. Sometimes being able to object was also an advantage. If the people couldn't do it, then they would know. But this person in front of her was too arbitrary, so she gave him a reminder. Yes, this little one knows his mistake. Little girl, what is your purpose in doing this? The other side readily followed her advice and immediately asked, Xiao Bao, you speak. I'm going to clean up the river snails that were thrown up. Wan gave this task to Zhang Xiaobao while she went to find a basket to pick up the river snails that her younger brothers and sisters had thrown over. In truth, I can also go and pick them up. After saying this, Zhang Xiaobao turned to the person who had asked the question. It's very simple. It's because we don't have the time to fight them. Our target is the northwest Duoshi. Duoshi also participated this time, so we're not prepared to accept any compensation or apology from them. To tell the truth, I don't hate them for coming to make trouble. Without them, Cuckoo and I would never have been able to discover the undercurrent hidden beneath the harmonious facade. There are still many things that we haven't noticed. The people of the Great Tang aren't very clear about their position either. It's better for problems to appear early than to explode at the end. They've already done very well, but they were too greedy. They just needed to bring the goods over and dump them in the river. Now that we've caught them, they won't have a chance to dump the goods from upstream again. Idiots. It's idiots. This little one believes that they feel that it's not worth it to invest so much manpower and resources if they don't do something heaven-shaking. Little young master, you mean to say that we should first calm them down, give them benefits, and then beat them up after we're done with Duoshi? The person who had asked the question earlier asked. No, after we're done with Duoshi, we probably won't need to fight them anymore. We'll give them money and make them lose confidence in their own currency. We'll recruit a lot of local workers. Their power class and wealthy families will use their own country's currency to exchange for money from their hands. We'll increase the number of times that Great Tang's merchant ships trade with their ports and send a large amount of goods from the Great Tang. The land route isn't easy to travel, so the water route is much more convenient. When the time comes, there will be one consequence, and that is that their currency will rapidly depreciate. With the depreciation of the currency, their purchasing power will fall, and the people's hearts will be shaken. While we're fighting Duoshi, we'll have their various local powers struggle for power. When the time comes, we'll only be paying a small amount of luxury goods and relatively more advanced technology, while they'll have to pay the price of their lives. Cuckoo and I will lead the main force of the Great Tang to fight outside, and we'll be driving the tiger to fight the wolf. Ah, wrong. It should be called driving the wolf to fight the dog. The lives of the Great Tang are valuable, and it's better than us personally fighting them, understand? Zhang Xiaobao was in a good mood today, so he exchanged a few more words with someone from the intelligence department. Brilliant, really brilliant. Little young master is really amazing. The person who asked the question got a reply. In fact, he still didn't understand what was going on, but it didn't affect his judgment, and he still praised him. Thank you. Zhang Xiaobao didn't stand on ceremony and left the person's words of praise behind. Then he said to the 4 people, There's some work in your eyes. Go and help to pick up the river snails. You don't have to go anywhere else tonight. You can eat supper here and help to keep watch. The 4 people hesitated and ran over to help. They didn't want to disturb the family coming out to play, but they couldn't bear to leave. In a situation where there was no mission, it was good to be close to the main family. Moreover, they could eat the food personally cooked by the little young master. No matter how it tasted, it was a blessing to eat it. The 9 children weren't afraid of being disturbed, and they didn't worry that the food they picked up wasn't enough to eat, so they did things for others for free. For them, their ability to eat the food they picked up was a kind of praise and recognition. Seeing that there were 4 more people, they picked up the river snails faster. Their actions shocked the people on the shore who were responsible for picking up the river snails. One of them went down in his clothes to see how deep the water was. However, when he walked 5 steps from the shallow part of the shore into the water, he disappeared with a splash. After a few seconds, he popped his head out, grabbed a few river snails in one hand, and shouted to the other 3 colleagues on the shore, "It's deep at least 3.5 meters. Little young master and little young lady have worked hard." The 3 nodded together. They were good at swimming. After jumping in and paddling a few times, they could pick up the river snails. However, they couldn't stand it if they did it too many times. Moreover, they were much taller than Xiao Bei and the others. Xiao Bei had 9 children, so they had to paddle down 2 of their own height before they could touch the bottom. However, from the top, the frequency of them going up and down was very fast. Just as the 4 people were sighing at how good the children were at swimming, the surface of the originally calm pool suddenly churned, and the 9 children all disappeared. The 4 people were shocked. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already rushed toward the pool. Wang Wan jumped in first, and Zhang Xiaobao also jumped in after her. The moment they entered the water, the figures of people appeared where the water was churning. The bodies of several children, and there was also an adult. With the help of the light in the sky that hadn't disappeared yet, the 4 people who delivered the information saw that the adult's face was covered in blood, and it was still bleeding. One of his eyes seemed to be blind, and there was a piece missing in front of his nose. Blood was also continuously flowing out of his neck. However, this person seemed to have fainted. When the 9 children completely pulled him out of the water, they saw that this person was holding onto Xiao Hai's arm with one hand, and that the wrist of his other hand was also bleeding. Let go, I'll bite it off for you." Xiao Bei shouted like a crazy person, then opened his mouth and bit the hand that was holding onto Xiao Hai's arm. The 4 people on the shore saw the blood flowing out of the person's wrist, and finally knew what was going on with the other hand. Other than Xiao Bei biting, Zhang Hu also opened his mouth and bit the person's thumb, pulling it out with all his might. He forcibly pulled the person's clenched hand away. The 4 of them suspected that the bone of the person's thumb was about to be exposed. The little fellas were gnawing on it like a pig's trotter. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also swam over one after the other. When they saw that the person's other hand was still clenched, they knew that this was the last reaction before drowning. Wang Wan was about to make a move, but Zhang Xiaobao swam faster than her and reached out his hand first. "Let me do it." As he spoke, he reached out and broke the other person's fingers, one by one, and suddenly used all his strength. After 3 consecutive sounds, the person who had already fainted woke up from the pain of his broken fingers. "Ah, cough, cough. You scream, I'll let you scream." Xiao Bei had already let go of his mouth, waving his little fist and smashing it at the other person's heavily injured eye. The other children also cooperated and landed their fists on various parts of the person's head. Xiao Hai, who had just broken free from the other person's hand, splashed water at the other person's mouth. "Get out of the way," Zhang Xiaobao shouted. Following the other person's arm, he used his legs to clamp the other person's body. Exerting strength in his arms, he directly carried the other person's arm behind his back in the water. Wang Wan also did the same from the other side. Then there were 2 cracking sounds. The person's 2 arms were directly dislocated by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan behind him. The person's head also fell into the water again, and a few bubbles appeared. He fainted again, not sure if it was because of the pain or because of choking. "Let's go ashore first," Zhang Xiaobao said to his younger siblings, and dragged the person over with Wang Wan. The 4 people who delivered the information quickly took over. Without any instructions, they began to treat the person. He had frightened the main family's babies in the water. It was impossible for him to die so easily. "Brother, does it hurt?" Xiao Bei asked as soon as he came up and helped Xiao Hai rub the place where he had been grabbed. Xiao Hai grinned. "It's okay. His hand is really strong." He wanted to grab my neck. Luckily, I dodged. The next time I go back into the water, I'll bring the tri-edged dagger with me. If someone comes, I'll stab him to death. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were examined by their younger brothers and sisters, afraid that they would get hurt. In the end, they found that only Xiaohai's arm had been scratched. There was a circle of purplish bruises on his arm, but it was not too obvious because of Shui Lung's purplish skin. What's going on? Zhang Xiaobao gathered his siblings together and hugged Xiaobei as he asked. There was still blood on Xiaobei's teeth that had not been washed away by the water. He spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood and said, "I bit him to death. Just now, when we were fishing for things, he came over. The water was mixed because of us, so we couldn't immediately see that it was a person. It was just a dark shadow. Then he wanted to grab me. I used my foot to kick somewhere on his body and used the force to dodge. Brother Xiaohai, who was behind me, showed up. We fought and bit each other. I even used the tip of the conch to stab his eyes." Xiaohai continued. He wanted to grab my neck, but he couldn't see. I felt the shadow come towards my head. I kicked the water and my body rose a little. He grabbed my arm. Then I seemed to use my foot to kick his throat. Before my other hand could close, he stopped moving. Yes, he was unlucky. He calculated the wrong person. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said,